like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, August 11th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish the quorum? Up to you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Frost?
I'll just say
Here. Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, August 14th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Very good. Thank you. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Before I read the statement relative to the effects of COVID on our public meetings, I just want to start by reminding those that may be watching and that hope to testify later. I know that there's going to be a great many speakers likely today, and we're going to do our best to continue to manage it as best we can relative to the fact we have to use the telephone to accept public comment. But I would respectfully ask those that are probably coming into the queue right now to address the board later. If you would please remember to keep your comments to 2 minutes today. We have that time limit in place so that everyone who wishes to address the board has an opportunity to do so. And I would just also respectfully remind prospective speakers that this meeting is viewed on Cable 14 by the community, including in many respects, young people that are either watching because it's a part of their requirements for civic participation or community involvement, or they're doing it as part of their government classes, their civics classes. And so if we can please keep the language respectful. I know that there's going to be a great deal of passion later on a particular subject, but if we can keep the language respectful and avoid using curse words, that would be greatly appreciated by all of us. All right. With that, in compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. The following verbiage is instructions on how to give verbal comment at today's meeting. You can dial 916-875-2500. Again, it's 916-875-2500, and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comment for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, the clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Thank you again for your patience. Written comments, of course, are always accepted, and we have received a number of written comments on a number of items for today's meeting. You can send your email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and that's all strung together. It's boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. All right. With that, I believe we're ready for our first item.
Okay, and we also have public comments on item 17.
Very good, thank you.
For your consent matters, for item 8, you're introducing an ordinance to amend section 3.28.030 of chapter 3.28, title 3 of the Sacramento County Code regarding applications for reassessment of property damage as a result of misfortune or calamity. You're waiving reading and continuing to August 18th for adoption. And that concludes the clerk's notes.
Okay, so my understanding is we have public comment via the telephone for items 29 and number 17. Is that correct? Okay, very good. All right, I'm going to look to my colleagues to see if they have any specific comments on consent matters, wish to pull any items for separate vote, or wish to continue any items. First in the queue is Supervisor Sue Frost.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. I would like to request to pull item 29 and
Continue it?
drop it.
Drop it, okay. We'll consider that.
We'll have, I believe we'll make Supervisor Natoli and I have some comments later regarding that.
So you want us to go ahead, Madam Clerk, and vote on dropping it now?
Correct. You'll
Okay.
have to do a
All right,
separate vote on
so
that.
that's a motion?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
I second it. You're going to get comments before we vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
So why don't you go ahead and make
Ms.
those
Frost.
comments now, Supervisor Frost, and then we'll go to Supervisor Tully.
Well, I'll just quickly say that while I appreciate, I know that staff and engineers have been working on this for, I think, years. There are still some challenges that we are looking at with this project.
Excuse me, did we read this item? No. So we don't know what this is. So
No.
why don't we?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so
Why
sorry.
don't we have the clerk read it?
Item 29 is the Hazel Avenue US 50 interchange project. It's to certify the environmental document. It's the environmental impact report and environmental assessment.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So this interchange, where the interchange is being constructed, there are some businesses, some iconic buildings and businesses there that are going to be either removed, or there's going to be some drastic changes in the access or signage to those businesses. And we're working with the owners of those properties to try to identify hopefully some solutions that will soften that impact on those buildings. I just want to say Cattleman's, the businesses that are there have been there, I think I won't tell you how old I am, but they've been there a long time, since I was a little girl. So they're part of the community, and when you drive by the freeway, they are iconic. And if we can somehow find a way to preserve them and help them work their way through the construction and have a happy ending after the interchange is constructed, that's what we're hoping for. So we need a little bit more time to look at some possible engineering solutions and solutions around how those businesses are going to be impacted. And I believe Supervisor Natoli was also.
Yeah, Supervisor Tully.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly just to echo some of the comments that Supervisor Frost has just made. I know that this has been, as she said, in the works for years, probably better part of 15 years in planning, and there's many opportunities as well as challenges presented with this proposed major reconstruction of the Hazel Highway 50 interchange. And as I've told staff, and certainly I've had a chance to talk with Department of Transportation staff on 3 occasions in some great detail over the last couple of weeks, that my last recollection and when we had focused on this was about 6 years ago when we had a community workshop out in Gold River, and Supervisor McClashen was supervisor at the time. And then people went off and did their work, and then this shows up on the agenda with the environmental document for certification with the preferred alternative, and then 2 alternates that are part of the deep dive that was done in the environmental document. I guess I would note, and certainly I recognize that the eastern development and the development of properties to the south are dependent because of conditions that have been placed on those developments on this interchange reconstruction. But I would just also note that the impacts, because once we certify an environmental document, basically it's pretty much a done deal that properties either acquisitions, full takes, and we have 2 full takes that are proposed in the preferred alternative, including the Chevron station. And I know Supervisor Peters would remember this because we worked on the design of that particular station at the time when they were proposing that, and that hasn't been all that long ago. And again,
15 years.
yeah. But nonetheless, I remember you were very instrumental in making sure that they did certain aesthetic treatments to that. And again, that was an important investment that was made by the private sector there. We have businesses, not just the Nimbus Winery, which is in Supervisor Frost's district, but you have Rudy's Hideaway, which has been there probably longer than most of us in this room have been alive. I want to be sure that, one, there's a clear understanding by this member of the board anyway, not only about the opportunities that are presented for Easton and future development and all the things that will occur with that, but also the impacts, and certainly the business impacts during construction. I mean, that's not necessarily prescribed in the way we deal with things and acquisitions and impacts, but this is going to be, under whatever configuration, is going to be a mess there for a couple of construction seasons. And how businesses are able to survive traffic reroutes, detours, construction in their parking lots, interruption to their frontage access for their businesses. I think that needs to be at least discussed, and I raise it today because, again, we're going to continue this. But I've had a chance to talk with staff. Also, the loss of the tree canopy, significant. And I want to have a good understanding beyond what's in the document as to where we're going to compensate for that. So all that being said, and I've also received commentary, as I'm sure maybe others have, from certainly the representatives from Easton. I know they're very anxious for us to get in processes. This is a $95 million project, and I don't think we have very much towards that goal currently, but this would be a big step, because once we certify the EIR, then the next time this board would likely see it would be with some final design and contract award for the construction itself. And so I think it's prudent to take a few more weeks, since we've taken years to get to this point, to have an opportunity to deal with some of the property owners who have engaged with us, but also for at least for this member to be clear, not only about the positive opportunities that are here, but the impacts, and to have a clear understanding about how we're going to potentially address the issue of business disruption in that all four quadrants there, three of them anyway, over the course of the construction season, which is probably many years before we would actually go to construction. But I know people have their own take on that, but a $95 million project just doesn't happen overnight. So at any rate, I support, if we're going to drop it, bringing it back soon, but I would like us to maybe schedule it not on a consent, but actually have an item on the agenda where it would be a separate matter on the agenda.
So this is a drop without date certain?
That's correct.
Exact
asked, but I think we could have it back in a few weeks. I'm not talking about delaying this for any length of time. I mean, so I don't know what Ms. Frost's intent was, but I think we initially were looking at September 22nd, but it could come back sooner than that.
If we can come back sooner, we will.
Yeah.
Okay, I know that we do have a public speaker that is waiting on the telephone, so before we vote, we'll hear from that individual.
Yes, and do you mind if we just take the public comments as a whole for all the consent items? I'm not able to determine which person it is, and so they're transferring calls in.
Do you know who was first, item 17 or item 29?
I don't know.
Don't know, okay. Why don't we...
It's not easy to manage with our phone system in that regard.
Well, I hate to have queued up item 17, the item 17 speaker, before we are considering the balance of the consent calendar. It's disjointed right now in terms of the timing, because we have a motion, a second on an item.
Let me see if they can tell me who it is.
Yeah, I'd rather we take public comment before we vote on it.
Don, what was the date you moved it to?
I think certainly in a couple of weeks you have the information back. I think September 22nd was what I had heard earlier that they wanted. That was going to be a continuous. But now yeah.
So we're dropping, so we don't have a date?
Correct.
But that's your suggestion. I mean, we could continue to a date certain.
Yeah,
I mean,
we just need time to,
Yeah.
with the comments we got this morning, we need time to see what,
Well, this is a project, I mean, just,
I can
it's been
just,
going on long enough. I'd like to have a date to aim towards, and if we finish earlier, then that would be good.
yeah, we've done, I think the county's done everything we can foresee that we can do, but some of the businesses are looking outside of us, looking for ideas. They're trying to, see if there's some other place in the United States where there was a solution to these specific problems that they can bring some ideas. So, The reason we were dropping it without a date certain was just because we weren't certain, the timing, but the intention
Always
is to
continue
come
it,
back
though.
as, yeah.
But we can continue to September 22nd. That would give us basically, 4.5 weeks to do this, and that's sufficient time. So that would be, I would think that would be sufficient time to bring this back.
If you want to go September 22nd, I just don't know on the nature of the comments if that's going to be enough to look all over the United States to see if there's another solution.
Well, I
That was
don't
my
think
nature.
that it's all over the United States. I think my point is, bring an idea, bring a solution. Help us, if you
No,
help
I
us look
get
for a
that.
solution.
Yeah. All right, we'll go September
Right,
22nd.
so just
and-
for the record, is the motion then to continue to the 22nd of what, September?
Yeah,
We can continue, yes,
To that date?
yes.
Okay.
22nd.
And
that should give
sec-
sufficient time.
And the maker of the second agrees with that date, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what the motion is. All right.
And Supervisor Kennedy had a comment.
Not on this item.
No, no, no.
29? Very good.
Caller, you're in the meeting. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes to make your comment.
And please turn down the device in the background. We can hear the meeting.
This is Roy Brewer speaking on behalf of Easton Development Company. I understand that the item is going to be continued and just request that there be an expedited return of the item to the board. An extended delay will impede the timely pursuit of state and federal monies to initiate the construction of the project, and certification of the EIR-EA is a condition preceding to participation in that funding process. It's our understanding and belief that SACOG may invite applications for project development funds through SACOG's semi-annual flexible funding program, and we think this will be an opportunity that shouldn't be missed if we can avoid doing so, particularly since it won't come back again for 2 years. So in light of all the above, if you would consider bringing the item back in 2 weeks with the presentation of findings of fact as close as possible to the original scheduled date of September 22nd, it would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have a comment.
You have a comment?
I do on this now.
Okay, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to encourage staff to, as Mr. Brewer said, for a lot of the reasons that he stated, to get. I'm sympathetic to the businesses in that area. I spent more time than I care to admit as a teenager at Rudy's Hideaway, and so I know the business as well. But this is a transformative project that has been in the works for a long time. I think it's akin to, in Mr. Cerna's district, the interchange up at Metro Air Park, and we've seen what that's already doing. And so I think to delay this and risk the funding opportunities that we have beyond what we need to would be a mistake. So I encourage staff to do what they can to fast track this delay.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor for item 29 to continue to September 22nd. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, very good. Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. Items 16 and 17.
Okay. Clerk, please call, you want those considered together?
No.
Okay. If the clerk could,
And we
And
do-
also 15, I'd like to have that called.
okay. So why don't we do them in order, if you don't mind, Supervisor Kennedy? We'll start with item 15 that Supervisor Natoli would like pulled for separate discussion first. So if you can do that item, please.
Item 15 is the approval of the 5-year Mental Health Services Act Forensic Behavioral Health Multi-System Teams Innovation Project.
Okay. Supervisor Natoli?
Yes, and I know Dr. Bielenson is in the audience this morning, so it's my understanding that we're going to be looking at this to, I think, get a good sense about how we can help folks who either are incarcerated or may have entered the justice system, to assist them with access to not just needed treatment and so forth. But I guess I'd just like to highlight this, and I don't know if Dr. Bielenson would be willing, but I would just maybe ask if he could just give us a quick overview, because this obviously is a innovation project, but with all the focus we've had on trying to not only reduce jail population, but to assist folks who have mental illness, who maybe have substance abuse, recidivism as a part of that. What is the plan, I guess, here to make sure that this board is kept informed as we look at both budget matters, but also as we get some data behind this, assuming we approve this today. So I just, again, would ask maybe if Peter could.
Ryan's going to sub for me on this one.
Oh, wait, Ryan. Okay, Ryan. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't know Ryan was in the audience. I see him now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ryan.
Excuse me. Good morning. Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health. This is an exciting project that we're working on. It's an innovation, so it's part of our Mental Health Services Act funding, with specific funding that has requirements around going through a specific stakeholder process, then obtaining approval by the state Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. It's been a lot of stakeholder feedback was provided, and its focus is on working with the criminal justice population. And so very excited about this project and being able to meet their needs. This is an area that we have a lot of need here in this community. Sheriff.
So with, there's a number of different initiatives. Obviously, this board obviously has weighed in different times. We have recently had the Casey study, which talked about the ability, certainly within the framework of those who are either incarcerated or either pre-trial or even post sentencing. And I guess, does this all is somebody tying this together? Because again, I think these are important initiatives, and they go to cost centers that are significant. They go to the human impacts and the ability to help folks that are in the justice system. So I guess, Ryan, and maybe this is for Nav as well, how are we dovetailing the efforts that we're putting forward? And this is going to be a significant investment. I think it's worthwhile. Again, it seems like we get these bits and pieces, and maybe they all fit together, but I don't get the sense that either our criminal justice cabinet, and maybe they've been involved at that level, and if they have, good. But we look at alternatives to incarceration. We look at ways to address the needs of a population that obviously folks that come in with a variety of challenges to begin with, and in addition to whatever criminal behavior they're charged with. And so, can you give me a sense of how that's being coordinated within the framework of the larger body, including folks that are on the law and justice side, with what we're going to do here?
Absolutely. So the stakeholder process, we included representatives from public defenders, district attorney, law enforcement, and I'm sure others, the court system, and I'm sure others that I'm forgetting. Yeah. In addition to our actual community members, we had folks that had former experience with the criminal justice system as a consumer. Anyway, so as a part of that, we are aware of the conversations that are going on. It was presented to the Criminal Justice Cabinet, as well as got their support there as well. So I think it is part of a larger initiative or strategies around this population. This particular funding it has very specific requirements around it, and we, based on the stakeholder feedback, decided to have a focus on this population.
And will there be milestones where in tracking this? Because again, I think it's important for this board. I mean, it shows up on consent calendar after all the good work that's gone into it. There's going to be significant dollars assigned to the effort that's outlined here. I think it's important that there be, one, I asked about the milestone, but that there be some periodic again, and if that dovetails with a broader report to this board, but I think we need to know how it's affecting, certainly jail populations, some of the outcomes that are hopefully positive for both the individuals, but also as it relates to the system, as well as to the community. And again, we get this from all different directions, and I think this is an important piece. And I would hope, and I guess I'm going to ask, that there would be some points in time where over the 3-year period here where we get a touchback to know, and I don't know in what context that would be best suited, but it just seems to me that if it's having a net positive or finding other things that we can make adjustments. And lastly, I would just say, Ryan, and I'll let you respond, but that it would seem to me that some of the things that we're doing in other realms, and whether it's with dealing with the homeless population or things we're doing with alcohol and drug treatment, mental health investments, that all of that be part of this overall plan, because it fits in my view. And so anyway, I guess, so are there going to be milestones, and if so, and what would be your take on getting this back to the board, obviously, at some junctures?
I'm happy to hear about your interest in that, and this is part of our, it's an innovation, so as a part of that, it has specific outcomes that we have to collect. It's part of the requirements for the funding, so we'll be happy to share those as that information becomes available. Okay, so I guess now I'll turn to you, because I do think that this, needs to be elevated in its, some reporting strategy to this board, because I think it fits. And again, maybe that's for Bruce or for you, but to me, I think that this is a part of an overall approach here to try to do some things that help people and help our community and help reduce maybe costs, or be more efficient, or redirect monies in a way that, get different outcomes besides just having folks incarcerated. So.
Okay.
So I think that was a question, wasn't it?
No, I guess I'd like to know that we're going to have some touchbacks with the board on the progress of this.
Yeah, we will, as material comes forward. We have MHSA process we go through. There's a touchback then. There's different places we can come back and report back on this.
And just very briefly, Supervisor, if I might, I can assure you that this is being coordinated with the other efforts that we have underway to deal with the justice population, through the Criminal Justice Cabinet and other means.
Does that include the consent decree?
So certainly we have to bear in mind how it impacts the consent decree as well. Yes.
Yeah, it will have a bearing on that.
Yeah.
And this is part of our additional MHSA money that we're spending that we had not spent before.
Right, which is great. I mean, again, I think it's well directed, and again, it's because I see a more global approach here, and I just want to make sure that one is not just coordinated at your level, but that we're getting some reports back on the outcomes.
Yes, I mean, we will.
Yeah.
I think we will do that.
Yeah, no, I trust you will, and the outcomes are going to be what they are. But I think as we're looking at that whole situation that relates to corrections and and the cost
It's
centers.
beyond it's the whole MHSA money that we had. We're putting the money out in the community. We will make a report back. MHSA plan has to be relooked. We'll bring that item back to you. All our typical process will follow that.
And thanks to the board's action in the past couple months, we have a new head of forensic mental health that will be starting in the next couple of weeks, or week or 2 weeks or so.
If I could, just one other comment or question, I guess both, is that I trust the courts, the administrators of the courts, our judges and so forth are involved, and if so, I know we've, have worked in the arena of trying to have a mental health court, of having a veterans court, of having, but those are limited efforts. They oftentimes require some general fund or some creative funding on realignment dollars, or commitment by, the judges or presiding judges to do that. And again, they're looking for alternatives and better outcomes, alternatives to incarceration and working with folks. So my question is the courts are involved in this as well?
Yes, the courts are involved in this, and there's a broader issue beyond MHSA that Britt and Bruce are involved with, the courts, with the public defender, the DA, on looking at alternatives to incarceration, what we need to do, what different resources can we bring in, so the judges are plugged into this.
Okay.
And I think I can have Britt address who from the court system is involved.
Okay.
I mean,
I think you say they are, I believe it. I mean,
we can continue this item and have more discussion if we need to satisfy the questions.
Yeah, I don't want to put it over. I want to go forward. It's taking long enough to get here. But I was asking the questions. I want to be, again, my thoughts on this is that this is integrated, with what else we're doing.
This is integrated.
Yeah, okay.
And I think what we were reacting more to is, as the data comes forward, we will bring it back to the board. What we're doing with it, there's a broader effort that we've been doing with Britt and Bruce's assistance on the whole May decree that has the judges plugged in, have our criminal justice partners in there, and they're working with us.
This is a 5-year program.
It is.
That we're talking about here.
And also includes folks from DHS that are plugged into that process.
Okay. All right. Maybe. Okay. I'm fine.
So I know that Supervisor Kennedy has items 16 and 17 queued up as well to speak to, but I too had a question on 15. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but and this is not an accusation, so please don't take it as that. It's a question. I note in the board letter that I believe the committee came up with approval of the use of Mental Health Services Act funding for this purpose back in October of last year, after I think 2 previous meetings that began in the summer of last year. And the question is this as fast as we can move when it comes to everything that needs to be done ahead of board consideration? Could we do it faster, or is this something, do we think we're pushing the envelope as it is right now in terms of timing?
This particular pot of money, is the innovation funds, is slower to be able to implement because it requires multiple approvals throughout the process, including by the state. And so we actually raced to get it approved before the end of the fiscal year on June 25th with lots of support from the state. So we were thankful for their approval. But this one does, the innovation pot of funding does take a while to get up and running.
As Ryan said, there's a lot of requirements we have that we got to go back to processes, public outreach. What I can assure is that how we got into this predicament, the money was not going out fast enough. Under leadership of Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Quist, they have really taken that charge, and with Bruce, to get money out, follow the process, and bring it back to the board as quickly as you can.
Right, and that's why I asked the question, is because most of the focus that this board has been consumed with over the past 5 years or so on the general subject of Prop 63 funding has been the timing, right? And whether or not we're holding in reserve the funds that should have been expended for its intended purpose or not. But I'm glad to hear that it sounds like this is doing, I'm going to take your comment as doing better than we were before.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
I hate comparing to the past, but yes.
All right.
Mr. Chair, just one other thing I wanted to ask. So this is going to be client focused, and so the idea is you're going to have this warm handoff as described in the backup materials. But are we required, because this requires other services being available: transportation, drug and alcohol, mental health, access to mental health. So are all those things assured as a part of this? Because it's one thing to have somebody that works with the client, but if you don't have services available for that for that person or those folks upon their discharge, then they can languish. And so, is there a commitment then under this particular aspect of what we're going to do that those services are and will be available over that 5-year period for those? Do they get a higher priority in the system, in the mental health system, in the drug and alcohol treatment system, in the in housing? Or and again, it goes back to my question about integration, because you got a lot of people that are clamoring for those services that may not be incarcerated.
This specific program is a service program, so it will have services as a part of it. So yes, the people who are involved with it will have services.
So you'll assure them housing, you'll assure them transportation, assure them access to mental health and drug treatment services and other things that they may need.
Yep, they're going to be working on all those topics.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Dr.
Yeah. Any other items, Supervisor Nolley?
Not on that. No, I wanted to talk to those other 16 and 17.
Gotcha. All right, so would the clerk please read item 16?
And thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. I appreciate it, and I'm hoping that your comment of beating a dead horse was not in reference to item 18.
Item 16, the authority to execute an expenditure agreement with STEM Express LLC in an amount up to $13.5 million for COVID-19 testing services necessary to address the COVID-19 health crisis in Sacramento County.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is probably best directed to Mr. Wagstaff, I believe. Okay. Just briefly, if you can, what's the funding source for this?
This is, thank you for the question, Supervisor. This is funded with CARES funding, federal CARES funding, brought to the CARES Committee from Health Services, reflecting their projection of what their testing need is.
Okay, thank you. That's all on that one.
Supervisor Tully?
And so this is anticipated that this would be 90,000 tests. Are we using our current testing sites? Is it anticipated that we'll be assisting other entities with testing protocols? And do we have the contact tracers to go behind the testing?
So there's a couple of different questions there. Dr. Beelinsen's coming down.
Okay. Dr. B.
Yeah, so this allows us to do far more testing than we've currently been doing. We're doing we actually now have 11 sites by next week that are community-based sites. This also does the congregate care folks. It does mental prison folks, and it does another large cohort of people. But it's basically putting together all of our testing with one entity. The entity's been based in Folsom, and they have a turnaround now of less than 3 days, which is vastly better than the Quest, which is up to 15 to 21 days right now.
And do we have sufficient contact tracing capacity, funding behind this?
We will have 60 additional contact tracers. At our current level of cases, there's not an adequate number, but there wouldn't be an adequate number. We kind of have too many cases right now.
The funding then, to Mr. Kennedy's question, I just want to be clear. So we're going to have an item later today that'll get plenty of board discussion and discussion amongst the community members that'll weigh in. But so is this out of what was been at least identified as the $33 million in remaining for this fiscal year? So by taking this action, we are committing $13,500,000 of that. So now we're down to $19,500,000.
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We'll be discussing
more
that.
detail when we get there.
No,
but-
I know. I just want to be clear what when I heard the source that, okay, so that's what and I just, last thing, Dr. B, I appreciate you kind of talking about, because this just talks about supplies and, better accessibility. It doesn't talk to those different cohorts and different segments of the population and where we'll actually be able to do, far more testing. And this all has to be done. This only takes us through December 31st, is that right?
Correct, December 30th.
Okay, and what's the plan come the new year?
Plan is we wait for additional funding, hopefully that will come.
I think when we get to that item,
Right.
what Dr. Bielenson is alluding to, I think the board knows that we are in constant communication with our lobbyists on the federal level and waiting for some assistance from the feds on the testing past December 30th, and also with the state, with their budget that they've passed, they have some additional CARES Act money that they're going to be pushing towards the county to help us. So there's a lot of different funding moves that are coming. So we'll discuss more on that item, but right now, the way it's set up with the federal government, everything comes to a screeching end on December 30th. There's no more money after that.
And lastly, to that point, so again, for the item yet to come, we tried to create this flexibility. So here, though, we're going to commit $13.5 million that has to be expended for 90,000 tests that we anticipate doing. We may do more or do less, but if we don't expend those dollars in this category by that time, then these dollars go away.
We have to spend the CARES dollars by the end of the calendar year.
Right. So the strategy is we are sure we're going to do 90,000 tests because that's what we're buying with this.
That's what we're buying. Even if we don't do the 90,000, what we have identified is in excess of the $181 million for us to get reimbursed from the feds. So that's a two-pronged strategy. We want to use the money. If it doesn't turn out that we did those tests, and let's say there's a delta left,
right.
we have other expenditures that we can use that against to show the feds.
But as you know, I think from the GALT testing and other testing that we've been doing, we are actually full every single day. So we should be able to do the enough tests.
All right.
If I can just add to that, and there's certainly nothing that says, if necessary, we couldn't consider a general fund allocation if we thought that we needed to continue to fund testing over and above the 90,000 or past December 31st, correct?
That's a decision point for us in January.
Gotcha. Okay.
I do have one comment on that.
You have a question on this one?
Well, yes.
Yeah, Supervisor Kenny.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Bielensen's up there. So we keep hearing that it's not just a case of money. It's a case of supply and demand. How are we doing on that? I mean, are we going to be able to keep up, and it's not the county, but I mean in a nation, with the need, and do we have the equipment that we need to do this testing?
Thank you for the question. We are part of a myriad of counties around the United States that are having to go after these contracts by ourselves. We were fortunate that we were able to do it. Most of the others are using Quest or LabCorp, which take 8 to 21 days. STEM Express is based in Sacramento and Folsom. They guarantee us swabs, test tubes, reagent testing kits, and then the electronic readout to respond negative ones, they send them out, and they have their docs giving the positive results. So they're nuts to bolts, or whatever the word is. And they're able to do it now in less than 3 days.
Wow.
So we're actually fortunate compared to the rest of the country in that we actually got our own group to work on this, and they also give us kits up front so that we know that we have enough.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question on this for our CEO because it came up just in a conversation right before the hearing. I assume that regardless of what other agenda items we're going to be considering that are timed later today, that this was teed up for today's consideration long before that kind of surfaced, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And
just on that clarification, we have this item and we have another item next week.
Gotcha.
That we're doing, which was teed up way before
Okay.
the other item that we're going to talk about.
And that's another CARES Act expenditure item?
That's correct.
Okay. So as you and I discussed, Mr. Gill, why is it, here we are in August, there's been, testing, I think it's fair to say, has been sporadic because of the unavailability of swabs, no reagent, incomplete test kits. So why is it taking from the beginning of the stay-at-home order in March 19th till now in August for us to get this particular appropriation of CARES Act before this board for this very important activity relative to our response?
Because we've already done the original funding. You already provided it for us with $3 million from UC Davis, who were doing the testing for us. We now are switching over to STEM Express on Monday. So that's, and you have a board letter, I think, coming through to you that is kind of confusingly written that retros to UC Davis up to $3 million. That covers their entire costs, and then we now switched over to STEM Express starting this week.
But has there been some of that interrupted part of the effort that has led to kind of a delay?
No, we were fortunate when UC Davis ran out of their material, we got the National Guard to come and do stand-up at the existing sites that we had. And at that time we had 5 sites. We've now gone up to 11 sites. So STEM Express is able to serve all 11 sites. So it was no interruption at all in the entire time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay.
17.
17?
Yeah. Item 17, please.
Right. Let me just close out this queue. For item 17, you do have
As public speaker.
about 3 or 4. Okay, for 17, it's the authority to execute a multi-year expenditure contract with Sierra Health Foundation, Center for Health Program Management, in the total amount of $3.9 million for the term beginning with board approval through June 30th, 2023, for administration of the Trauma-Informed Wellness Program and pass-through funding for service providers, providing mental health services to the African American Black community.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. I just want to say that I want to thank staff for bringing this forward. First of all, I do have a question, and it's going to be the same question I had last time for Mr. Wagstaff. And what's the funding source here?
This is MHSA dollars, Supervisor.
MHSA. And I want to thank staff for this. This was, a part of a larger effort in which the African American community came out, quite loudly and rightly so to the Mental Health Board and other organizations to really illustrate that there was a need for these types of services, that it wasn't meeting their community, and we weren't meeting their needs as we should in a culturally appropriate way. And we held meetings, public meetings, with a large number of leaders in the African American community, and this was a result of those efforts. So I want to thank staff for continuing to follow up on that. So thank you, Dr. Quist.
Okay, any other comments from the board members on item 17?
Yes.
Supervisor Tuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I raised this in my briefing yesterday, and certainly supportive of the item here today. And I sit as Mr. Kennedy's alternate on the Mental Health Board, and back in 2018 when it actually, and they presented a couple different times, but I actually was there at that session, and people were, I think, very, very clear, very articulate, and very passionate, to say the least, about the need for more directed services and more focused approaches to mental health needs within the African American community, but certainly in other segments of the community as well. There were other folks that spoke there, but this was clearly identified as a need, and I know the Mental Health Board and certainly their work with Mr. Quist and others in the department has brought this here to us today. It does seem kind of like a long route to get here, going back to March of 2018, and here we are in August of 2020. But what I wanted to ask about, because I think this report, it's asking us to do a sole source determination, which I'm certainly prepared to support. But we talk about the county contracting criteria being a barrier, and I know that when we had discussions a few years back about the Black Child Legacy campaign and the program, that was a barrier at that time, and we needed to be innovative and so forth. And in here, it's pointed out in the staff report, and I think accurately and correctly so, that some of the criteria that have been put forward, and I trust it goes with our purchasing guidelines and RFP requirements, but I think this requires a deeper look as it relates to our programming within Health and Human Services, but maybe within other areas too, that we want to be careful, we want to be judicious, we want to be fair in our processes. I mean, the law tells us that, but I think this board and this county is committed to that. But I'll just go to the quick bullet points here. When we had initially called for single agency application only, no multi-agency or fiscal sponsorship approach was allowed, that we were requiring of folks who actually would submit that they had to possess 45 days of working capital specific to the request for proposals, scope of work, or RFAs for scope of work. And thirdly, that they had to have independent audited financial statement not more than 2 years old at the time of submission. That may be well and fine. Those may be all great guidelines for fiscal accountability and so forth. But if we're actually looking to work at the community level with folks who know those communities, who are best equipped and best, I think, prepared in a manner that allows them to reach into the communities that we're trying to serve, we ought to take a look at that as it relates to, again, we don't want to let our guard down when it comes to good fiscal accountability. But I think that this is not the first time this has come up, and I do think it's something that, if we need to work with county council, with our fiscal folks and others, to be sure that we are not only directing our efforts to the targeted audience and to folks that are in that category of need or service delivery, but those that are going to deliver the services. And if we're really trying to have community partners beyond those who may have all of those things, and it's very easy for them to apply and to make the grade, I think that this is a key piece. And again, I would just, and I see Bruce maybe we want to respond, but to me this isn't the first time we've seen this, and I think that I thought we learned a good lesson and had some good experience with again, the Black Child Legacy campaign and program. But here, again, it's kind of cropped up. And again, and there's a balance there. I talked to Mr. Gill about this yesterday. But I think it's important because it could result in significant delays. It could also result in us doing our best from what we know to direct money and programming and so forth, and having people that deliver them, and yet still miss the mark. And so I think that this is something that ought to be looked at in a larger context, and maybe allow us to have a little more flexibility at Bruce's level or at Dr. Bielenson or even at NAV's level to look at how we adjust those things. So.
Okay, no,
Thank you, Supervisor. We are looking at that, and we'll have those discussions, and we'll keep you posted on that.
All right, very good, thanks.
So I too had a question about item 17. Had to do with, and Supervisor totally touched on it a bit, but I want to dig a little deeper on the conclusion that is made by staff that the contract is not subject to 71J. So just so I and the public and assuming Sierra Health Foundation representatives are watching carefully, want to understand, does that mean that if it's not then subject to that particular charter provision, that, and I'm not suggesting that this is necessarily going to be the case, but I think it's clear to most that we're going to have a challenging budget condition ahead of us, like most local jurisdictions across the country given the pandemic. But what does this mean in terms of some of the difficult decision making that we may have to consider as a board in the not too distant future, in a matter of months perhaps, mid-budget, and certainly as part of our consideration of the 21-22 budget. But what does this mean in terms of, I don't know if protecting is the right word, but making sure that this $3.9 million that's being appropriated for this particular use can be fulfilled uninterrupted if we find ourselves in a very difficult budget situation come mid-fiscal year? So
a couple of questions there, Supervisor, if I may. First of all, this contract, like all contracts that we execute, we have consultation with County Council to determine whether 71J applies. And as the board letter indicates here, that was not the case here, because you compare what existing employees are doing versus what your contractor will be doing, and it met that test. Certainly, if we get into a difficult budget situation, and we've been through this before, there is a requirement that you take a look at contracts, specifically 71 contracts.
That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, as a first step, we would have to do that. When you're in a situation where any contract is jeopardized by that, you have to have a discussion with the department head and the staff involved in terms of how you continue those services. So you can't give you a specific answer on that, but that's the process you go through, because you do want the services to continue.
But I guess my refined question then for you, Bruce, is does that mean that regardless of the determination now when we're being asked to approve this, that it's not subject to 71J, we still have to engage a discussion at the time with those contractors to figure out how we prioritize? If we have to consider cuts, hopefully we don't, but I mean, if we have to consider cuts, that has to occur regardless of whether or not today we make a determination that they're not subject to 71J.
Let me make sure I answer your question, Supervisor. If we have a budget cut situation, yes, we have to look at these contracts as a first step.
Okay.
These are critical services that, as the board just mentioned, are the result of lengthy discussions with the mental health board and others. So we would have to sit down and have a serious discussion about how do we continue to provide these services in the atmosphere of those budget cuts.
Okay.
To kind of augment what Bruce is saying, what we will do will be, the mechanics behind it will be, we'll see what the cuts will look like. And if the cuts happen to be in that area, and if there's contracts, then with consultation with county council and with the contractor, and what is it that the county's doing, we will go through that process and do an analysis like we did in 2009-10. And the product of that will be presented to you in a budget hearing saying, we had to make cuts in program XYZ. Out of that, these are the contracts that we're suggesting to be cut. And if that's not sufficient, then we will create a layoff list. Mm-hmm. So what will happen then is when the layoff list is created, until we go back and capture everybody that we laid off, that's the time that we can bring the contract back. Okay. So from 2010, 2011, it took us a couple fiscal years to exhaust the layoff list for us to get back to doing the contract. So one of the things you will see as our budget situation, we'll talk a little bit more, we're always careful about where we're reducing, and if there's contracts, to Bruce's point, a lot of this money is out in the community. So the way our charter is set up is that our employees get the first preference, but that's the balancing act that we do whenever we're recommending cuts to the board.
Okay. I guess what I was trying to get at is I understand how the charter affects this. Certainly understand the prioritization from that charter provision that prioritizes county employees. But if today we are saying county employees aren't currently doing this work, and therefore that's why this contract is not subject to 71J, we still, regardless of that, we still have to go through this exercise.
We will go through the exercise.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, any other board questions on item 17 before we hear from our public speaker? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you cue the public speaker, please? Or speakers?
Yes. Okay. Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to transfer you in right now. Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes to make your comment.
2 minutes.
Oh, excuse me, you have 2 minutes to make your comment. Please start.
Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, don't know what happened there.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
No, just 1 second. I'm going to transfer you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, speaker.
I'm going to put you back on hold.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Chet Hewitt. I am the President and CEO of the Sierra Health Foundation and the Center at Sierra Health, and I'm calling in to speak to item number 17. I want to thank the county for the opportunity, and we're excited to serve as a management entity for the African American Black Informed Wellness Program. We know that during this pandemic, we're seeing more and more members of our community and every community experiencing anxiety and depression that has both mental health and health consequences associated with it. And while these things are true before COVID, we know that the pandemic has only exacerbated that particular challenge, particularly in communities of color. We're happy to lend our kind of organizational infrastructure and our financial oversight and programmatic alignment to address and increase culturally competent mental health services. And as you know, this effort complements our Black Child Legacy campaign work, where we are working to not only deliver top-notch services to communities, but also to build that community infrastructure so that in the future, and we are close to this being true, in my opinion, these community groups will be able to work directly with the county on their own to deliver services as well. I just want to end by thanking, the leadership in the health department, and want to call out Dr. Ryan Quist. We know this has been a 2.5-year effort. We're glad we're at this point. It could not be more timely than it is right now, and we expect to do extraordinary work in partnership with the county and our community partners in the weeks and months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Okay, let me pull up what I'm going to read. My name is Lillian, Lilyane, Glamben, Glamben.
Go ahead and start with your comments.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Greetings. Thank you. This is Lillian Glandon, and I have a letter to read. It has been submitted electronically to the board and others, but I want to read it for the records. And the subject is the continued delays in release of the African American Trauma Informed Services RFP, especially since COVID-19 and Black Lives Matter unrest. We begin this letter by reiterating our closing remarks in our February 20th letter. The Black community in Sacramento has patiently engaged Sacramento County Behavioral Health Services through its formal channels since March 2018, which is now over 2 years and 4 months. Of utmost importance is remedying these issues to ensure that the African American Trauma Informed Services RFP is reissued as soon as possible. Let us be clear and upfront. Because of the ongoing delays in ratifying this RFP, we are rallying both to the public and media about the county's ongoing outrageous disregard for the mental health needs of the Black community. We demand that the modifications to the RFP be approved by the Board of Supervisors during its August 2020 meetings. We are very well aware of COVID-19 disruptions in county-level decision-making processes and concerns about projected revenue shortfalls. And yet we say to you, you must prioritize this long overdue request. African Americans accounted for well over 20% of the county's behavioral health clients before these unprecedented phenomena, while being approximately 10% of the local population. And the need for mental health prevention and early intervention resources for the Black community has skyrocketed since COVID-19 and the protests of the murder of George Floyd and others. No other racial group has been more adversely and disproportionately affected than African Americans since COVID-19 and unrest due to police use of force. In addition to the disproportionate lethality of COVID-19, and there are supporting references to these items, to Black people and obvious direct relevance of Black Lives Matter to Black people in Sacramento, Blacks are also being bombarded by toxic stress due to the lockdown, unemployment, substance use, school closures, church closures, and more. In closing, we support the proposed increased annual budgeted amount to $900,000 and the oversight arrangement by Sierra Health Foundation, although given the degree of disproportionate trauma and stress that COVID-19 and unrest are causing the Black community, a strong argument might be made for the need for a greater allotment. But in the interest of expediency, we petition that the current agreed-upon plan be ratified without further delay. And in solidarity, there were quite a few of us that...
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And is that my time? Okay.
That's your time. Thank you.
Oh, that was... Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments, and please start with your comments.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Christy Hagan. I am a community member, a African-centered psychologist, and co-founder of Safe Black Space Community Healing Circles. I'm here to speak on and support the fiscal movement and the RFP that's necessary for the African American Trauma Informed Services. As has been, I believe, already presented in a letter by some of my colleagues, our concerns about the delays, the issues that are impacting the Black community here locally in Sacramento, as it relates to COVID-19, in addition as well to the racial unrest. So in terms of some of the work that I have been doing, and I'm sure as we all have been seeing, the Black community has been affected disproportionately in numbers of different areas. And so it has been since March 2018 that many of us have been in conversation around funding the needs that the community has. And so I fully support the Board of Supervisors in funding the letter, which has been read, in order for the local Black community to have their needs met, as it might relate to all of the issues that are impacting us with racism, unemployment, just the toxic stress of all the different issues that are impacting us. So I hope that the proposed budget that we initially wanted and that has been asked for will be met, and that it can be done in an extremely timely manner, because the need is here and it's present and it's now. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please start.
Go ahead. Speaker, can you hear us? If you can, please go ahead with your comments.
Yes, good morning. My name is Leslie Napper, and I want to thank all of the supervisors. Good morning. In regards to this comment, Board of Supervisors, thank you so much, Supervisor Kennedy, Supervisor Nicole, Supervisor Serna, for your thoughtful comments. I'd also like to thank Dr. Ryan Chris, Jane Ann Zachary, Deborah Deloney Dean, and other division staff for their work on this project. I'd also like to thank Chet Hewitt and Sierra Health Foundation for their willingness to support community-based organizations in applying and delivering services, culturally reflective services to our African or Black community here in Sacramento County. I'm happy to know that this project is not subject to 71J. Thank you, Supervisor Serna, for your thoughtful comment on that, and hoping that as the county may suffer significant budget crisis coming up due to COVID, that this project remains sovereign. We are seeking your approval to move forward with this project. There have been too many delays, and no more, please, on behalf of the Black community here in Sacramento County. Thank you again for your time, and we look forward to your approval.
Thank you.
I'm happy to know that this
Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please go ahead and start with your comments.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Flojan Kofer, and I am an epidemiologist and the Senior Director of Policy at Public Health Advocates. And I am one of the signatories to the letter that Lillian Gamblin presented earlier today, and wanted to underscore and support this item being on the agenda and its ratification today. It is of the utmost importance that we make sure that we are able to fund this RFP so that we can provide these services within the Black community. As has previously been mentioned, there were already existing disparities as it related to mental health due to systemic racism, as well as all of the factors that go along with that have really harmed the Black community. And so the impact of COVID-19 has exacerbated all of these underlying factors. And it's incredibly important that we're not only responsive, but we're responsive in a timely fashion. We've been incredibly disappointed that we've been engaging in this for over 2 years, but we are incredibly pleased to see that it is before you today. And so I strongly urge an aye vote, because this issue is incredibly important. These funds are going to be extremely central. They're going to be central to the work that's happening in this county to be able to support the African American community. And we need to be fighting this fight on all fronts, given the totality of the impact that everything that's happened this year has had on our mental and behavioral health. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments for item 17.
All right, very good. Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just, I have a question about the length, the term here that's provided. On item 15, recognizing it's from the innovation funds, we have a 5-year project. Here, I know we have a 3-year plan, but it's only recommended for 3 years, and it's taken us 2.5 years to get here, or 2 years and 4 months. So is there any reason why we could not, again, not to delay this, we couldn't make this a 5-year implementation?
Good morning, Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health. Our intention is to continue this type of programming on going into the future in expediency of trying to get this up and going after already having experienced rather significant delays in having this up and going. We decided to move forward with a sole source contract with Sierra Health Foundation initially. The recommendation was that we should do a 1-year sole source, and that seemed like we would just get programs up in time for them to, something else to happen. So we decided to extend it to 3 years, and during those 3 years we will go through a process to be able to do a competitive bid process so that we can continue hopefully to provide these services to the community.
Maybe I can just ask counsel on this. So are we, with a sole source determination, are we limited to the term? And do we have to go back out to the marketplace? And again, are we limited to 3? Could we go to 5?
There's no term requirement, term limit.
Okay.
So if the board or staff decided that they wanted to go for additional 2 years, that would be acceptable.
Okay. Because you're projecting out funding in that amount, and as I hear Mr. Quist saying, the intention is to go forward. Again, I'm not predetermining the outcomes here, but I just think with the delays and I think the need has obviously been demonstrated clearly for some time to have some certainty, because again, with a requirement to be back here and actually to be out again, if we approve this today, you're going to be out in 24 months seeking proposals again. It would seem to me that in order to do what you just said, but with having some certainty for a period of time, that it would make good sense, at least my view, that we look to a 5-year term. And again, I don't want to upset this for today, so if we needed to come back with some subsequent action on that, but I'm very interested in making sure
we
that
understand that our recommendation will be please approve the 3, and we will work on, if we go to 5, what that extension will look like.
Okay, so we could anticipate having an item back then.
We'll bring something back, but we would like to get this approved.
No, absolutely. Again, I don't want to do anything to throw this off anymore, but including talk anymore. But I want to.
I want to make sure I understand that interest in that direction. Does that then mean that we would take kind of the annual pro rata share of the 3.9 times 2? And come back with a $2.6 million budget item?
That's part of the discussion I want to have with Ryan. Does it mean that? Okay. Does it mean additional money? What do we need to do to have additional money in there?
Right.
But I absolutely want to start the 3-year and then see how the funding will look like.
Right.
If the funding goes down, then I think that we will make a different recommendation.
My concern here, and the clarity I'm seeking from Supervisor Tolley on this perspective, conversation about 5 versus 3 years, is, are we considering the same resources for 3 years but for 5 years, or are we assuming that we'd extend resources for another 2 years to keep that, to keep the intent of the programming consistent?
I want to review the latter. Can we do 5 with same amount of
I just want to make clear, I'm not interested in trying to parse out $3.9 million over 5 years.
No, that was not my question. No, I was looking at a continuation of the commitment of the $1.3 million for 5 years times 5, so maybe $6.5 million.
Yeah, we just got to look at administratively what that means. Yeah. But to your point, we do not want to diminish, spread it out over 5. No, this is 3-year commitment we have. What would it look like if we do year 4 and 5?
It would be a commensurate commitment.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions on 17? All right. Supervisor Peters, do you have anything on consent?
No.
Okay. I don't think I had anything other than my intermittent comments relative to items 15, 16, 17. I've already made those. We already took our action to drop item 29 to September 22nd. So with that, I think we're prepared, if there's no further comment on consent, I'm prepared to consider a motion and a second for the balance of consent. Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Kennedy, seconded by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good, thank you. All right. Now I believe we can move on to our first timed matter.
Okay, for item 37, you do have 6 public speakers for this item.
Okay, very good.
You're
Thank
acting as the Board of Supervisors and the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento. This is the approval of the Home Key Program application submittal to the California Department of Housing and Community Development in an amount of up to $17.3 million.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Susan Veazey, Program Manager in the Development Department at SHRA. Today, the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento is requesting your authority to submit an application to the State Department of Housing and Community Development to access grant funds from the Home Key Program. As you are well aware, the county's point-in-time homeless count conducted in 2019 revealed an estimated 5,570 individuals experiencing homelessness, the highest number ever reported in our county. 667 of those people are veterans. The vast majority of those veterans were found to be unsheltered, staying outdoors and on the street, sidewalks, underpasses, and so on. As you are also aware, people experiencing homelessness are particularly vulnerable to succumbing to the coronavirus, given they lack living quarters in which to shelter and access to regular hygiene. Not only are homeless individuals more vulnerable to contracting COVID-19, but the veteran population is older, which makes the impact of the disease more severe. In California, over half of the veteran population is over the age of 65. Because of the scale of the homelessness crisis in California and the vulnerability of that population to the effects of the pandemic, the state has allocated $550 million in COVID-19 related funding to convert motels and other non-residential structures to house homeless people and help reduce the spread of the disease in these populations, while also providing a long-term solution to their housing needs. At SHRA, we felt it was imperative to identify a motel in each the city and in the county to take advantage of this unique funding opportunity. To that end, SHRA worked with a broker who researched 29 motels in the unincorporated county. SHRA has now executed a letter of intent to purchase the Lionsgate Hotel located on the former McClellan Air Force Base, which still contains retail and healthcare services only available to veterans and their families. We also looked at dormitories at McClellan, but due to several factors, including extensive repair needs, lack of kitchens, and cinder block construction, found them to be unsuitable for this endeavor. Lionsgate was the only property located in the unincorporated county that was over 100 rooms, contained kitchens or kitchenettes, was close to transit lines and other amenities, and most importantly, could meet the state's extremely short timeline for acquisition and occupancy. The purchase would include 3 two-story buildings. Recent and thorough renovations by previous owners mean limited work will be required overall, and some units are move-in ready. What we have named the Veterans Residences at North Highlands would provide 100 units of permanent supportive housing, with most units suitable for occupancy within 90 days of escrow. The property would provide enough housing for an estimated 130 homeless veterans and their family members. SHRA is pleased to be partnering with Veterans Resource Center of America, who has agreed to provide culturally competent resident services. The federal coronavirus relief funding must be expended by December 30th of this year, which is an incredibly short timeline for acquisition and repurposing of a structure into multifamily housing. The urgency of the pandemic and the urgency presented by the expenditure deadline have led to an incredibly tight application period, with applications being funded on a first-come, first-served basis. There are regional allocations of funding up until August 13th, with $25 million being available to cover capital costs in the 6-county SACOG region plus Amador. After August 13th, the uncommitted funds will go into a statewide pool. The funding opportunity was announced less than a month ago on July 16th. Because we are proposing to site permanent supportive housing for homeless veterans and their families on a former Air Force base, We thought it was also important to mention congressional intent relating to reuse of federal military installations. In 1987, Congress enacted the Stuart v. McKinney Homeless Assistance Act. Title V of that act made serving the homeless the first priority for use of all surplus federal properties, including military installations. This act was followed by the Base Closure Community Redevelopment and Homeless Assistance Act of 1994, referred to as the Redevelopment Act. The Redevelopment Act was designed to accommodate the impacted communities' multiple interests in base reuse and to meet the national priority to assist homeless individuals and families. Yesterday, Colonel James P. Holland, Deputy Director with the Office of Economic Adjustment at the Department of Defense, confirmed that the reuse plan for McClellan Air Force Base was subject to McKinney Homeless Assistance Act. To reiterate, today we are asking for your authority to submit an application to receive a commitment of COVID relief funding through the Home Key program. Time is of the essence, given the first-come, first-served nature of the state's application process. If we are successful, we will return to the board with further details and further requests for approvals. SHRA staff are available to address any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Before we go to any of my colleagues, I'd like to ask a few questions here. And of course, we do have members of the public on the phone that are in the queue to address the board on this. So I want to understand the timing. The funds available to fund the change of use, those are available until December 30th?
Yes, we'd have to close escrow and handle any repairs by December 30th and expend all of the funds that we are requesting for the capital portion.
So if the board were to affirm this by resolution to begin the application process today, there is the possibility that based on the activity that SHRA staff have clearly been engaged in to this date to look for hotels in the unincorporated area that would be good candidate sites, doesn't mean that you wouldn't necessarily find another candidate site to do the same thing after this board was taking action today, correct? In other words, are you going to stop looking if we affirm this today?
I'm going to let Lachelle take that question.
Lachelle Dozier, Executive Director for SHRA. As I understand the question, Supervisor Cerna, are you asking if we receive approval, would we continue to look for another hotel?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, depending on what happens today, if there's approval, we would move forward with this project. If this project is not approved, we would still try to find another hotel within the unincorporated
But I think
area.
you're missing the question. The question is, if we affirm this today, will you continue looking? Not if we don't affirm it.
Oh, if you affirm it today, no, our time and resources will go towards implementation of this because it's a heavy lift to do anything by December 30th.
Okay, it doesn't mean that there hypothetically couldn't be an even better candidate site, more rooms with kitchenettes, all the litany of what's required for this elsewhere after we take action today, though. Whether you're looking for it or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The application, I would just say, to HCD requires identification of a site and the financials and all of that. So we don't apply just sort of generically. We have to apply with the actual site.
You mentioned in your presentation, I forget the name of the act, but it was legislated that there be high priority, maybe top priority, given to the conversion of military property for the use for use as transitional housing, permanent supportive housing. What do we currently have out in its totality out at McClellan currently? I know we have Cerna Village, and I think there's some other resources that, while there may not be exactly on the footprint, are immediately on the border of the property. But what is out there currently?
I'm only familiar with Cerna Village as part of the base reuse plan when I spoke with the project manager.
But there are
In
two
addition
other.
to
That's what I'm getting at. So there's mutual housing, right? Correct. That's immediately north, literally on. I think it's on the
Dudley.
border with Freedom Park Drive as the.
It's across the street, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what else?
Courtyard.
Yeah, but that's at some distance from the...
Not too far.
No, I understand. I understand.
Those are the only ones that are on the base or like immediately adjacent to the base.
Okay. And then, Lachelle, when you and I spoke and your staff on this, when I got my briefing last week on this, we talked about prospective other assets and properties in McClellan Park that might be able to be considered. What happened with looking at some of those other assets?
As Susan was mentioning, we did go out and take a look at some of the dormitory style housing. There were 3 units. Taking into consideration that we have to get to 100 units to be competitive, it would have taken 3 dormitories that were non-contiguous. So that was a problem in terms of the ability to secure the site and having property management. Our developer that we were working with, especially if we were going to do extensive rehab, had also looked into that as a possibility even before we went out, and had determined that it just was not cost effective in order to complete that, given the funds that were available and the timeline. In addition, they were cinder block rooms that we would have had to really put in kitchenettes and things of that nature that we have seen in the past when we're dealing with a cinder block building, and trying to put in a kitchen can be quite problematic. And cause issues down the road. So for those reasons, we didn't feel that we could actually accomplish the goals of this particular pot of funds for conversion.
And then in terms of the disposition of the cellar, I know that the board's in receipt of a letter from the property owner, the seller of the hotel. What has been said that you can make public in terms of their advanced interest in selling the property for this particular purpose? Do they understand, for instance, how impacts will be addressed? So if they sell the property, which of course they must have had a relationship with the seller, McClellan Business Park, in the first place when they bought the hotel. My understanding is that there is no clause in the sale purchase agreement between McClellan Business Park and the current owner of the hotel. There's no right of first refusal, so there's really nothing there in terms of the relationship between the former owner and current owner to guide any future restrictions on use here. But what do all parties understand will be the means by which impacts associated with this particular use would be addressed around the hotel? Again, if it's the will of the board that we affirm this.
If it is the will of the board to move forward with the application, and we are successful, because remember, this is still competitive, we are applying for funds, we would be working with McClellan Business Park to make sure that we deal with any type of impacts, similar to the way that we have done with numerous other projects. We have a good neighbor policy. For instance, Capitol Park, we work with the business community in the downtown core to address all of their concerns. We would do that with the business park. We also work to ensure that we have the same continuity of staff. So if there are currently staff who are working there, then we will work to see, can they just be hired by the property management firm? Because usually people who are in the maintenance or housekeeping really understand and know the building well. So we want to retain all of that institutional knowledge. As same with landscaping. So we would be working with the business park to ensure that the Lions Gate looks exactly the same. If that means staying with their current landscapers, we would do those types of things and work to secure the property. But it is a collaborative process whenever we're working with any immediate property owner, business, interest, whatever, to address all of their concerns.
And my understanding is that McClellan Business Park actually, I believe, retains the ownership of what was the Officers Club, which is the restaurant?
That is correct. The Officers Club, as well as I believe one of the other duplexes,
right,
are owned by.
Would there be specific measures deployed to make sure that those immediate assets, which were not part of this deal, were, where the impacts could dramatically affect their operations, would be managed well?
Yes, I mean, we would be talking with them about, was there a way for us to really partner in a way that maybe could even help provide any level of services with their catering. We would be trying to figure out how the residents of the Veterans Village, or whatever it is, the name that we would call it, could actually take advantage of some of the resources available through the Officers Club, in light of the fact that it's very difficult right now because there's just a lack of people who are there on site to even, be at the Officers Club and to participate in any of the things that are going on.
I suspect that you've had probably multiple conversations with representatives from McClellan Business Park over the last several weeks about this. I have spoken to them as well. I suspect maybe other of my colleagues have done likewise. I don't think there's any denying that there is a kind of unique symbiotic relationship that the conference center at McClellan Business Park has enjoyed with having a hotel of that caliber literally located in the same business park. So has there been any discussion with our economic development team here at the county about if, again, it's the will of the board to move forward with this application, whether or not there's a way that that relationship between the conference center and a nearby hotel, somehow we can try to, do something to enhance the ability for another hotel to kind of pick up that where Lionsgate left off in terms of that relationship with the conference center.
I think you raise a very interesting kind of scenario, and we would be more than happy to work with the County Department of Economic Development to see what resources that we could use that could be kind of the overflow or the hotel services for the conference center once it comes back online, because it is currently offline.
And then the last question, I just want to be clear that with today's action that you're asking the board to take, again, if we affirm it, then it's nothing more than a resolution that documents the fact that we'd be filing an application to compete. Doesn't mean that this actually goes through, correct?
That is correct.
And we are competing in an 8-county region?
Yes.
Do we know whether or not there are a significant number of other candidate properties scattered across those other 7 counties?
I'm not sure about the other counties. I know that the city of Sacramento will be taking up this item for a home key application as well.
Is that the Hawthorne?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Those are my questions for now. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. You actually asked most of my questions. One, it's kind of similar question to your original question, though. So what if between now and when we're ready to move, if we were to approve this today, what if the property's sold?
In terms of, we actually do have a letter of interest with the property owner that we have entered into, but it is obviously subject to governing board's approval. So the owner essentially is saying that he is in negotiations actively with us for the purchase of the property.
But that's not binding. There's nothing binding that. He could have a letter of interest from another party.
True. That is true.
So if that were to be the case, what would happen with this?
We would not have a project.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Antoli.
Just a question for right now. I'll probably have others when we're done hearing the speakers. But you referenced the McKinney Act, and certainly having the length of time on this board, familiar with obviously Mather as well as McClellan and the Army Depot. Not irrelevant as far as it pertains to, consideration when you're, looking to convert and reuse and redevelop former military bases. But I mean, we went through a very extensive effort, and again, I think you're accurate in your comments, but I just wanted to maybe fill in just a little bit of that blank, because can tell you we spent significant time, certainly in Mather, but also McClellan. And I think out of that came, the Cerna Village to some degree, and I think obviously the mutual housing was, and somehow that was connected, I know, to what we looked at to sites that might have been on-site versus off-site, and the whole, I think, approach that we've taken with those facilities over time, now 25 years in some cases, or nearly, was to make sure that we met the federal requirements, but also looked at community needs. And I just wanted to be clear, because I know that as a part of the McClellan planning process, we spent hours in these chambers looking at bringing jobs back. I mean, basically, we were, saw almost a complete depletion of jobs, and the idea is to certainly combine that with, significant investment, some local, but obviously federal and state dollars that came our way, and then the private investors as a part of that. And it wasn't without a whole, great deal of thought, and I think, and again, the agency was a strong partner. I just want to say that too, because again, I know both at Mather and at McClellan. And so, to the question that the chair asked, though, I think part of that overall approach was, and things can evolve, things can change, I get that, but it wasn't like we ignored the McKinney Act, and that wasn't your comments, but I wanted to be clear that we spent a great deal of time looking at how we could provide for housing for folks in need in this community, meet federal obligations, but also to have something that's successful. And again, I'm certainly very familiar with the Mather approach that was taken there, and that's evolved over time a bit. But the campus, and we dedicated almost 30 acres there. In fact, I had to go through McKinney Act a second time to make sure we could do the Veterans Village project, which is a part of that. And I would just say that I appreciate the agencies scrambling over the course of less than a month to try to find a suitable site or suitable sites to compete in this program. So again, I recognize the effort that's gone into this, but I wanted to just be clear on the McKinney Act that again, I think we fulfilled obligations. We took that seriously, and the idea was to create housing opportunities for either homeless or formerly homeless folks, and I think we took creative approaches and made significant local investment with our redevelopment dollars, as well as obviously with federal dollars that were available at the time, and dedicated sites as well as and whether it was rehabbing facilities and or new construction. So again, I just wanted to point that. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add, but I know you referenced that, and I just wanted to be clear that there was no ignoring that along the way. So thanks.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I've learned quite a lot about this process through the Courtyard Inn that we opened recently, and holds about 175 homeless individuals. And I know how long it took to get that done, and the good news in that case, about it taking a long time, we had a lot of time to bring along the neighbors, the businesses in the area. We toured people who were interested through other projects, and the first I heard about this was late last week. I knew nothing about it, and it's not in my district, but it's about 150 yards from my district. North Highlands has its struggles, and this property, the McClellan, has 3 homeless shelters, or not shelters, apartments, people where they can live, surrounding it in close vicinity, 2 on the absolute borders and the Courtyard, which is a mile away or so. And I'm concerned about the concentration of these properties in that area, and North Highlands may have already done its fair share. I think everyone here would agree is the unincorporated area needs to share equally where these locations are. That doesn't necessarily fit with your mandate in this particular RFP from the state, because you have to move too fast. And it's far be it from, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think government moved too fast in this, on this particular issue. I'm just really struggling with it. We haven't even had time to notify the neighbors and the businesses nearby of the potential of this, and that's not the way you get acceptance of a project. So I'm still very concerned about approving this project, recognizing all the constraints you're after, recognizing we need the housing, but we also have to put it in places where the public and the neighbors nearby understand what is going on there. So those are my comments at the moment.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
Is there public comment?
Yes, there is.
I'll wait till after public comment.
Okay. All right. If there's no further comments or questions of staff by board members, we'll go to a public comment at this point.
Okay, right now you have 7 public comments.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record and go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ruby. I'm calling on behalf of the Lionsgate Hotel. Just wanted to mention that the Veterans Project is really important for the community, and it's in a great location. And no further comments.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if you have questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record and you have 2 minutes with your, please start with your comments.
Go ahead. Speaker, are you there?
They might have a delay.
Speaker, are you there? Let's go on to the next.
Okay. Caller, please state your name for the record and you have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi, this is Manoj Chawla, representing the Lionsgate Hotel. Just want to state that we highly support this project. This property that we have is by the Veterans Hospital, and we already get a lot of veterans. We've done similar projects in the past, so anything we can do to support this, we are here. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
And I have a binding LOI with the Sacramento Housing Authority that we signed. So we're really hoping that this project will go forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, caller, please state your name for the record and you have 2 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, my name's Larry Kelly.
Can you mute the meeting in the background, please?
Larry, can you please turn down your device? We're getting feedback here.
Okay.
Thank you.
There we go. Yes, my name is Larry Kelly. I'm the president of McClellan Park, and appreciate the board allowing me to speak on this issue. As Supervisor Natoli mentioned, we went through this process at the time of acquisition to meet all the federal guidelines and worked very diligently with the county. And the result of that is Serna Village. We provided the land, we provided temporary housing during the construction period of time, and we met that obligation federally. On a more important issue, the reason that we were very adamant about not providing this facility at that time was the fact that we needed a hotel. There is no hotel in our region. or I shouldn't say in our region, in our immediate area, to provide the hotel that we need to develop a business park. Right now, it's being used extensively by the firefighting effort that goes on in California. It also is a facility for our businesses that bring in their guests, their salespeople, training, etc. In addition to that, it's very important to our Officers Club, which provides meeting space and a restaurant and a bar. And the facility that's being proposed would be absolutely devastating to our marketing effort and to the surrounding, residences. We've got 32 families that live adjacent to this property. They have no knowledge of what's going on. They haven't been informed, and I doubt that any one of them would be supportive of it. In addition to that, we've got other businesses. We're working on a build-a-suit for a business that is adjacent to the Officers Club, and if this goes forward, I doubt that we will be successful in that. In fact, we might lose another business from the business park. We've got 4 million feet more to build. We are continuously replacing tenants. As you know, not everybody stays forever in a building, and we continuously market the property. The hotel and restaurant are symbiotic. They're necessary to one another, and we need to make sure that we continue that relationship. The owner that we sold the hotel to bought it as a hotel. We never anticipated that he or the county would contemplate changing its use from a hotel to a homeless
Larry, can you conclude your remarks, please?
Yes, sir. That's basically it, but we need this as a hotel to make McClellan Park continue to be successful as a job-generating employment center for economic development in our region.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments. And can you please turn the meeting off in the background or put it on mute?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and start with your comments.
Go ahead.
Start now.
Yes, please.
This is William Marston, and I'm actually a veteran myself. And I've actually used services out at McClellan Park as well as at Mather. And I even have friends that I've taken out there for services. And I think it's a great opportunity to serve fellow veterans like myself, giving them the opportunity to live, near these services that we so valuably need. That's crucial, I think, to our development. So, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hi, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments. And can you silence the meeting in the background, please?
Good morning. This is Lisa Bates with Sacramento Steps Forward. Sacramento Steps Forward supports the Housing Authority's home key funding application for the purchase and renovation of the Lionsgate Hotel for permanent supportive housing for veterans. As you're aware, the Housing Authority and Sacramento County have a proven track record for the conversion of hotels for housing.
To make your comments, and can you silence the meeting in the background, please?
That's ironic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to turn down the device you're listening to the meeting on, Lisa. It's giving us feedback.
Funding application.
Just mute the meeting in the background or turn your TV off, please.
Okay, does that work?
Yeah, you have about 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Okay. Just want to reiterate our support for the home key funding application. As you're aware, over 3,000 people are unsheltered and certainly very vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic. 500 of those folks are veterans that are in immediate need of housing. Maximizing and leveraging these scarce resources with proven successful housing model will help to address our community's dire need for more permanent supportive housing. The opportunity to be able to stand up 100 new permanent supportive housing units in 90 days is a rare opportunity for this community. We would appreciate your leadership and support of the funding application and the project as we collectively continue to address homelessness crisis on many fronts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to make your comments. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please turn it off.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Mike Jasky, representing Sacramento Area Congregations Together, known as SAC-ACT. SAC-ACT submitted a letter to you supporting this proposal, which I'll briefly summarize. We support an application to the state's Home Key program for an amount up to $17.3 million for the purpose of acquiring, rehabbing, and operating a motel as permanent supportive housing for homeless people. We look forward to a successful application. Motel conversion has long been an option for developing permanent supportive housing. That housing is in short supply in our community, and its lack means that some homeless people are stuck in shelters and thousands are unsheltered on the streets. Although small in itself, this action is a positive step toward ending homelessness in our community. On behalf of homeless people, we urge you to take this important step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to make your comments, and if you have the meeting on in the background, please turn it off.
Hi, my name's Chris Johnson, and I'm the President and CEO of Veterans Resource Centers of America. We're the organization very proud to have been asked to provide service support for this Home Key project as it moves forward. We also are the ones that are providing service for the veterans out at the Mather project. You've referred to it as Mather Veterans Village. A couple things I wanted to make sure that we remember. We've thrown out a lot of homeless numbers. We're specifically talking about homeless veterans, and just to reiterate those numbers, 667 in the Sacramento area alone. We know we ourselves have handled 210 and provided temporary housing for 210 households so far this year. That's 210 people that are going to be needing some sort of permanent resident when they are done. And one thing that I would like to and can make available for the board if necessary, we do neighborhood studies and surveys every year. And our surveys with our neighboring businesses and neighbors that we have direct community touch with have been excellent year after year. The veterans under the support of Veterans Resource Centers are good neighbors. They're good people to have in your community. They become good citizens of the community. They become good shoppers in your businesses nearby. And as was stated earlier, you do have Mather, McClellan, and other areas of service that have been provided for a long time. North Highlands owes a lot of its success to the fact that McClellan was a large base. And so I would think supporting the veterans in that community would be of perfect value. But we're very proud and honored and willing to answer any questions you might have about the types of services provided. I do know there was discussion about other available potentials. We have so many people in need of assistance in permanent housing, some in the age over 80. We've got one that's over 90, a veteran that's looking for support. And it's not as easy as just going out and asking. So this opportunity, I hope, does not go unaccepted. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and if questions are needed, we will make ourselves available.
Thank you.
Please support this project.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the callers that waited patiently to address the board on this matter. I believe Supervisor Frost, you have the floor since you wanted to speak after we heard from the public.
Thank you, Chair Cerna. This is difficult for me also. I do want to say thank you to SHRA for your tireless efforts. I know it's hard to find an appropriate location for this type of project. And when I originally heard about the Lionsgate and your intentions to purchase it for this purpose, I was so excited. I thought it was perfect. Until I talked to some of the folks at the McClellan Business Park, and I learned some of the dynamics that take place in the important business ecosystem that is in that location. And I think probably most important for a project such as this is that it has to be good not only for those who are going to occupy it, but for everyone around it. It has to work for everyone. I agree seems like it's happening fast. I wish we had more time to work through it. But at this time, for so many reasons there have been many comments around the huge success of McClellan and 20,000 jobs that they're providing out there, and how this could potentially negatively impact the surrounding community and the businesses and the business ecosystem that's sort of taking place out there. I am struggling to be able to support it, and it is my hope that you can continue to look for something, or that we could have more time to work through this, because at this point I don't see how I can support a fast decision on something like this that could potentially have a negative impact on a good situation out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, to SHRA staff, I would have appreciated if this had at least one mention of Lionsgate in the staff report, because it's like I didn't put the two together necessarily, so it caught me a little by surprise. I mean, you briefed me on the project, but it should have been in the staff report. So I too, I'm struggling with this. This is a really hard one for a number of reasons. I mean, I actually served as the City of Sacramento representative on the McClellan Air Force Base Reuse Committee. So I've been intimately aware with what's been happening out there since the early 90s. And I've been a supporter on this board of the economic development that we've seen out there. And all of the good work and the job creation. It's hard for me to do something that may potentially hamstring the McClellan Business Park folks. So this, when the project was first described to me, it seemed like a no-brainer, but then you think more and more, and over the weekend I thought about it, and it's been a difficult decision to come to. All of that being said, we have to remember that, before this pandemic, the biggest humanitarian crisis we were facing as a community was homelessness. It is still a tragic humanitarian tragedy, a tragic tragedy, that we have to keep our eye on the ball. I've been out to the facility at Mather many times, and it's beautifully run. It's has not caused problems out there. As a matter of fact, the community welcomes it. So for those reasons, I am willing to support this. As hard as that is, I will take it, because it's just, in my opinion, it's the right thing to do from a humanitarian level. At the same time, when it comes back before us, I'm going to do everything I can to ensure that this does not have negative impacts on McClellan and the surrounding area. And I'm going to be looking for something more than just a standard good neighbor policy. This is going to be a good neighbor policy on steroids, and see how we can offset any potential negative impacts. But I do support this at this time.
Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, just to preface my comments, I want to again certainly thank the Housing Redevelopment Agency for their efforts, because again, I think their responsiveness in a very short amount of time is very important. That they bring before us obviously their best effort in a work product that shows that they've looked at what's been put forward and submit to us for our consideration. Their recommendation. I would just say that this board on many occasions not only talked about McClellan, but about hotel motel conversion, and I for one have spoken to that with some of the properties that are in condition that's blighted to some degree, and where I think a hotel conversion would make absolute sense, including in my district in the unincorporated area. Also with veterans housing, I think it's been clear. I know I've spent time with agency staff. I've talked with Mr. Gill about it in the past, that with some of the properties that still remain in county ownership out at Mather, the opportunity to build upon a very, very successful model when it comes to Veterans Village. Again, appreciate hearing from Chris Johnson here this morning, Veterans Resource Center, their efforts in partnering both with the county, but certainly with the city of Rancho Cordova and others to put together a program, both the programming, but also obviously the housing opportunities and the support services that are necessary to be successful. I've also talked to our folks, I'm be a little exaggerated here, till I'm blue in the face about the need to reinvest in the community campus. The programs there have evolved a bit, and we've had discussion on other matters about who provides those services and so forth before this board in recent times. But the facilities themselves are in my view, in great need of a sizable investment. And again, that takes planning, it certainly takes dollars, but we have, as I noted earlier, a 30-acre complex out there that provides both family as well as single persons, as well as obviously with a focus on veterans. We have a career center and have programs support that really has proven, I think, to be a successful model over the course of 2 decades. And I guess I preface my comments with some of those notes, because when I see that the state, obviously, in their desire to utilize federal dollars that pass down through in such a short amount of time, it just puts almost unreasonable requirements on, and whether it's agency staff or on local communities. Again, I think recognizing what Supervisor Kennedy said about the urgency of the situation even pre-pandemic as it relates to housing, and again with a need, as this focuses on certainly for veterans, but other segments of that population as well. And I just, it makes me question, to the point said by Supervisor Peters earlier about moving too fast. I think that the need is there. But these requirements that you have to have 100 rooms, you got to have kitchens in it, you got to be able to close a deal, in less than 4 months, and then you got to move people in within 90 days of that. Well, that certainly speaks to the urgency, but does it speak to the reasonableness of looking at and vetting other properties beyond the one that's before us today, where one, I think certainly that investment of, in this case, obviously it's proposed to be over $13 million, would be not only welcomed, but I think it would be done in a way that would bring an improvement to the property with this and again to both the current owners to the former owners. The property at Lionsgate is well maintained and is certainly complementary to the overall activity, as we heard and talked about here. Other comments, and I just when I reflect on what we did certainly with the McKinney Act, the ongoing need in this community, but I think how key having a hotel with modest number of rooms, situated next to a restaurant in a facility that was complementary to it, but to the overall vision that McClellan was to bring those jobs and to have those housing components that were a part of it preserved, but also then we did some other things that brought additional housing and rehab to the complex there at McClellan. And it just seems to me that, having to move so quickly, again, recognizing that there's been a lot of thought and a recommendation coming before us, but I'm not persuaded that, in moving this direction, that, we don't have some negative impacts as it relates, if nothing else, to the availability for those that would come to the business center to, find lodging. Again, it's not a reflection on those who would live there and or the program components, because again, I have confidence in certainly the agency, but the partners they brought to the table, that they can do something that provides housing for folks in need, but do it in a way that doesn't have negative impacts. And so I'm not looking at it from that lens as much as I just think that it's a key component to what we envisioned at McClellan. We spent a lot of time talking about the partnership, the investment, both the public as well as the private sector investment. And, it's still a work in progress, as is Mather. Those are long-term, projects that can and will and have already demonstrated they'll take decades to realize, and certainly things can evolve. But at this juncture, I'm not prepared to support the staff recommendation, not because there's not a need and it's not well thought out, but I have great hesitancy as it relates to, diminishment of what was the vision for McClellan, particularly in having a job center and having folks that can have overnight stays as a part of that business approach versus converting it to permanent housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Really, you've heard most of my comments before, but I just think when it comes to this idea of having 4 shelters so close together, I don't think concentrations are good for this type of property. Even though I've promoted other projects that sheltered homeless, and I think 4 of them so close together in North Highlands is too much, and we've had no notification of neighbors, etc. I recognize the short amount of time that SHRA has had to find locations, and not everybody's very interested in this, but I appreciate the hard work. I'm sure everybody spent a lot of time on it, but I'm just not ready to support it at this time. If you can come up with something else before the deadline, then I'd be willing to entertain it.
Okay. Any other comments by my colleagues? Otherwise, I'm going to make my last comments and then we'll entertain a motion. So I think certainly the history of this board is pretty clear when it comes to quote-unquote projects that are in a specific district and what deference that members of this board offer to that supervisor in whose district the project resides. I think this one's a little different though. And I think, as has been articulated pretty eloquently by the likes of Supervisor Tolley and Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Peters especially, who have had history with the evolution of McClellan Business Park, I think it's clear to those that are listening to this discussion today that McClellan Business Park represents something pretty special in our community in terms of the successful conversion of a very large military installation, and that has taken decades, quite frankly. So I think that's why this might be considered a little differently than if it was a simple residential entitlement recommendation or another type of quote-unquote project. With that said, I do have to take this particular challenging proposal, and it's challenging for me because, of course, McClellan is in the district I represent, and I have a long-standing working relationship with the proponents of the business park to make sure that the county continues to have a productive working relationship with the business park on a number of different fronts, not the least of which is general economic development, to make sure that it continues to be successful. But at the same time, there's no denying the fact that, has already been stated, homelessness ranks right at the top of what this board has been attempting to address in a lot of different respects, long before the current pandemic, but certainly the current pandemic amplifies the need from a public health standpoint for folks that are suffering being unsheltered. Of course, we're not talking about a shelter proposal, we're talking about a permanent supportive housing proposal. And so it is a bit of a tortured push and pull with me in terms of the merit of what's being proposed. Because on one hand, if this were to be affirmed by the board, we were to apply and we were to be successful in that application, we could count the conversion of Lionsgate into yet another asset to help us address what needs addressing, which is to make sure that the least among us have yet another resource to help them get out of the circumstance of homelessness. And there's, I'm not about to turn a blind eye to that charge that we have. But at the same time, because staff have essentially put us in this position of having to consider kind of the least of two problems here, or two challenges, given that this is the only site that has been teed up, at least at this point, there's no choice but to consider what implications converting Lionsgate will have for the success, ongoing success of the park, or what added challenge, perhaps better said, it might pose for the ongoing operations at McClellan Park, especially as it relates to the conference center. So that's a long way of saying that I've struggled with this. I'm a bit torn, but at the end of all of this, I have to land in a place that I can live with based on my own moral conviction and based what I know is not just needed in one part of my district, but the entirety of the district, the entirety of the county, the entirety of our region, which is looking at the broader social consequence of homelessness and the suffering that comes with that. So I'm prepared to support staff recommendation, but it does not come without a lot of struggle with it. And so with that, I am prepared to make a motion in that regard, and I'd look for a second. All right, we have a motion and a second in front of us. Supervisor Kennedy seconded the motion. Please vote.
And the motion fails with Supervisor Peters, Frost, and Natoli voting against the project.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Supervisor Cerna,
yes.
Would you mind taking your one off-agenda comment? They've been waiting, and for your next item, you have about 28 folks.
Okay.
And
we're gonna take that one off-agenda comment, and then I'm gonna suggest we take a 5-minute bio break, and then we'll come back and begin item 38. So why don't we hear from the speaker that's been waiting patiently to speak on items not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Hi, caller. Please state your name for the record and go ahead with your comments, please.
My name is Patrick Bankert. I live in the 4th District. Supervisor Sue Frost is my representative, and I'm so happy she's my elected official. Like her, I share conservative values. As deep respect for our men and women in the military, I can relate to our soldiers because, like them, I have known experiences that have required a lot of courage and things that have taken a long time to heal from, things that I may never heal from. Like many veterans, it has been difficult to find support and understanding. After experiencing the things I have, I am proposing the county hire a technology consultant. My privacy and freedom, and the privacy and freedom of many others, has been stolen. Privacy is very important because you need privacy to have love. You need love to have relationships. You need relationships to have families. And families teach individuals how to be good and decent members of society. That is why I'm proposing that the county hire a technology consultant. I wrote Supervisor Sue Frost a letter describing the vicarious crime that is being committed against me at the hands of others. I am being discreet for the sake of anyone who might appreciate it. I'm just asking you all please to read this letter and discuss it. I want to tell you exactly what's going on, but I can't. I hope you will all discuss the letter I wrote to Supervisor Sue Frost in the hopes that you have the courage to reach out to me. It's very important. We all want to live the very best life possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost, I think.
What was his name?
He said Patrick Banker.
Thank you.
I can give you his phone number offline.
Okay. No more speakers on items not on the agenda?
No.
Okay, all right. So what we're going to do for those that are probably watching very intently and who have been waiting patiently on the phone, this board needs to take a 5-minute break. Staff need a break as well, just to use restroom, get a drink of water, what have you, and then we'll be back to take up item 38. So with that, we are on recess for 5 minutes. Call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, August 11th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Supervisors Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters? Here. Cerna?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Very good, thank you.
Your next item, 38, is the status of coronavirus relief fund revenue received by Sacramento County.
Okay, as staff makes their way to the podium, just let me explain a little bit about how we're going to manage this item here this morning and into the afternoon. We expect to, as we customarily do, hear from staff first, give a detailed staff report. My understanding is there's a PowerPoint presentation as well. I am aware that there are a number of speakers that are in our phone queue to address this item. And again, I want to remind the speakers that due to the volume of people addressing the board on all items today, and again, here we are addressing a 10 o'clock item at nearly noon, we are respectfully asking people to please keep their comments to 2 minutes. That way, everyone that wishes to address the board on this item and other items on today's agenda have that opportunity. I would fully expect that in the course of staff presentation, if board members urgently feel they need to ask questions about what is being addressed by staff, given the fact that there is a slide presentation, I think this goes without saying. We have a strong history of interrupting staff here and asking those questions, so I suspect we'll continue to do that. And then finally, when staff has completed their presentation, that'll be another opportunity for the board to ask any questions, so there's clarification on the presentation before we go to members of the public who again have been waiting very patiently to address the board. Of course, we'll come back after public comment, deliberate. There's no vote on this per se today. This is an informational item. Doesn't mean that it might not come with perhaps some direction at the end general direction at the end for our executive team. And then following the conclusion of item 38, we will be breaking for lunch, and at that point, given the hour, we'll determine how long that lunch break will last. And then we'll return and hear our final timed item here today. So with that, before Britt gets started, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to jump in before Mr. Ferguson gave his presentation. What I have to say is related to the presentation, but not directly. It's also a general comment, and that's that the County of Sacramento has a lot of very, very good, dedicated, hardworking staff. Nobody recognizes that more than I do. What the County of Sacramento and we do poorly is tell our story. We put our heads down, we get the work done, nose to the grindstone, help people every day, but we never get out there what it is we're doing very well. And I think that has led to a problem today that we find that lack of communication with the community and lack of transparency is biting us. I won't say where it's biting us because of the chair's admonition for language, but it's biting us. And I think that, for example, I've been asking for quite a while now, several public board meetings, for a breakdown of where we're spending CARES money and where we're spending money on COVID-19 related, and we get this, which this looks like a federal checkoff box, but it's not something that the public can read. As an example, if I read this, I wouldn't know that we were looking at item 16 today, where we just spent $13.5 million for COVID testing. So here we are. When the public read the staff report, they were outraged, as was I, and I'm sure others on the board. Once it was explained to me, I understood a great deal more. But it's that lack of communication, that lack of transparency that has gotten us to where we are with the public today. And I hope that we will take this and learn a lesson from it.
Well said. I'll just add before we hear from Mr. Ferguson that those concerns and that interest in having some detail put to how we are treating Corona relief funds and the CARES Act has not been something that has been unilaterally expressed by just one member of this board. I think all of us at one point in time over the past several months, since the CARES Act was adopted in late March, have politely requested information. We've been given, in response to that, assurances that it's forthcoming. Here we are in August, and there's certainly been a lot of activity, and I would join Supervisor Kennedy in certainly thanking especially all of our public health civil servants who have done over and above to make sure that our community is receiving the care and service that they deserve when it comes to dealing with this pandemic. But I do share the concern, general concern about lack of communication, and it hasn't just been in the context of what we're honing in on today. While I understand that in many respects our health services director in particular has been torn in several directions, but has yet been very willing to participate with different various groups across the county, across our supervisorial districts to help explain things. There have been instances, and this also goes for the public health officer, there have been instances where members of this board learn about it late. And you have to remember that we're elected people, right? So when you look at us and what we do, in many respects, you're looking at the community. They're the ones that have placed their trust and faith in us to best govern the deployment of resources and the establishment of public policy. And I'm hoping again that today marks kind of a new beginning for us in terms of not just how we move forward with the use of not just CARES Act funding, but all resources relative to the pandemic, but better yet, how we continue to improve communicating to the board and therefore our ability to communicate back to the people that we represent. All right, so with that, Mr. Ferguson, you are up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Britt Ferguson, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer, and I'm here, I guess technically this afternoon now, to provide you with an update on our recent report to the federal government on what we use Coronavirus Relief Fund revenue for in the fiscal year that just ended. That's fiscal year 2019-20, and also give you some information on what we're planning to use it for in the first 6 months of the current fiscal year. First, by way of background, the Federal CARES Act established the $150 billion Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF, to help stabilize state, local, U.S. Treasury, and tribal government budgets by covering expenditures that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019, and this is right out of the Act, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27, 2020, and were incurred during the period that began on March 1st, 2020, and ends on December 30th, 2020. Sacramento County received $181 million in CRF funds from the U.S. Treasury Department. And I should note, and you're well aware of this, that the CRF is just one of many elements of the CARES Act, and the CARES Act is one of 4 federal relief bills. Other federal relief initiatives include enhanced funding for Federal Emergency Management Agency programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance programs, the Community Development Block Grant Program, various public health programs, assistance to hospitals, assistance to airports, and direct assistance to businesses through the Paycheck Protection Program, for example, the unemployed, and citizens generally.
Britt, before you leave the slide, I just want to make clear that since you have referenced there March 1, did we actually look back between March 1 and March 19th? That's the day that I sat up here as chair and announced that we're going to have a stay-at-home order along with Dr. Bielenson. But did we look back to any of those costs in that 19-day period?
Yes. Yes, we did.
That could be covered? Okay. So that's really when the clock starts for us.
Correct. So on that question, when we were made aware that this money was going to be made available to us, we were already under a local emergency. Right. So we had activated our Office of Emergency Services, And at that point, we were thinking that this was going to be a traditional FEMA reimbursement. So we were already accounting for all the costs we were incurring related to that. And that's primarily payroll, supplies. So we had already activated, so we had access going back to March 1 when the feds made this money available to us.
So we just didn't know the federal form in which we were going to get the assistance at that point?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
The U.S. Treasury Department, which administers the CRF, has issued guidance on how the money can be used, how it is to be accounted for, as well as audit and other requirements for use of the funds. That guidance is included with your staff report. Although the CARES Act does not allow the use of CRF money to backfill revenue losses directly, the guidance issued by the Treasury Department allows states and local governments to use CRF funds to cover the salary and benefit costs of existing staff and certain existing services, thus freeing up local resources for other uses in 3 ways. First, to meet payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, and similar employees whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And the guidelines further say, a state, territorial, local, or tribal government may presume that payroll costs for public health and public safety employees are payments for services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Secondly, to cover the cost of personnel and services that were included in the most recently approved budget, but that, due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, have been, quote, diverted to a substantially different function, end quote. And third, to cover the cost of administrative leave for public employees that was not anticipated in the adopted budget.
Britt, I know that Supervisor Natoli is in the queue to ask a question or make a comment here, but I'd like to make one first. We've received volumes of people, constituents expressing their concern about how we've treated CARES Act funding. Many of those written comments have included expressing concern about public safety, and is that some kind of county-derived code speak for making sure that, you know, from the get-go we are intent on providing more resources to the Sheriff's Department in particular. I just would like you to make absolutely crystal clear for everyone, including those that are watching, that terminology, those words, public safety, public health, that is not, my understanding is that is not the county's wording. That is the federal government. That is the Treasury's wording per the guidelines, per the guidance for the use of CARES Act funding, is it not?
That is correct. That language is a quote out of the guidance that the Treasury Department provided.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I want to let you get to the presentation, but just on this point, since you've quoted in your presentation here, Britt, so I want to understand maybe a little different vein here as relates to payroll costs for public health. Mm-hmm. So would that be all-inclusive of authorized overtime, additional personnel that you needed, whether it be nurses, contact tracers, folks to, if in fact we were aggressively pursuing enforcement of certain aspects of the health order and so forth. And I want to know if that would be included, and if it was included, and then how that was taken into consideration by the committee that was overseeing this. Because if those are legitimate costs, I guess I want to be certain by the end of today's hearing, but certainly with your presentation, that as it relates to the public health effort, that, and whether it be Dr. B or Dr. Kasire or any of their staff, that all those components were taken into consideration and that they were covered and should be covered, or could be covered, I guess. I'll keep the should, I'll reserve that, but they could and would be.
Well, so there's a couple things going on here, I think, that are involved in your question. So first of all, this language speaks to all payroll expenses in those categories. That doesn't mean that we in fact did use all the payroll expenses in those categories in order to claim this money. This was for existing expenditures. because in some cases it could not be claimed because it was funded with other federal money, so you couldn't use this to offset other federal money. In some cases it could not be claimed because our local money was used to match, or our staff time was used to match federal money. It's not legal to use federal money to match federal money. So there are categories of payroll costs that could not be used, so we really focused our efforts, and I'll get to this later, on those areas where we could free up the most general fund money. Separate and apart from using it to fund the cost of existing staff, you also sort of raised the issue, were there additional costs associated with that? And in some cases we did fund, so there were additional costs that were funded as a result of this request, including overtime and other costs. One of the decisions we made early on in the process was to not fund most of the overtime requests that were put in, not just in public health but throughout, because overtime is actually reimbursable under FEMA. So what we tried to do was focus our resources on those expenditures that would not be FEMA reimbursable, because even though FEMA sometimes comes a little bit later, takes some time to get that money, it is reimbursable. So we focused on getting reimbursement for costs that were not FEMA reimbursable, and using this money for that purpose.
Okay.
Can I jump in real quick? I think the other part, any expense related to public health, not just public health division, but anything that had to do with the public health component, that was looked at and that was funded. So the contact tracers, anything else that was coming up, that money was made available.
At a general fund?
Yeah, and then the CRF was used after that.
Okay. So, again, and I appreciate the explanation that both of you offered. I guess what I want to zero in on, I know that there's, as we've looked at budgets over the course of many years, that, we try to maximize, obviously, in health, where we do have some other potential federal and state sources, maximize utilization. But we even scramble for the match at times. But I guess my question goes then, whether it's these funds or FEMA claims, or general fund dollars that are freed up, which could be used for public health. It may not be the choice or recommendation that's made in light of all the other circumstances that are considered by executive staff. Was there? I'm going to ask my question the way I asked it before. So when it came to the public health realm and the needs that were there, and whether it was for authorization of overtime, however you bill against that, authorization of overtime, for staffing, to support efforts as they evolve and continue today, because that to me is really key, and kind of goes with what a couple of my colleagues talked about, and certainly what's embodied in a lot of the correspondence we received, is that did we maximize our efforts and not get all caught up with, well, we only have X amount of overtime that's authorized, blah, 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 so, that if we need overtime, we need overtime.
So I think Bruce can do, regardless of the color of money, if there was something that was needed, it was there. And that will continue to be the case going into December 30th.
Okay, so positions that might have been vacant, need for additional, and again, I don't know what all those are, but if they're nurses or whatever.
Whatever's needed, is available.
And that decision came to the committee that you headed, NAB, or was that under Bruce's authorities or under Dr. B?
Bruce
or Dr.
and
Kaziri?
department heads made that call. What our direction was, that as this pandemic, when we declared the order, was that we have to combat this. No matter what the color of money, we didn't know where the money was coming from. That's why we activated OES to start accounting for what we were doing. But the accounting function, as any emergency, should not stop you from combating what crisis you got. So we did not go in and say there's a restriction on overtime, or there's a restriction on a position, there's a restriction on contracts. We loosened all those controls for us to go forward. Even one of the contracts we did is that we had asked you to give us some more authority to do contracting as we need expeditiously.
And this is a key question, because again, some of the feedback that we're getting from different parties is maybe we loosened it up, but we didn't put the gas to it. And again, I only say that because again, that's.
And I think to that point, it's a very good point. Anything that the departments needed, they had a go light on it, regardless of the color of money.
With no consideration as it relates to, well, if you fill a position, you got to be back to the board in September.
The only condition we had was that if you get a contract that's above our authority,
sure,
that has come back to the board. Yeah. So that's the only one we had, but we gave them the authority to do it, and that's why you've seen some of the contracts come to you had the retro nature.
Yeah, that's right.
That was the only thing that's the only restriction we had. Otherwise, if you need stuff, go get it, go do what you need to do. As long as you're accounting it for us, then let us then figure out what color of money, what do we need to do to true it up.
So can I ask a follow-up question to that before I lose the train of thought here? So, hearing that, correct me if I'm wrong. So what I'm hearing is if Dr. Kasiri, Dr. Bielenson come to Bruce, and it's outside of the committee structure now. They communicate to Bruce Wagstaff, our deputy executive in charge of countywide services. Hey, we need we need 15 public health nurses for a month at one of our community testing clinics. It's going to cost X amount of dollars. Some of those considerations and decisions were made outside of the committee structure, and some were made within the committee structure.
So if I may speak to that, Supervisor.
Yeah.
So as those requests come forward, the determination is made, can we use CARES money for that? If we do, then it does come to the committee. And just to echo what Nav said, to date, every request that has come forward from Dr. Bielenson related to the pandemic and public health, the committee has provided funding for. Mm-hmm. You might not see those expenditures reflected in 1920, but we'll get to this in his presentation, because it reflects when the expenditures were made. Yeah. But we have responded to that. And Peter was just telling me they're looking at other things that might be coming forward too. But to date, that has been the case.
So in the decision flow chart then, Bruce, if you go to the first box and the question is, the binary consideration is, can you use CARES Act funding for this activity? And the answer is no, and you go to the next box, then it's what? Then it's your consideration of other colors of money that can be used for that activity.
Actually, if I may, Supervisor, we certainly had to look at whether or not there was other federal funding that might be available for the particular activity. But we only have so much CARES money.
Right, but what about general fund money?
But Phil, Supervisor, I'm sorry. The decision before that is if somebody asked for something, they were allowed to go do it.
Okay.
Go do what you need to do.
But it had to be accounted against something, and that's what I'm trying. Yeah.
Accounting comes into the EOC and into the committee. That's their job at that point to say, we spent $10. Can we use CARES? Can we use FEMA? Is there a grant? Is it
okay? So they incurred the departmental expense. Then really after the expenses been had, then the question of how do we pay for it is answered.
Correct.
Okay.
And as Britt said, I'm sorry, Nav.
Just one, and part of the challenge, because we were closing our fiscal year books, we were still in the midst of reconciling all the expenses we had. And which category were we going to put it in? Were we going into CARES? Right. Are we going to go into FEMA? Is this going to be more general fund? Is there something else out there in the universe that we have? And the report that we provided to the Treasury, the deadline was pretty tight on us, was to just show them how we've used the CARES Act money. But the decision was always, if this has got to do with the emergency, there was no breaks. Go do what you need to do. We will then find a way to fund that through OES and through the committee members.
So in other words, if a member of the public is looking at, I think it's attachment 3, the spreadsheet, if they see that, then and they draw a conclusion like, oh my gosh, you didn't spend anything or not nearly enough for things like testing. Well, it's only because you're not understanding the comprehensive nature of where that was funded from. Is that the response?
And when it was spent.
And when it was spent.
When it was spent. So
Right.
testing, as you recall, it feels like months ago now, but when we went to phase 2, one of the requirements the governor had that you had to have contact tracers. And that came out in first or second week in June when we got the green light. Then Dr. Bielenson and his team then had to gear up for that to get those contracts that came to you, but June 30th deadline hit. So we were not able to show that to Treasury, but as you will see the next report in September 30th, you will see that number much bigger, but it was a timing issue. So as this emergency evolved, in the beginning, there was more staff intensive. It evolved into do testing, do contact tracing, all the things that we did. A lot of those expenditures started in June, we got geared up, and the money started going out in July, including the contract we showed you today.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to follow on then that if we looked at the staffing for public health, for nurses, for epidemiologists, for lab techs, I mean, whatever, when we contract out for we would show a stark increase in that in order to have met the need and as well as going forward. They didn't have to submit some growth requests to have it considered before us. So if you showed me a chart of where we are personnel-wise, either contract services and or people that are provisionary or hirers or whatever, I mean, there's a whole process we go through that we would show significant staffing increases to support the effort?
It would show that every request that came to the committee had been covered with CARES funding. I don't recall requests from the health area in the area that you're talking about, Supervisor, but every request that did come in, we
so how can we do? Just let me ask you, how can we do the job with the same amount of staffing if you didn't pull it away from something else in light of a pandemic? I guess that's my question.
So we looked at the department, and we looked at every department. What's your operation? You see what's happening. Tell us what you want.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, you got the green light. We did not go into different departments and say...
No, I focus on public health here.
Yeah, but I'm just saying with public health. Whatever they needed, they had the green light to go do it. And I think what the committee and myself, what we saw, whatever requests we got from them, they had the green light. So we responded to what they asked us that they needed, and we gave them the green light.
Okay, and again, I don't need to do it today, but so you could demonstrate that they got all the resources that they needed to do the job, then, and that stands for today as well, going forward through December 30th?
Correct. Anything they need at any time, there's no barrier for folks to get that.
And if I asked Dr. Beelens or Dr. Kassiri, not to put them on the spot, they'd tell me the same?
Dr. Beelens is
no, I know. Well, I mean, yeah.
But again, I can't emphasize enough.
Yeah, okay.
What we reacted to was what departments gave us. The magnitude of this crisis, like any crisis we have, we rely on our operational people to tell us, what do you need?
Sure you do, yes.
And for us to go in and start saying this area needs more, that area needs more, we rely on those experts.
Sure.
If they come in and say we need X, Y, Z more, we provided that.
Okay.
Dr. Bielenson, with this contract we had, he has that $13.5 million for more testing. Here we are.
Right.
If there's a personnel issue, if they need more, yes. Okay. We had them work with Kassiri. We had her work with our OES commander and personnel. What other staffing do you need? And I think there's some volunteers that Steve can tell me was able to get. So we react to what they give us. And when we react, we provide it to them. We do not, I can't emphasize enough, during any emergency, we do not stop our operations because there might be a money issue.
Right.
We true up the money issue down the road. And typically it's a FEMA process, so we know how to do it.
Sure.
This time we had CARES Act money, so we have that money to do it. But I can't emphasize enough, if something is needed, as we go through this thing, we will be there to make that available. So we are not going to say no to that.
So if that's the case, and I'm not suggesting anything other than wanting to kind of dig a little deeper on that, if that's the case, we can kind of do some forensic accounting and look back, look at requests. I assume those requests were made in writing, whether it's an email or otherwise, and say, okay, this request was responded to affirmably, and it was funded by this account, right? We can connect all those dots looking back.
And if there are further requests from public health for staffing or whatever it be, Supervisor, that's what NAV is saying we'll take a look at and respond to.
Okay, but just because it doesn't show up on a CARES Act accounting, someone should not just automatically conclude that, oh, we didn't fund it. It's just we didn't fund it through the CARES Act. We funded it through some other means. Is that what I'm hearing?
Right. Correct.
Right.
Okay.
And an example of that is the point I mentioned earlier about overtime. So a number of departments, not just public, there are many departments that incurred overtime as a result of the CARES Act. The message to them was don't incur the overtime that you need to incur to do this job. But we made a conscious decision not to fund it with CARES Act money because we knew that that was eligible for reimbursement under FEMA. And so it may be a delay in terms of getting it, but we should preserve the CARES Act money for things that we weren't going to get reimbursed by FEMA from. So that was really the focus of that. So that was one of the things. Wasn't they didn't spend the overtime. It was just that it wasn't reimbursed with the CARES
Well,
Act.
and it's authorization. I think that goes to the point that it's okay. If you need to hire, we're going to have, the department personnel is going to work with you to fill those positions. If we need provisionary, if we need to make a call for a contract to get additional nurses, if we need to authorize overtime, if I understood what you just said, that those authorizations, I mean, obviously you might ask a question or two, but the bottom line is those authorizations were given the green light.
Yes, and I'm going to dive a little bit deeper.
Okay.
I don't know how else to get this point across.
Okay.
We were asked to give them specialty pay and pay out of class and stuff. We said no to that because that's a bargaining issue for us. Okay. They wanted us to relax to 400 hours, that we have a limit. We didn't think that was fair just to do in one area. That's a negotiation item.
You mean talk about public health?
Public health. Now, if you're going to hear that we said no, those are two items. Since this morning I understand there's a memo that came in that I checked on to the labor side. Those are two items that I know that they're in constant communication on that. And that, in our mind, was not what we are managing the emergency. If they need more personnel, they need contracts, we're going to do it. But relaxation on your hours that you can accrue, or you need a specialty pay as a manager, that's a different conversation. We did not, at least, so we don't consider that part of the ask on this. The ask was, what do you need to do? If you need more staff, tell us about it. If you need more contracts, tell us. And I think the point that we're making is Dr. Bielenson and his department, whatever requests they made, operationally, we took care of it. And again, going forward, we're going to continue doing that because we have to. And not only in public health, in other areas, when they ran into same issue, not that sexy, but general services had to ramp up all the cleanup. How many times they clean our buildings? They had to build barriers for folks. There was no limitation. Go do that. Do not stop. That's part of a public health issue we have. Go do what you need to do to clean that.
Okay. Thanks, Sam.
So the use of CRF revenues in 2019-20, as was discussed earlier, covers the 4-month period from March 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2020. And during this period, as I mentioned, we use CRF revenue primarily to fund payroll costs for existing employees. As noted up there, this does not provide any additional spending authority, just freed up general fund resources on a dollar-for-dollar basis. The departments that received the most CRF funding for this purpose were health services, including correctional health, the sheriff, including corrections, probation, regional parks, and the public defender. And the question has been raised, and I think everybody's asked, why those departments? And the answer is that in deciding which departments to allocate CRF to in order to free up general fund resources, we focused on 3 things. First, public safety, public health, healthcare, human services departments or services, because those are the departments we can use revenue to fund all of their salary and benefit costs for existing staff under the federal guidelines. Secondly, departments that receive significant amount of general fund support, because that's where the most general fund resources are to be freed up. So it didn't make sense to focus on departments that didn't get a lot of general fund money, wouldn't gain us anything. And third, as I mentioned earlier, departments that did not need to use most of their local funds to match other federal funds, because there's a rule against using federal funds to match federal funds.
Rick,
so that
we have a question or comment from Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a little confused, since you're on that. You have the Treasury guidance saying public safety employees are payments for services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID-19 public health emergency. Then on attachment 3, you have $104 million going to the Sheriff's Department. Are you telling me that the Sheriff expended that kind of resources directly or
No, we're not. No, we're not, because what the first quote that you had is only part of the guidance from the Treasury. The other part of the guidance from the Treasury is, and I quote, "A state, territorial, local, or tribal government may presume that payroll costs for public health and public safety employees are payments for services substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency."
badly written law. Okay, go ahead.
So one point on that is, and Britt's going to get to it, no one that's up there on payroll got extra 1 cent.
Right.
No one's budget got augmented.
Out of CARES Act.
Out of CARES Act.
Doesn't mean that they might not have been augmented by other funds, correct?
Correct, which we don't have it,
Right.
it could be. But in this exercise, not one of these departments, and that list that you have with the Treasury guidelines, not one extra cent went in there. All that did was freed up general fund for us to bring in and to capture. That's all we did with that.
So with that, I'll just go back to that 104,000 million that I referenced. So are you telling me that we took CARES Act money, we put it into the sheriff's budget, 104, and then we took 104 out of his budget and put
Basically
it in the general fund?
correct.
Correct.
That's correct. And it went into fund balance.
It
That's
went into fund
correct.
balance.
It's a key point.
That's right.
And that's key point in there. Every one of those, they never saw it.
Okay.
Maybe a bad analogy, that would be like us putting money in your checking account.
You can see the color of it.
Yeah, at 11:59 at midnight, we came and we swept it. So that money, we're going to get into it. That is what we were talking about, the fund balance we have. And no one, I can't emphasize enough, no one got anything extra. I'm telling us, they said we need something for a contract, we need something else. That's a different conversation. But out of the payroll, no one got augmented or got anything extra out of it.
They had approved to the committee, though, that it was COVID response related.
Correct.
Correct. Yes.
So you swapped the money out
Yes.
Correct.
at the end of the fiscal year.
Right at the very end of the fiscal year. So, I mean, they couldn't have even spent it if they wanted to spend it. We
And
just
part of
put it in
the
and took it out.
issue that we were dealing with is, you can see the magnitude of what we were doing. It was up to the last minute that we were trying to figure out the right buckets and where to take it out of. That's when you guys were asking questions. Once our books closed, it was clear when we sent to Treasury what we had done with that.
So that 104 million that went into the sheriff, then we sweep it and we put it in the general fund. So the general fund, if we hadn't done that, would be $104 million less.
Correct.
That's correct.
And we are providing a significant amount of COVID-19 resources out of the general fund, correct?
That's correct, too.
And will be doing into the future after this discussion is had, correct?
Correct.
And we still have a lot of that money. That's the point. In the fund balance, the 161
That's what we
million
preserve.
fund balance, is that money is still available. Obviously, you're going to bring us a budget in a couple of
Correct.
weeks, but that is available to preserve services, to augment services, to do whatever we're going to do in the budget, but that money is available to...
Correct.
And not just the 104 million, the entirety of the 142 million.
The whole 140,
Well, now plus the 13.
Yeah.
46 million that was spent on that, as opposed to the part that was spent on new stuff, helped give us that higher fund balance that we can now use for 2021. That's exactly what we did.
To the point, I think the supervisors are asking, if it was a traditional budget in June, it would have been in front of you, and we had not done what we've done here, you would have been looking at cuts. And Britt's going to get into that. We would not have had that money to help continue to provide service that we provide out in the community.
So there's the cutting the general fund part of this story, this narrative, but there's obviously the overarching narrative of how are we best responding to a pandemic part of this, right? Which we're all very focused on. So are you saying then, Nav, if basically the general strategic theme of how this was managed was to preserve the general fund, the integrity of the general fund, so we had fund balance to consider at least by final budget moving forward into 2021, that much of that is to preserve the ability to have resources to continue after CARES Act has been exhausted our response to COVID-19?
Correct. Because it's embedded in our yeah, that's correct. We have a slide that'll go through that in a minute.
Okay.
So, one final point. Okay, so for the 3 months of expenditures that were covered, you basically have swapped it out in order then to preserve the opportunity to provide services this very moment, but also for a 12-month fiscal year. Basically, you have that opportunity. This board has that opportunity because of the way this was addressed.
So in September, when we're going to submit the budget to you for your consideration, where we've put how that budget is balanced. And that budget is balanced by the money that we have, that we used here.
Okay, but just to the point, I want to be sure, because you balance a budget, but if you're going to have services available to the community, and I'm just go back to the public health arena, because that's an area where, they're just going to require some ongoing augmentation of some sort, because again, you're not going to, this isn't going to end on December 30th, or because you freed money up that was eligible, even if you use the CARES Act money. So there will be consideration of that in what's presented to us for, and that was a question I asked of Dr. Bielenson earlier today. So what happens at the end of the year, end of this calendar year, and you've spent, $13.5 million on testing, and you don't have that money, but you still got to do testing continuing January 1st through whenever, that we're going to have to figure a way to fund that. And FEMA may be part of it. I get that. You're going to try to claim that.
It's a three-pronged answer to that.
Okay.
Number one is we're still in conversations, the whole cities and counties are, with Congress and the U.S. government to get more money. And there could be some targeted amounts that we get. Second is the state. State is looking at making more money available to assist with some of the public health issues we're having. And the third one is always the general fund. If we get to a point that this is continuing and expenditures are coming, we'll be back in front of you saying, not only do we have a contract, but we know we got to augment the revenue somewhere. So those are three-pronged strategies that we're deploying.
And to account for one other source, is touching the staff report, but on top of the $161 million fund balance, or maybe included in it, we had $34 million in relief to back up behind the realignment dollars that were going to go away under some of the previous iterations earlier in the spring. So is that accounted for in the fund balance, or is that anticipated to be received in this
2021 revenue.
2021 revenue.
So it's
it will be in the budget.
But it's over and above the fund balance. So you had 161 here, and you got $34 million that came in to supplement what we thought we were going to lose.
Yes.
Okay, so that's about $195 million, right?
Correct.
Pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close.
Pretty close. He's going to get precise, but it's pretty close.
Pretty close.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so in addition to the to what we used most of the money for, which was to free up this money in the general fund to help maintain services, critical services in 2021. You saw that in the report there was some money for medical expenses. That's medical expenses for the homeless. This was sort of for correctional health. And in public health, which does not necessarily mean the public health division, it's things like expenditures for certain contracts, materials and supplies such as personal protective equipment, some of the navigators that were in that, the contracts for navigators, and some of the amount of money we did have for contact tracing was in that category.
So, Britt, just one item in there. Question comes up similar to what Supervisor Cerna asked about with the public safety, public health category. Those categories are not county categories.
Right.
That came out of the Treasury and their form, and that's how they defined it. Our definitions are different. We had to find a way to fit them in there because the medical and the public health, it's for us, it's you can move it back and forth, but they have a different definition. That's why you see numbers in there. And not to take Brett's thunder away from it, but the September 30th report we're going to do, those categories are going to have a lot more money in there because of the contract work we've been doing under medical and public health.
Okay. So, as you know, in the interim report to the Treasury Department, we showed that we used $147.96 million to cover FY 2019-20 expenditures. That's hard to see, but in the report, people can see the breakdown of the categories. Basically, $146.8 million covered the cost of existing staff and services, freeing up general fund resources to avoid budget cuts and maintain critical services in 2021. As I've been talking about, as Mr. Gill indicated, in other words, these were not new expenditures. We basically traded CRF revenue for general fund resources.
There's one point that the money was made available for cities and counties to stabilize our budgets. And that's one of the things that we got from the Treasury was stabilize your budget.
That's actually in the guidance?
It's in their FAQs that they had it in there. So what we have done here is we stabilized our budget. We're still responding to the public health emergency. If there's something that's needed, as we've been bringing contracts to you, we will continue doing that up to December 30th. So that commitment is there, that we're going to continue down the path that we have chosen so far.
Again, this spreadsheet that's on this particular slide, all those categories are Treasury categories, correct?
Correct. That's the Treasury form, basically.
Okay, so is it not the case, though, based on some of the earlier question and answer between board members and our executive team here, that if you ask the question differently, if you ask the question, well, what have you spent on public health? And if you have to consider it per the Treasury's definition on payroll for public health and safety employees in total, regardless of its federal dollars or not, once you have several other columns to the right of the amount that showed amounts being paid from those different accounts?
Yeah, some of their salary and benefits is in those categories. Some of their, if they had anybody, I don't know if they did, but anybody on administrative leave, that would be in that category. They would have been in a variety of different categories. Yes.
I think that would have been helpful, so that people can understand that. That are rightfully concerned when you just put blinders on and you say, here's what the CARES Act expenditures amount to. I think people, understandably say, whoa, you've spent all this money on these categories, and I think most of the conclusion that's drawn is that's all that you've spent, and that's not the case. We've spent from other pots of money that just haven't been the subject of the CARES Act discussion. Correct?
And correct. In the form also, for the September 30th, there's a form we're going to send to Treasury, and based on this conversation, there's a form we're going to have that we're going to communicate back to you, because I think this makes sense to us. Mm-hmm. We can understand what that is.
Clearly doesn't make sense to the public.
It doesn't. I mean, that's a given, and we learned a pretty valuable lesson typically when we deal with Treasury or even our own forms. Those terms mean something to us, but to a layman, it's confusing because you can't get to what we're trying to get at.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on that, and you had another question, different. But so as it relates to the public health category and a full accounting to some of the questions I asked earlier, that are you going to either have for us, or if not, then I guess I would ask for it, that would show, okay, in the time since the March 1st or March 4th, whenever the first public health order went into effect, right up and through budget, and I guess projecting out through the rest of the year, what we've expended and what we plan to expend for all the variety of things, what the CARES Act covers, what you may FEMA reimburse, what you may through general fund, what we may fund through other sources that would be, I guess, more normal public health aspects and efforts. But that, to me, is going to provide clarity, at least in my mind, of well, here's what it was, and here's where we're at.
Okay, let's talk about that for a minute.
Okay.
It was here, it went here. You're not going to get it went to here. Because remember, in the beginning when we started on this thing, is that public health is people, right?
Sure.
So if they didn't ask for any additional resources, it didn't go here. It only goes here when we get the request to get it here.
So where's it at now?
So that's
here?
where staffing-wise, it's kind of there. And Steve can tell me, have volunteers that came in that helped, but that's not going to show you a pretty big bump. Where you're going to start seeing the bump coming is on the contracts. That's where most of your expenditures are going now. They're going away from payroll into contracts. Now, that's not to say that if Dr. Bielenson continues seeing how this thing's going, that he needs more resources, he needs more people, yeah, he can make that request. Then you will see it go this way.
So you always do the 71J. It came up earlier today, but for example, we have a public health lab, and we have some very qualified epidemiologists and lab folks. So if we're going to go to the private sector to do testing, we might not have the capacity currently, but we certainly could employ more folks, assuming we could do the hires and so forth. So are we making the determination under the contract that was before us this morning? I think Mr. Cerna asked a question in a general fashion, but that we are not going to employ folks. We're going to go to contracting.
It's a mixture. Whatever's most efficient for us to get it out there, we're going to do that.
Did you have requests for additional lab techs and epidemiologists?
We responded to every request we got from Dr. Bielenson related to testing, and we look to them to make the assessment of what they need, and then we respond to that.
Okay. But that is covered under the CARES or the FEMA? Some's under general fund?
If they make the request, if they want more personnel for testing, we will make it available. We'll find a way to fund it.
Okay. So I guess maybe to nav your explanation to the first question I had, then seeing then how we configured it. If you use the medical corps to do contact tracing or whatever you did or to help out in the field, then there's some equivalency for volunteer hours or whatever. I don't, you'll be able to claim those. I don't know, but we so we can get a picture, a full picture. Again, I don't want to dwell on too much today, but I think it's important to, and I say public health. I mean, there are other departments that are involved.
I think I get it. I just did not want to leave you with the impression that this thing hit and all of a sudden public health had 300 new positions they asked for.
No, we know
that did not happen.
Right.
That did not happen. And what did happen is that Dr. Bielenson and his department, they did put in for contracts and things. That's what you've seen us bring forward to you. If there's additional staffing that's needed outside the labor issues that they're talking about, make the request. We will move forward.
Okay.
But you got to justify it. So it's not like that. What is it you're going to use them for? And that was what we kept asking. What are you guys using it for? When the emergency started, do you need anything? What else do you need? And they got to identify what the need is for us to move forward on it.
And again, I want Britt to be able to finish the presentation, but this is an important point. If I look at the chart that's on page 3, the one that Britt was referencing, and if I take those two categories, if I payroll for public health, and I look at public health expenses, and then back out of there to what you were just saying, that you may have covered some salaries, but then we don't show, at least from the CARES Act, a very significant expenditure of dollars, whether it's over and above and or complementary to, and again, these are their treasury categories, but we're trying to get the fit so we free up these dollars.
Right.
So where is it that I see, to your point?
Couple of things, Don. On salaries and benefits, as you know that budget pretty well, that does match local with federal. So, we can't take federal match it with federal.
Right.
So that automatically puts it into a different category. We're not going to claim CARES Act against it. So bulk of the work that was done, and you can have Dr. Bielenson come in, was staff doing it. So when the contracts were needed, that's when you see that in that category is that we came back with contracts.
And that falls into what category?
That falls into your medical and your public health. And that number is suppressed because most of the contract work we started
came after.
Right.
So this doesn't reflect. What doesn't it reflect? I know we had the $13 million contract today, but what else doesn't it reflect?
It doesn't reflect the business navigators we did.
Contact tracers.
Contact tracers.
We've got contracts for contact tracers that will be coming. We've got
anything from
contracts
July forward, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're actually going to see a slide on that in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. It also doesn't reflect, you may have seen previously board letters related to expenditures, contracts and others related to other federal grants that we got, because there were, as I said, there were enhancements for public health grants. We got millions of dollars in other public health revenue through these other programs, existing programs that were enhanced by these acts, and we use that money as well. That's not reflected here because it's not CARES money. It's not Coronavirus Relief Fund money.
Okay. So all that being said, then, with public health staff, for any positions they ask for, whether they be staff positions or contract, there was no denials.
I'm looking at Dr. Bielenson.
Because I heard what you said. I'm trying to sort through this. Is that true?
In fact,
okay.
Bruce?
Yeah, I would say I'd go beyond that, Supervisor. Any requests we got related to the public health need, to date, the committee has provided CARES funding for, to the extent it was CARES eligible or that we couldn't get FEMA reimbursement or any of those things. But we made sure that those requests were covered.
Okay, you said CARES and FEMA, but if it requires some general fund contribution?
Well, so far that's all we've had to go. If it needs to go to that next step, as Nev said, that's something we're going to have to take a look at. But every request that's come in so far, we've been able to cover with those CARES dollars.
Hey, Supervisor Toya, I don't know how else to just keep saying this. Whatever was given to us, we took care of it.
Okay.
If the impression is that we denied something or we didn't do something, then I think after this hearing, I want the committee to talk to Dr. Bielenson, but Dr. Bielenson and us are constantly in conversation. If there's this pent-up need that they didn't ask, put it on the table. I mean, we have never said no
Well, if
to
they
that.
put it on the table, you would have approved it from what you're saying to me, right?
Yeah, for us to approve something, we got to have it on the table. If we don't have it on the table, how are we going to approve that?
Yeah,
and I can't emphasize enough. I mean, this is an emergency issue. If they need resources, tell us what you need. We can't go into the operation and start telling that's what you got to do. You got to tell us what you need, and then we will approve it. And then truing up the budget or truing whatever the color of money, we've dealt with emergencies before. So President Tolle, you've been around with us for all these years. We never, if an emergency hits, we need more gravel to do something, we go do it. Then we take care of it down the road. So if there's a concern that we're not approving, what incentive will we have not to approve stuff coming out of any of our departments? Because we got to fight this thing.
Right, you wouldn't. There's no incentive from what you're telling me, and so and again, I'm asking a question because I think.
No,
yeah.
I mean, it's down to the coroner asked the committee for what was it, new refrigerator or
lighting,
something that they needed that got approved because she's identifying if there's a lot of fatality, she's going to need some other sources approved.
Okay. All right. One other question in the categories. So under economic support, we show $7,127, and it's for laptops, for CPS, and for something else. So
it's the outdoor dining permit.
Okay. So under that broad category, or maybe a very defined category that the Treasury gave us, what else could have fallen under there? Because again, part of what we've heard from folks, obviously, is that other jurisdictions, again, this is Sacramento County we're talking about, they're doing X, Y, and Z with regards to, trying to support businesses or do other things that, lend themselves to some relief. What was the realm of possibilities here as related to economic support? Is it only for county in-house, and or could it have been for something that this board could have considered?
So remember, this is for state and tribal and much broader categories.
Yes.
Some of the states are using that appropriately to put money out in businesses. That's what that category.
Okay.
For the counties, it's more of the stuff that we do. But if there are cities that are looking into doing that, and that's part of what when we go back and look at the regs, it's got to be eligible. And that's the eligibility, but state have ability a little bit more than we did on putting money out.
But there wasn't a restriction or prohibition. We say there wasn't a prohibition that if we'd have done, we could have considered, and I guess could still consider some economic relief in some form or another?
Here's the prohibition. Whatever money we put out, it's got to be related to Corona Act.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Number 2 is a single audit.
It's a what?
It's a single audit requirement.
Oh, single audit, okay.
That means we, the board and the executive team, are the ones that are on the hook for all that money. And that was some of the determination. We looked at it. We had the county issue. We put money out. That's not the world we're in creating loans for folks. That was in the Treasury guidance or the Treasury Money CARES Act. There was a PPP that came in to help them with that. There's a whole economic piece that they had done. So that's where that goes.
All right, lastly then, what's reflected here in the CARES Act though, and it was referenced a moment ago, is this particular funding stream in this categories. But we receive money for the airport, we receive money for homeless programs and so this is not a full accounting.
No, it's not.
And then hospitals receive some, and other entities.
So the whole universe.
CDBG, CDBG. There's all sorts of other funding that's been augmented.
Can somebody put that together for?
We were planning on. We came early, but we will have that. You got airport. You got money that went to SHRA, CDBG. Could be for question that comes up. How about money for renters assurance or renters assistance? That's not what this money's there. There's another pot of money that exists for that. We just got to show you the whole picture so you can see it.
Okay, last question. But if this board chose to, I mean, again, we have relationships with nonprofits, we have contracts for the health, but when we know businesses are failing, we know people are out of work, we know all those things, and we're not going to be able to solve all those, but we also have the ability to direct, funds to provide some level of assistance. I'm not talking about direct loans necessarily, but so is there the latitude with those dollars that we could have created something if we chose to? To assist, say we wanted to work with chambers of commerce. I'll just use this as an example.
Chambers of commerce are not, they were exempt, they were taken out of this.
So you couldn't do something with them for business development or
501c3s were not in this thing.
So we
and
could,
that's part of what they got to go back in the latest round of Congress
I think,
and get you for that. Now, if we have contracts with folks that we're working with, and contracts that Dr. Bielenson brought forward, absolutely we can put money out through those kind of services, and we have done that. When the African American community asked that they needed some navigators to help them, Dr. Bielenson and Bruce brought that forward, and that money went forward. And that, we could have put it under economic support, but we put it under medical expense or somewhere else. I mean, that's the categories that go back and forth.
So could we waive fees that we charge for certain types of business activities? Could we?
So you asked me that question on Monday, or actually Friday. We are looking at that, and if we waive fees, what would that look like? That will be county expense under economic support.
Okay, that could fall under economic support category potentially, without any definition.
Okay. No, we are analyzing that on what that will look like.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Last question.
There's an echo in here.
So I hate to belabor the point, but I just want to make it crystal clear, particularly for the people who are on the phone that are going to, I prognosticate I'm going to bring the issues up. The true, so is it a true statement that the CARES Fund, CARES Act money and the FEMA money and those other pots that we were talking about have more restrictions and more strings attached to them than our general fund?
That is
a correct statement.
Okay, so if we hadn't done the $104 million transfer, we would be looking at more like a $19 million instead of a $161 million general fund, right?
Really, it was $146 million. 100 of it was the sheriff. Yes.
Right.
Yes, but what you're saying is essentially correct. Yes.
Right. So by doing that, we actually most likely will have more flexibility to. I mean, like for example, you talked about the 501c3 that doesn't work for CARES, but we'll have more flexibility with a greater general fund to actually entertain those proposals.
In the budget cycle, yes.
Okay.
When we present you the budget, but we will show you how we're using all the money and what county services. We have a next slide to show you, but that's an appropriate conversation at that point.
Thank you.
Correct. So the last point, I mentioned the $146.8 million to cover the costs of existing staff and services. And then, as I said, we used about $1.2 million for newer enhanced services, and we've talked about what some of those were. And as was indicated, it's not a lot of money because, again, that's just for 1920, and you'll see the ratio will shift dramatically as we go into 2021 between covering existing staff and services and what's for newer enhanced programs. So, I guess this has already been talked about, but the obvious question is, why did we use the CRF money to free up general fund resources? And as been mentioned, our current estimate is that we will see about a $170 million reduction in discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue. Semi-discretionary revenue is realignment of Prop 172, and I think you all know, but the public may not know what that funds. Most of that funds Health and Human Services programs and some into the public safety programs. So that is the largest share of funding.
Brett, if I just could on that point, again, we use terms that mean something to us that I don't think folks do. What we're talking about, semi-discretionary revenue, is realignment, another government word, but it is realignment that gives money to do CPS, a child protective service, adult protective service, clinic, public health. So the state gives us a lot of money, and that is primarily sales tax collected statewide.
Sales tax based.
So when that sales tax number has gone down, that's where our number is starting getting big. Our local sales tax is not that big in our budget. It's the state sales tax that helps with all the safety net programs we have.
Out of that 170 million, I don't remember exactly, but I would guess about 150 to 155 million of that is realignment of Prop 172. It's not mostly discretionary. That's where most of the revenue loss is. And as indicated in this slide, and as Mr. Gill was saying, discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue fund critical programs, including some of the ones he mentioned: child protective services, adult protective services, our clinics, our clinical services, substance abuse and mental health programs, foster care and adoptions, in-home supportive services, homeless initiatives like the family shelters, Mather Community Campus, full-service rehousing shelter, flexible supportive rehousing program, law enforcement, probation, animal care, and many others. So that's where that money goes. And if we were unable to mitigate the projected loss of discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue, we would need to make very substantial reductions in these and other programs, really drastically impacting the lives of some of the most vulnerable members of the community. And that was really our focus in trying to preserve those services.
Before you leave the slide, though, I just want to make it clear, because the world of county governance accounting is, I'm convinced, foreign to everyone except the CEO, the CFO, other executives, and in some respects even to the Board of Supervisors. That's why we're asking all the questions that we are, is to make sure that we can clearly understand it well enough so that we can articulate it back to our constituents who are concerned about this, what we think of it all, right? I just want to make clear that the CARES Act guidance does not, it fundamentally does not permit us or any local jurisdictions receiving CARES Act funding to account against estimated revenue loss. That's a no-no. We're simply doing what the guidance says, is that you can account for it against expenses. Right. But you can't say, well, we're expecting, almost $200 million in lost revenue here, and therefore we need to use the CARES Act funding to somehow patch, that part of the really probably the greatest unknown part of a leaking ship here. But what we do know are the expenses that are coming in from, in this case, a process that was set up. We can disagree with the process, but a process that was set up to consider those departmental requests as they come in.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
There's one more issue here that, now I'm not talking about CARES, I'm just talking county budget.
Yeah.
So what weighed pretty heavily on all of us is when we look at the numbers we have and we look at the critical services we got to provide, we are also beholden to another process that most folks don't know, which is our county charter. 71J has a contracting provision, and if we start looking at making cuts in any of these programs, it requires us to go look at contracts. An earlier conversation we had today, that if it's a 71J, those are the first contracts that we got to cut.
Right.
So once we cut those, then there's a layoff list. Then we can get to employees that have a layoff list. We have to exhaust the layoff list then to bring the contracts back.
But that's why I asked the earlier question on the other item.
So for us, the 2009, 10, and 11 process we went through, which was pretty close to that dollar amount that you see up there, it took us all the way into 2014 and 15 to bring the employees back and exhaust the layoff list for us to get into contracting again with our community. And the 71J contracts, and I'm not suggesting every one of them will go out, but just to give you a magnitude of what we put out in the community, and Bruce can talk more about services they provide, is about 100 million. It's 100 million of those contracts that back that up. So that's when we were thinking about what was the thought process, what were we thinking about? Paramount, let's take care of the emergency. We're going to take care of that. Second one is that Treasury regs allow us to do it. Here's an opportunity for us to do what we did here, and in September not have a horrific budget in front of you that would just take out services in the community and county employees.
But
So
if I may, Supervisor, just to accentuate what Nev's saying, this level of reduction that Britt was talking about, we're talking about the same level of reductions that some of us who are here in 2010 and 2011 and 2009 had to make. And we all remember what that was like.
Yes, we
And
do.
so to us, it was our responsibility to look at the possibilities here of using this funding to avoid that.
But
And
but for those that might just come at this from the standpoint and the opinion, that this is just some contrived way for the county to save itself, How do you respond to that? Because the way I'm initially responding to that as well, that's why I'm asking the line of questioning I am about how we're preserving the general fund, not just to preserve, just to have a fund balance, but with the added challenge of the pandemic, we're going to have a resource base to continue the COVID-19 response well beyond the exhaustion of the federal assistance. And so that to me is kind of part of the, it's kind of the crux of the matter here, is that we embarked on a strategy that is really steeped in trying to meter the federal assistance in a way that is not just about self-preservation as a government, but it's really about also preserving and metering out the resources necessary to continue to address the pandemic well into 2021 and beyond.
So it's to address the pandemic, Supervisor, but also these services that to answer your question, how would you respond? These are community-wide critical services that it's our responsibility to look for ways to try to maintain.
I get that. I understand that. But on top of that, it's
And then we have
also
the
about
pandemic
COVID
also.
Correct. You're absolutely right. On top of that, it's
Right.
that too.
Okay. All right.
Plus.
So as you've all discussed, we tried to balance the need to maintain these critical services so we weren't reducing services to the most vulnerable members of the population while we were addressing the emergency. We tried to balance that with the need to fund a lot of or a number of new initiatives, which brings us to, there we go, 2021 and what we plan for the remaining $33.3 million that was not used in 2019-20. So I will tell you that the committee has already identified and committed funding in the following categories. COVID testing, you saw the contract before you today. That's only one of the contracts you're going to see on additional COVID testing. Community-based COVID testing. The Dine at Home Sacramento program, which is being beefed up. Contract tracers, additional spending for contract tracers. Business reopening navigators, additional spending on that. The COVID-19 homeless response plan. And then additional homeless support from public health, as well as Project Roomkey. So those are, you'll see a much more substantial portion of the remaining money being spent on new or enhanced programs, in addition to some amount spent to continue to offset salary and benefit costs for existing employees to free up general fund resources. So that's what our plan is for the use of the remaining money for the first 6 months of this fiscal year.
Okay, I know that Supervisor Tolley and Supervisor Kenny want to speak. Before we go to my colleagues, though, I just want to make sure I understand the $33.3 million balance, if you will. If we were to take out of that the action that the board took today, the $13.5 million for the tracing, then that, as of the end of the day, is really the balance of what's left, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
At this point.
Yeah, right. Yeah. With the understanding that, as the CEO has mentioned, that there's an intent to bring back another expense that has to come before the board next week.
Correct. There's another one.
Okay. And then lastly, is it Project Roomkey or Project Homekey?
Room.
We're Room.
So that,
Project Home Key is is the state one that you
that's why I asked the question. I just want to get clarity on it.
There's too many keys. I mean, this is Room Key.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Tolley.
So again, just to understand, for the homeless response plan and Project Roomkey, that we're using this color of the CRF funds, stimulus monies, versus dollars that would come down through the homeless element? Or
Using both, Supervisor. We're using both. We're just identifying here that the CARES funding is to extent being used for that, about 2.1, I think it is.
2.2 million, yeah.
But if you recall the chart we had when we talked about our homeless plan, and we were recently here to talk about the rehousing plan, there are various sources of funding. ESG money, state money, this money.
Okay, and if I'm just doing rough math with the 161 million fund balance that was a result of a lot of the coverage that the stimulus monies, or CARES money, provided for the last fiscal year, the 33 million you show here, and then I put on top of that the 34 million realignment. Again, it may be plugged in your proposed budget, but we haven't seen all that yet. So we're talking about sum total, and I guess with other CARES Act funding, the airport got, what, nearly $50 million bucks?
Correct.
So we're upwards of probably approaching $300 million that either has been identified to cover expenses in the past and going forward. But what's available now is the $34 million in realignment backfill. Is that for this year?
That's for 2021, correct?
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. The 161 million is available, and again for us to discuss. This $33 million is still on the table. Again, it has to be expended. This has a different. We've talked about a FEMA reimbursement. What I'm getting to here is that full picture for our consideration, before it's all part and parceled out in a recommended budget, to know, again, certainly the impacts if we don't fund in your recommended actions, but also to know what sort of discretion and flexibility comes with that. We spent a lot of time today, and we're going to spend some more talking about the Stimulus Act and how it can be applied. But there are other dollars flowing in, so as dire or not as the situation might look as it relates to what we have to carry on in this pandemic, but also for our budget consideration, but also for us to have a discussion around what we might do differently. There's a lot of money in the pot. Now, there's maybe a lot more people laying claim to it, but I just want to be clear that we have that clear picture, because I don't know what you're going to submit for FEMA reimbursement, but that money might not come for a year or two, and I don't know if
the FEMA money we won't see for at least a couple years, maybe more.
Yeah, but in our budget, we are going to show you how we use the money and what pots of money we have.
Okay.
That's what we're working towards.
Yeah. Well, and I think going to what Supervisor Cerna said at the onset of today's hearing, though, that, it's some guidance we might offer today relative to things that we'd like to see in a week or two. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Kenny?
Yeah, I just have one clarification question. I'm kind of jumping back because it just occurred to me. So if the CARES Act funding can only be used to cover expenses that were not accounted for in the last budget, how can we put money in the sheriff's budget?
Because because of the exception to that in the language that I read, because of that language.
Okay, so it's unique to that category.
It's unique to that category. It's unique to the public safety and health category.
Which is why we looked at the bulk of that.
That's exactly right. We looked where the money was. The old what is it, Sutton's Law?
But it is more to that language that they gave us. That language, and that's what paired up to with our.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Do we have any further questions of Britt? Seeing none. Before we go to public comment, and I did give Dr. Bielenson the heads up that I might call him down, so I'd like to have Dr. Bielenson come down quickly and just give us, the board and the public that's listening and watching, a general understanding of how, an honest assessment of how he thinks we're doing relative to other counties of our size. It's not to do anything other than trying to understand. We're having this great discussion about expenses. It's all towards a particular effort with a hopeful outcome of limiting virus transmission and certainly making sure that we are responsibly addressing the biology as much as the fiscal considerations here. But who better to address the biology than our Dr. Bielenson, who heads our health services operation. So with that, if you could please kind of give us a brief explanation of kind of generally how we're doing, maybe touch on some of the metrics that you consider that lead you to the conclusion that you do about where we stand.
Okay. So we look at cases, hospitalizations, ICUs, and deaths are the kind of basic data that we look at, and then the testing and what % positivity. Those are the 4 or 5 categories. The number of cases is completely off, as you probably have heard. The state's database crashed. It's called CalReady. It's affected virtually every, if not every single county.
They're inaccurate.
It's literally, wait, say it again.
When you say they're off, the numbers are inaccurate.
They're completely. They're not robust enough right now.
Okay.
So the numbers that are on our dashboard, which had been correct all the way up until about a week and a half ago, are now off.
For the entire state, not just
Sacramento
Sacramento County.
This is not just
58 counties. All 58 counties.
58, as far
are
as I know, all 58 counties.
Okay.
Actually, they've just thrown us 1,245 new cases that we think are probably all of the backlog. So it's not just today's or yesterday's cases. They're cases that are spread out over the past 10 days or so. So we will know probably by, what is today, Tuesday? Probably by the end of the week, what our actual case numbers are. So we can't really say how our cases compare to others, other than the fact that if you look at the case rate per capita per 100,000 of the 8 biggest counties in California, which Sacramento is one of them, we are about second or third best.
And when you say best, based on
the data that was up to date about a week and a half ago.
Does that include deaths?
No, that does just include the cases. It's the
Okay,
case
just
rate.
cases. All
The
right.
hospitalization and ICUs are at, I think, 259 and 81. That's a subset. So the people in the ICU are a subset of the people that are hospitalized. That's down about 10 to 15% in the last 2 weeks. That data is correct because it's by a different database than the CalReady database. And then our deaths are at 179, which sounds like a lot because we were very low originally.
One death is a lot to someone who cares about someone who's passed.
Of course it is. Yeah. It's tragic. Anybody, about 75% of the cases are people 70 and above, which is still continuing what it was as before. We have to wait to get the data from the death certificates, so that takes a while longer. Generally, hospitalizations lag a couple weeks to 3 weeks beyond the cases, and deaths another couple weeks beyond that because of the way that people that you process biologically, if you will. Our positivity rate is now down around, 5 point something? I think it's 5 point something. It was up at 8.3%, which is high, but it's now down around 5. So overall, the overarching issue is that we are, I would say, stable right now. I don't think we can say we're really bending the curve or that it's getting worse. And that leads to the point that the two folks here brought up with me. What? I don't get to do my dry humor today. The two women on the group were talking to me about the request for waivers from the private schools. And I think it's time that we I think we need to have learned our lesson from history. So we have a 6-month history now with the coronavirus. And for the first 2 to 3 months, we were fairly restrictive compared to the country and compared to California. We had hugely bent the curve. We were averaging 5 to 10, 15, 20 cases per day, as opposed to 250 now. For the last 2.5 months or so, I think we loosened up, frankly, too much. There was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure put on the governor. There's a lot of pressure put on the locals. There's a lot of pressure put on you in terms of businesses, concerned about rightfully so, about being able to continue, et cetera, from card rooms to pharmacies to hardware stores. And I think we need to learn that when we loosen up too much, we need to kind of have a really tight hand on the tiller and do it judiciously. So as you probably have heard, the number of kids who have tested positive has been actually relatively high. It was originally thought that they were very unlikely to get the disease, they were unlucky to spread it, and they were unlucky to have a severe consequence of that. That's still true all around, but there are many more kids, young kids, that are getting it than they originally had thought. So this comes to the waiver. And so my basic point is the governor has allowed waivers for elementary schools and special ed. And he's even allowed it, because he's learned his lesson as well, that even if you're in the watch list, which 97% of the California residents are under, he recommends that you don't grant any waivers. That puts all the pressure on the locals, the local health departments. We've been working very closely with SCOE, Dave Gordon. We actually have a talk with him in 42 minutes. He's on board with us as to the fact that we should not grant the waivers until we see a really significant decrease in the number of cases and hospitalizations. So we will we will accept waiver requests, but we're not going to grant them until we see significant changes in the data. Because again, we've learned our lesson, and I think we want to do things judiciously, and by keeping the number of cases down, we're able to keep restaurants open on the outside we're able to keep places like the bookstores are allowed to stay open, those kinds of things. Because if we don't, we're going to end up having to close things down and be more restrictive. So that's where we are.
Thank you. If you can just remain there, I think there may be some questions from my colleagues. We'll start with Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Back to the state's computers crashing, whatever happened to them. Doesn't each county keep track of its own statistics?
Yes.
And then feed them into the state computer?
The other way around, sort of. So Quest, so for example, if we keep track of our own public health lab tests. The vast majority of tests done in the county are not done by our public health department. They're done by Quest. So if you go to Kaiser, let's say you're a member of Kaiser, and you go to Kaiser and you get tested, they use Quest.
Go straight to the state?
No, it goes straight to Quest Lab.
After that?
Quest Lab sends it to the state sends them out to the local counties.
Okay. I assumed it went to the local county before it went up to the state.
No, the county's public health lab does, but that's a great minority of our cases.
Okay. Then this has been a question I've had all along, and I kept forgetting to ask you. It seems to me it would be helpful for people to understand what percentage of the population in their county has the virus or has passed away. Mm-hmm. And it helps define the differences between large counties and smaller counties. And so it's really hard for people to tell how well their county is doing, I think. Is there a reason that we don't do that, talking percentages?
So we actually, so just in answer to your question, we're now close to 10% of our county that's been positive. We're at 12,700 cases. 15, we're 1.5 million people, so 15,000 cases is 10%.
Okay.
Wait.
Seems like that ought to be on our dashboard. I don't know if we're calling that anymore because it's changed. It's gone.
Yeah, the dashboard. I'm wrong on that. 15,000 out of 150,000. No, it's 1%.
1.5 million people.
Yeah, but how much? 15,000 out of 1.5 million. It's 1%.
It's 1%.
1%.
1%. Yeah. So that's important.
That's a whole lot better.
That's a lot better.
A whole lot better, right? Sorry. So the per capita rates we don't have on our dashboard. We could certainly add to that. You need to see how the other. So if you look at the California COVID-19, they have those data. The Sacramento COVID-19 dashboard is basically the cases and the hospitalizations and the ICUs and the deaths and the case positivity rate. But we can add. Bottom line is we can add stuff to the public health dashboard.
You have to work pretty hard to find it. It's not an easy
I
web
agree.
page to read.
I agree.
Or dashboard, rather.
Yeah, actually, the B did a pretty good comparison of all 58 counties this weekend, and that was actually well done.
I think that would be good for residents to see and have an understanding of how we're doing around here.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Thank you.
Supervisor Frost?
Dr. Bielenson, I was wanting to ask you a question relating to the private schools and charter school systems. I'm getting a lot of contacts around, I don't know, the public school system is meeting with Dave Gordon. I know this isn't in our purview, but I'm told that the private schools have not been included in those conversations. Is there some kind of support or some kind of, I guess, is there somebody who's organizing the private schools to help them with their plan to reopen and so they're all on the same page?
So Lincoln, what's his last name?
Snyder.
Lincoln Snyder
is representing the private schools, according to Supervisor Peters, beyond just the Catholic schools. So he is doing this, and he is actually, they're the group that we're going to be entertaining requests from for the waivers, keeping in mind that we're not going to grant them until the data shows that it's reasonable to do so. The public schools, frankly, there's bigger systems, so it's much harder, I think, because I've talked to a lot of them, that it's much harder to arrange to do things in a safe manner than the smaller private schools. The smaller private schools have small class sizes already. They can break their cohorts into 2 and have only 10 kids in a class, in the mornings, et cetera. So I think in the long run, the schools are not going to come back online for the public schools longer than the private schools.
Oh,
I just think so.
okay. And then regarding...
But again, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just want to be very, very clear that even the elementary school waivers, we will accept requests for them, but we're not going to entertain them and grant them until the data shows that we've had a significant drop.
And are you going to give them feedback on their plan, like,
yes.
oh, you have too many people
yes.
in the classroom,
yes.
that kind of
and
thing?
The state has put out guidance on that, yes, we will.
Okay. And then on the special needs families, like folks who have autistic children or mentally, challenged in some way, those are things that impact the entire family. So is that an exception? Are those children?
You can give waivers for them. However, for example, Sacramento City Unified School District, 60% of the kids have some significant issue that would probably relate to the need for extra care. So, for example, and Olivia and I brought this up when we talked with SCOE last week, that what about just doing special ed kids who had autism, let's say, right, like you said. Well, there's actually special ed kids that have a variety of other issues. There are assessments for learning disabilities. There's different languages that have to be. So there are a lot of people who are entitled to programs that if you just allow one type of program to get a waiver, then you're going to end up having to run into all these others, and pretty soon you'll have 60% of the kids back at school anyway. So it was recommended strongly that we look at these waivers just as we're looking at the waivers for the elementary schools, and we wouldn't grant them again until we have the data to show that it's safe to do so. And I think if you've looked at Georgia and if you looked at Israel and you looked at Texas and Florida, that because the southern states open their schools before we do oftentimes, they've had a significant, just literally within day one, outbreaks of stuff, of COVID. And that and it's very important, I think, for us, for you and for us, that we have only a couple bites at the apple, basically. And once we allow schools to open, for example, and then close them down because 5% of the kids get sick, when you only have 1 or 2 tries to be able to, before you lose your cachet about people paying attention to you and paying attention to our messages, and they'll just say, well, you let the schools come back and they blew up, and we're not going to pay attention to you anymore.
Okay, I get it. Last question is, you said 10% of the students have tested positive or shown that they were exposed?
1% of the population in Sacramento County
1%
has tested positive. The kids, it's not that high, but remember, probably 6 to 10 people who are I'm sorry, take that back. 6 to 10 people who are asymptomatic or not tested but are positive are actually positive. So we're higher than 1%, but less than 10%.
Okay, so what do we have to get to before we can, is there a magic number, like if we get to 50%, then we know we have, enough people exposed to it? When do we get to come out?
Okay, so my strong supposition is that we're going to be in the same situation for another year.
For a number of years?
So we're not going to get
another year.
Another year.
We're not going to reach that herd immunity.
We're not going to reach herd immunity until we have a vaccine. There's not going to be that many people.
Well, they've been working on a vaccine, I'm told,
right,
for
so
Corona for years.
This one for 6 months. So I would say January or February we'll probably have a vaccine. The question is, how well can we deliver the vaccine? Because we've had a big issue with even swabs that cost 6 cents to be able to test people. We've got to give syringes, we have to have ampules, you have to have refrigeration, you got to give 350 million doses to the people in the United States, and let's not forget 7 billion people worldwide. So just because you have a vaccine available, you're not able to necessarily deliver it, which is why one of the requests that's coming from Olivia is vaccination materiel, so we'll have it on hand as opposed to many other counties who won't, so that when the vaccine becomes available, we're able to give it. the other point to
And
make.
it will be an option, that people will have the option of it.
And unfortunately, 40% in the polls, 40%, and they're not anti-vaxxers, 40% of people are saying they're not going to get a vaccine against coronavirus.
It's nervous.
We're getting a little off topic.
That has got to change.
So,
Well, I don't think it's off topic at all to ask when we're coming out.
No, I
But-
understand. I understand.
Oh,
Based
yeah.
on how it was noticed.
You're
though.
right. Okay. Thank you, but though, because I appreciate
I just wanted
everything you're
Dr.
doing.
Bielenson to come up to just kind of just tell us how we're doing so that we in the public understand, we've made some, we've addressed some of the expense involved in our response, and I think that we at least deserve to have a general understanding of how well we're doing. Supervisor Tully, you will have the last word before we go to public comment.
Very quickly, thanks, Dr. Bielenson. Just my question is, in understanding what you just said, and I think contemplating what the future is going to bring, at least over the next many months, then I trust you and Dr. Kasseri are building your budgets with that anticipated testing. To your point about having vaccines available and so forth, and I heard very clearly from the county executive, from Mr. Wagstaff here today, that if there's requests, then they're going to be approved, assuming they fit with what the need is under this emergency order that we're operating under. So my question is that does your budget then reflect those anticipated expenditures as we're going to see it here in a couple weeks?
Currently does not. The budget going forward will. Like, for example, we're coming in with a request for some additional staff that, frankly, our people are exhausted, literally.
Well, yeah, you guys are working 7 days a week.
Right.
I mean, I see you and Dr. Kasseri, I know Michelle Gorey and others, Nick Moore, they're all responding.
The whole team.
All your nurses, epidemiologists.
We'll be asking for that.
Okay, so that'll be part of what's before us, but I guess I'm going to say to what I heard earlier, they shouldn't have to wait till final budget. If they need those people now, they ought to have them now.
Yeah, as soon as the request comes, supervisors, like we responded to every other request. If we have to call a special meeting of the committee, we've done that to be able to respond to these requests.
Supervisor, not to belabor the point, the budget is going to be the budget that we do.
Right.
This has no bearing on the budget. They need something, we'll give it to them.
Okay.
The only restraint is that if there's contracts, I prefer bringing that to the board to make sure that the board knows what contracting we're doing. But when it comes to personnel and stuff, we will take care of it. And if contract, the only thing I ask for your forgiveness will be that maybe a couple of times I might have to bring a retro item, and that you guys are okay with me bringing retro when I have to on that.
Okay, Dr. B.
One last point.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's extremely important, this is for you guys when you go out to talk to your communities, that we get everybody getting a flu shot this year. If there's any year that people need to get flu shots, it's this year, not just seniors, young people as well, because for two reasons. Number one, it keeps from confusing whether it's flu or versus COVID. And number two, it keeps people out of the hospital unnecessarily so that we have the room to treat COVID patients. And even if it's only 30 to 50% effective, that means fully effective. It's still very effective at making you have a less serious illness with the flu. So make sure your folks get flu shots. Thanks.
Thank you for that reminder. Okay.
We'll have to get a flu shot this year.
Yeah, everyone's getting a flu shot. All right. Okay, so I appreciate the patience of those who've been waiting on the phone. Madam Clerk, do we have a count of who is in the queue?
Right now, we have 21 in queue.
Okay, 21. Before you take the first caller, did any group or groups coordinate with you ahead of time for a certain block of time to make their case?
I did contact Kula to ask if she wanted, correct, if she wanted to do that. Today, I contacted her this morning, and I was in contact with her earlier in the week.
Okay.
And she opted not to, so that she wanted to do it on the 18th as an off-agenda comment.
Okay, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but I just want to make sure so that I'm not overlooking whether or not there is a group that had coordinated with you ahead of time for a 10 or 15-minute block of time. So it sounds like we'll just take the speakers in the order that we have received them and remind them that there is a 2-minute limit so that everyone has an opportunity to address the board who so chooses. And with that, we'll go to our first speaker.
Okay. Hey, caller, please state your name, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence that while you're talking.
Hello, my name is Dr. Flojan Kofer, and I am an epidemiologist and the Senior Director of Policy at Public Health Advocates. And I'm calling because I am really concerned that what I've heard today is not actually true. The question that should be asked very pointedly is, did public health actually get what they asked for? And the answer to that is no. Public health actually asked for $90 million, and they asked for $23.5 million to go to laboratory COVID-19 operation support. They asked for $10 million to go to operations for public health emergency preparedness, and they asked for $17.5 million to go to community outreach, education, and isolation and quarantine support, and then another $35 million to go to response staff, surge, and support. And so any testimony or reporting to the contrary of that is factually inaccurate. And so we need to really question the integrity when our staff show up in a public forum and deliberately lie to the Board of Supervisors about what has actually happened. That is simply not true. And to direct them to ask for less money and then to say they were given what they asked for is completely and utterly unconscionable. It is unethical. And you really need to question the confidence that you have in your county executive. He's going to come and lie deliberately to your face about what has actually happened. Public health clearly needs more money. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and it is unacceptable to say that several $1 million going to public health is adequate when we know it's not. There are significant needs in this community, and to lie to you is something that should really question your confidence in this person and their ability to be able to do their job and their ability to be trusted with public funds. So I strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to dig deeper because Nancy Steele has not been honest with you today, and that is something that is causing the people throughout the county of Sacramento to suffer, and that really should not happen, and you should take immediate action to remedy this and to make sure that these funds are spent appropriately and responsibly to the needs that exist within this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments, and please silence the meeting in the background.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Felisa. I'm a resident of District 2. I know it was clarified that the Sheriff's Department budget is now from the CARES Act and frees from the general fund. And I know you're assuming that this all makes sense, but it still doesn't. It doesn't make sense that the Sheriff's Department has a $277 million budget. That $277 million budget can create social and public housing, which would house all our community members that are experiencing homelessness in Sacramento. It could create over 2,000 jobs for public health workers. And I'm going to uplift what Dr. Flo said. Public health is not getting the money that they asked for. And to, yes, question your confidence in the people that are presenting in front of you today. We are in the middle of a pandemic, right? And this is beyond a public health issue. The pandemic is severely damaging Sacramento economically. People are suffering from unemployment. Women and children and families are facing food insecurity. People are experiencing homelessness. Our shelters are closed, and those that aren't are at maximum capacity. Children are relying on virtual education, which is challenging, and they no longer have access to consistent breakfasts and lunches. Essential workers don't have childcare, and small businesses are closing. So all these issues that the county is facing can be aided if you divest funding from the Sheriff's Department and invest in our needs, the needs that you have neglected and are now exacerbated because of the pandemic. Whew. So funding of public health is coming from so many different buckets of funding, as you mentioned today, and it's coming from everywhere except the CARES Act, which does not make sense. This does not make sense at all. And as you've learned today, you lack transparency. And with that being said, I want to uplift the demands of the community members, which is one, transparency in the CRF committee with community control over the process and spending on a COVID-19 needs assessment. Fully fund the recommendations of the Public Health Department, including testing, contact tracing, behavioral health, public and health infrastructure, and educational support. 3, prioritize all remaining funds to stabilize housing insecurity and provide direct economic assistance to families and communities hardest hit by the virus. And lastly, do not spend any CARES Act funding on the Sheriff's Department or probation.
Can you make your concluding remarks, please?
I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments, and please silence the meeting in the background.
Yes, my name is Keon Bliss, and I'm here to express my extreme frustration.
Hello? Hello? Speaker, are you
Also
there?
here to express.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I hope I got my full 2 minutes. Yeah, my name is Keon Bliss, and I'm here. I'm a member of District 1, and I'm here to express my extreme frustration at the county executive Pat Dill disturbing the management of Emergency CARES Act funding occurring through the CRS process and is outright lying to our elected county board of supervisors right here today. In case NAB and other county executives care to remember, Sacramento County is in the middle of an unprecedented public health crisis where over 12,000 Sacramentans are infected and over 179 people have died, with Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and other communities of color experiencing the most deadly effects. And yet in their infinite wisdom, I'm watching here this shuffling around and jumping of numbers in order to justify giving the public health department less than $2 million out of $181 million CRS dollars. What they need to fund essential testing, contract tracing, which is valued at $10,000 according to the county's budget, and other critically needed infrastructure. What the fuck is wrong with all of this? Why aren't you asking the key questions of the top public health officers like Dr. Bielsen or Dr. Kusiria? Did Dr. Bielsen get everything that he actually needed? Not what was requested, because we all know county executives love to shuffle numbers and tell people different things behind closed doors. Did Dr. Kusiria in the public health department get what they needed? Why hasn't the board of supervisors actually asked this key question? What the fuck is going on here? Like, why has the sheriff's department, how is the sheriff's department been on the front lines of responding to a public health pandemic? Why are we trying to cover their payroll and budget here in the middle of a global pandemic? This is the same dumbass who repeatedly ignored CDC guidelines, refused to enforce mandated public health orders, and allowed his jail staff to refuse to comply with county mask requirements.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
You all are asking the wrong questions, and you're not doing your duty as elected representatives of Sacramento County residents.
Thank you.
You need to be asking the tougher questions of both NAB
thank you.
as well as the public health department.
Thanks.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments, and silence the meeting in the background, please.
Go ahead. Speaker, are you there? Go ahead if you're there.
On the agenda, please enter item 0, then press pound.
Hopefully that person calls back.
It's the line's still open.
Speaker, are you there?
I'm transferring a new call. Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to make your comments. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence that.
Hi, my name is Gina Barnard, and I am a resident in Susan Peters District 3. I'm also calling as a concerned educator regarding this item of the coronavirus relief funds. I've looked at the items listed in the allocation for the funds, and I'm frankly quite disappointed and shocked at the use of these funds. I actually felt a little bit better after listening to them talk about what happened with these funds and that it was to balance the budget. However, now that I'm hearing that Dr. B didn't even have enough staff and that they're exhausted, this is completely ridiculous. Also, if you think about the funds for the sheriff's payroll, I don't understand how sheriffs are helping with the pandemic, especially since Sheriff Jones himself said that they are not going around and educating people on the mask mandate or on sheltering in place. I'm living in an apartment complex where no one wears a face covering. I don't know if it's because they don't understand the idea that we need to be wearing face coverings. I'm the only one of like 3 people at a 90-plus apartment complex wearing a face covering. The county has not been educating people in the community. People don't understand. And these are people who don't, have the time or the privilege like I do to call into this meeting and wait for 2 or 3 hours listening to, these executives balancing the budget. It is important to balance the budget. I understand that. But the fact that, this millions of dollars are going to sheriff's payroll when we know at this time there's a racial reckoning that, we just cannot be on this side where you're giving millions of dollars to law enforcement when that's just not where money is needed. I have neighbors who have food insecurity. I have neighbors who can't pay their rent and their mortgages. I can't even get a COVID test. Anytime I have symptoms, I keep going into whatever dashboard there is. So I think that's a complete lie that, Mr. Gill says, the county health board, they're getting whatever they needed.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yes. So I just say, please, we need more funding for the public health for Dr. B, and we need to be prepared for the vaccines and all the supplies. And please, no more money for the sheriffs. They don't need it. They do not
thank
serve
you.
our community.
Thank you
so much.
Thanks.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. And if you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence that.
Thank you. My name is Mackenzie Wilson, and I'm not sure if Nav, Gill, or Brett Ferguson, and Bruce and all of them still aren't in the room or not. But I wanted to start this conversation out with a giant shame on y'all. The truth is yes, you guys lied. And I need to actually call out, Bill, you were making it sound like we don't know what's happening when you keep trying to tell us, oh, it came out of this pot, but then there's money in another pot. We know exactly what's happening here. And this isn't okay anymore. The truth is that you've been having individuals come into this space for days on end. This isn't a new thing. This crisis is not a new thing. It's only just began. And we have been demanding some transparency. We've been demanding some community conversations. We've been, and yes, demands now, because we tried doing it the nice way. We tried to make meetings. We tried to say, hey, we're about to come up with some stuff. And the truth is I've seen Nat Gill's budgets before. We studied them. By 2027, the Sheriff's Department was projected to have 50% of my general fund. I've seen those budgets. So when you tell me there's a plus of $190 million, I know where that money's going. And the truth is that we needed that. You just heard about $90 million that was turned down. But they felt so confident in the presentation that they gave you that they turned around and walked out. I'm very upset, and I'm sorry to come in this space yelling and calling it out, but this isn't cool anymore. We've been asking for some form of transparency, some form of participatory budgeting, some form of allowing us to come in the room. You only just made this call-in number a month ago. And I'm sorry for those who are working it, because I really appreciate you doing so, but I've been hung up 4 times today. So how many people don't get to call in now? When we know that this is such a hot topic, you need to stop. You need to have an entire community meeting, because how many people were disenfranchised to not be able to speak here because it was a 10 o'clock agenda item?
If you could please conclude your remarks.
Yes, I can. Do better. I'm tired of telling you that. I'm tired of asking you that. Do better.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. And if you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence that.
Yes, my name is Kula Koenig. I'm with the larger coalition, Cares for the People Coalition. First, I just want to start off by saying, Don Natoli, thank you so very much for asking the questions and keep pushing for the answers that we wanted. Your line of questioning is where we need to keep going, because this lack of transparency, this is what's happening with the county over and over again. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm so glad that Susan Peters is still in the room, because she needs to hear this. This doesn't make any sense. You're saying that Dr. Bielenson did not ask for additional contract tracers, epidemiologists, personal protective equipment, supplies for vaccines. So Nav's saying that, but then he's also saying that whatever Dr. B asked for, some of it was not justified. But then he's saying whatever Dr. B asked for, he asked for everything he got. So it doesn't make any sense. Nav keeps saying, I hate to belabor the point, but yes, you're belaboring the point because we don't get it. Why has the board ceded their authority? I've been asking this question since April about coronavirus funds and how it was going to be spent. I've had meetings with Bruce Wassaff and Britt Ferguson, and they give me the runaround. But Board of Supervisors, you are Nav's boss. So why haven't you been asking for it? Or if you, as you said, you've asked for it, but you didn't get it, but aren't you his boss? That's why I'm confused. We have elected you, okay? Our tax dollars is what's at stake here. Why are we just now finding out the quote-unquote full picture, or they're saying they're going to come back and give us the full picture? That's what you should have done. Supervisor Kennedy said that, if we didn't transfer the $104 million, then, we'd have some layoffs, in public health but at the same time, the budget, what we've seen over and over again, like the previous caller said, is that 50% of the general fund budget already goes to law enforcement in normal times, okay? And 10% to health and human services. So your priorities are already out of whack. But then you continue to keep spending on law enforcement versus public health in a public health pandemic. Are you telling me that all the public health needs have been met? Right? It took me a long time to even get scheduled to get a coronavirus test. And we'll see how long it takes to even get the results, because they don't have everything that they need.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Scared up there. He looks scared because he's afraid of being fired. And when Susan Peters, my supervisor, finally decided to ask a question, it was to ask about, can you please make a bigger deal about how
conclude your remarks?
And not for transparency. And Sue Frost decided to ask about waivers. This is not a question. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. And if you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence that.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Kaiser, and I'm the chair of the Policy and Advocacy Committee for the Sacramento County Children's Coalition. For the public's benefit, the coalition is the advisory panel appointed by the Board of Supervisors. The Children's Coalition has submitted a letter to the clerk of the board and the individual board members. Per the coalition's letter, we are keen to hear about any planned campaigns and programs that focus on improving the quality of life for Sacramentan children and families. History will judge us based on how we've treated our most vulnerable, our children. As the California capital's home, Sacramento County has the exceptional duty of stewarding the California dream. We have the unprecedented opportunity to serve as a model for American progress towards childhood equity. We can be the county on the hill, leading the way as Californians' haven for children and families. This is a watershed moment. We must make substantial investments in Sacramentan children to preserve our way of life. Our letter includes a request for information regarding the CARES Act funding allocation and how it will continue to be used to support our children and families. As you're aware, COVID-19 has made it so much more difficult for children and young people to access health, social, and educational services. As a result, it is critical to provide additional funds to support those ongoing needs. Our letter's chief position for the Board of Supervisors is to pass a budget in September that focuses on Sacramentan children and families. You have the Coalition's contact information as well as my direct number. We look forward to collaborating to achieve a budget that puts Sacramento families first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Contact information.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background. Please mute the meeting in the background and go ahead and start with your comments.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, my name is Brianna Mullen, and I'm a resident of District 3 and a member of the Sacramento Children's Coalition, which is also an advisory board of the Board of Supervisors. Personally, I've been astounded at how the county has spent $148 million in CRF funds, primarily on sheriff salaries. After months of fog, we learned that less than $10,000 of the CRF had been spent on contact tracing, $0 on distance learning, or on safely opening schools or childcare, and $7,000 in economic support. We just heard from Dr. Bilson about how far we are from the end of this. And instead, you've chosen to balance this budget on the backs of the most vulnerable to this deadly pandemic. And in education, we say that funds should supplement and not supplant, and that's exactly what you're doing today. Respectfully, Supervisor Kennedy and Cerna, do not diminish this as a communications error. You are justifying paying sheriff payroll that refused to enforce public health orders related to this pandemic. As elected officials, it's your responsibility and not staff to ask and listen to determine public need during this pandemic, and so far you have failed. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, for your questions, but these questions also needed to be asked months ago when the pandemic started. 41% of Californians are at risk of eviction this fall, with Latino, Black, and immigrant families twice as likely to be evicted. 27 million Americans have lost their employer health care, and the employment rate in Sacramento County has risen to 13.6%. How can a student do distance learning if they're homeless? We've seen a 50% drop in child abuse reports during distance learning. How can we ensure that students are safe if they aren't even connected to the internet? Other counties who are facing the exact same budget predicted shortfalls have used CRS to pay for food and rental assistance, utility support, homeless shelters, internet and devices to do distance learning, and public health initiatives that actually address the humanitarian effects of this pandemic. Meanwhile, we have continued to pour into the black hole of the sheriff's office, and the 2021 budget will likely continue this trend. Since the CARES Act funds have been primarily used to meet the county payroll, then how does the county plan to spend $150 million in general fund savings to meet the needs of children and families now? The pattern of continuously failing to prioritize those that are most vulnerable, our children and families, is a mistake. Please ensure that the future of these funds are in direct assistance to children and families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name, and you have 2 minutes. And if you're listening to the meeting in the background, please put it on mute. Please start with your comments if you're there, caller.
Oh, hi. Hello. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I know it may be hard to accept, but your CEO has just lied to you. Many individuals in the Public Health Department can explain to you that they originally planned to request $90 million and were told by the CEO's office that they could not request that amount. Dr. Bielenson then requested $44 million and was denied. NAV may have his own reasons for that, but the fact is that this funding is available now, and the public health funding is needed yesterday. Please also consider how difficult it is to stand up to someone like Nav Gill so publicly, as he is the one who unfortunately has incredible power over the public health budget. Nav Gill is not an elected official. He should not be pre-deciding how the board is going to balance the budget. He has decided to give CARES funding to further pad the sheriff's budget with the assumption that our representatives would maintain a status quo budget come September 9th. That is not his role, and that is not acceptable. Nav keeps mentioning other pots of money.
The CARES Act is unique in that it can support renters, public health, and other devastating impacts of the global pandemic. Please explain to us what other pots of money are currently available for urgent needs of rental assistance in our community. I believe the answer is none. So please, in this CARES Act decision, as we continue into September budget decisions, please echo the calls of your constituents and of those most vulnerable in Sacramento County to defund and reinvest, to divest from the Sheriff's Department and reallocate funds towards the Department of Public Health that continues to get the crumbs of the county budget. Last year, the Department of Health and Human Services received only 14% of the general fund. This year, their budget should be at least double in order to create a truly safe Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you.
State your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please mute that.
Okay. So, John Renfro. And I'm calling in regards to item 38. Zach, the CARES funding was given to assist the community, not line the county's pockets. So our demands are fairly simple. The CARES Act should be spent on public health, not law enforcement. We want transparency in the CRF committee with community control over the process and all spending based on COVID-19 needs assessment. We want fully fund the recommendation of the Public Health Department, including testing, contact tracing, behavioral health, public health, infrastructure, and educational support. Prioritize all remaining funds to stabilize the homeless community and provide direct economic assistance to families and communities hardest hit by the virus. Most importantly, do not spend any CARES Act funding on Sheriff's Department or probation. Thank you, and you guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Hi, please state your name, and you have 2 minutes. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please mute the meeting.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alma Lopez. I'm the statewide coordinator with Brown Issues. And I'm calling because I'm deeply concerned about what I heard today. I want to restate that the coronavirus relief fund revenue that was received by the county should go directly towards programs and services for that community in response to the pandemic. I am aware that the BHC proposed a rental assistance program that would provide housing payments towards tenants facing eviction due to loss of income because of the pandemic. This is very much needed. I also want to share this with the county that I condemn the lack of transparency in terms of how the funds are being used. Not only are we living a public health crisis when it comes to coronavirus, but also when it comes to police homicide. After George Floyd's death in June, in the span of 3 weeks, 3 brown men were killed by police. We have Sean Monterrosa, who was killed by Vallejo PD, Eric Salgado, who was shot at 40 times with a high-power assault rifle, and Andres Guardado in LA, who was killed by the sheriff. It's mind-blowing to me to see that the Sheriff's Department fund is growing when that money should go to public health. I urge you to please divest from the Sheriff's fund and invest in public health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name, and you have 2 minutes. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence the meeting and go ahead and start. Okay.
My name is Milana, and I am deeply disturbed about the greed that this state and this county with the misappropriation of funds that constantly happens. And you can be transparent all you want to, but the spending is off. We know how to calculate numbers as well. And I'm not buying the bait and switch that you're doing with using this money to go to the sheriff's department. And unless I can actually see an itemized spreadsheet of the funds, I'm not buying it. So 181 million was given for the CARES Act, and 133 million went for the sheriff's and probation offices, and only 2.4% went to the total of human services. That's disgusting. And it's a real sneaky way that you're doing to fund your Department of Chaos, which is considered the police department. So this information is public knowledge, and we will find out. And in the end, we would all like to see an itemized budget of actuals, not what you plan to do. And you're constantly crying about not having the funds for PPE and education and so forth. You need to get your priorities right, because right now they are not heading in the right direction, and they're not heading in the direction for the community. And by the way, I want to say also, thank you for not staying on topic actually, and not having the respect of your callers who have been on this line for 4.5 hours or more waiting because they thought that number 38 was going to be one of the number one things that you were going to go over, and that wasn't the case. And you allowed for people to continue to ask questions that were irrelevant to what we're trying to get done and talk through right here. So as far as transparency, you can throw your transparency in the garbage until this community and many of your communities actually see things that are going to happen and are going to affect them in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and if you're listening to the meeting in the background, please mute the meeting.
Paul,
Go
while I
ahead.
appreciate the attempt at three-card Monty with the CARES money, it doesn't change where it's going to go ultimately. I mean, rock out the technically I did an accounting maneuver bit if you think it'll be believed by anyone. In the end, are you not Navdeep Gill's bosses? Are you not the people's representatives? It seems legally transparency is required, but I'm pretty sure the county's voters want to be sure the money goes to COVID-related expenses and won't buy the claim that over $100 million was needed solely for law enforcement expenses related to COVID. Also, you can call it safety all you want, but we've seen the sheriff's numbers on cases cleared. It isn't impressive. If murders barely reach the 50% mark, if violent crime, including sexual assault, barely reach the 25% mark, if property crime has rarely been in the double digits, and all of these have gone down under Scott, then maybe if the taxpayers see graphs showing law enforcement performance under a heading that says safety, maybe they'll think twice about a board that dumps money into its budget. It's important to make sure constituents know your views on this when voting comes around. We're going to be sure they understand that you prefer opaqueness to transparency, that you accept Navdeep's budget with no critical input from the communities most affected by COVID, and instead act like it's another opportunity to throw more money at law enforcement so their unions continue the money train to you. I mean, come on. When LA, the county that invented SWAT, the county that threw a mere couple $100 million at social causes when asked to defund their $1 billion police budget, could still manage to use some of their COVID money to help people pay people's rent, and you can't even manage that with a paltry 2% going to public health, it's clear where your bread is buttered. So every time they shoot a suspect that is running away or didn't have a weapon, you were complicit in that. Every time they harass someone because of their race or because they live in a poor part of town, you are complicit. Every time they beat up the wrong suspect because someone called and gave a description and police don't see differences between people of a race other than their own, you are complicit. Every time you're up there and you choose the status quo, you're choosing a broken system. You're betting that this time throwing money at it will work, and you're wrong. And whether you want to accept the responsibility or not, it's on you to make an effort to fix a system that is broken. And every day that you don't, and every person who is hurt, every family torn apart, every life...
Can I get your concluding remarks, please?
Is on you personally for not making the effort, for not trying to find alternatives, for not trying to fix the system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background, and please start with your comments.
Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and silence the meeting. My name is Nikki. I live in in Phil Cerna's district, and I have so much disappointment with what happened here today. With, you know, the initial, not just today, these last months, right? We haven't heard from y'all. We haven't heard from y'all about what the county's planning to do with this money, or even a check-in, right? Where has been the community engagement or the check-in to say what we need? What are the crises the communities are facing? I wonder if this committee, the CRF committee, has asked anyone. All these internal discussions, all these budget maneuvers, have they gone to the community and asked, where are you hurting? How has this crisis affected your life? Because I don't think they have. We haven't heard that. We haven't seen that. And we're just seeing all of this come down now in a way that is very misleading and clear, that Nav and his team there have strategized a plan to ensure not 1 cent lost to the sheriff, not 1 cent lost to the jail, not 1 cent lost to the probation department in a time when we're in very significant, honestly scary crisis. Families and communities have fear out here, and y'all's inability to communicate, and thanks, Patrick, for saying it's a communication problem, but really it is an access problem. It's a problem where your unwillingness to listen, where the county administrator's unwillingness to listen has created a situation where we're so disconnected, the community is so disconnected that y'all don't even know what they need. And for him to sit up here and lie and to say that public health got everything public health needs, health got everything health needs. We're in multiple public health crises. We have the pandemic. We have the pandemic or the crisis of homelessness that was a public health crisis before. So in terms of, Nav has said over and over again, anything they needed, they got. Anything they needed, they got. Firstly, not true. We challenge that. And secondly, how about the community? Is the community out here facing significant need? And the answer is absolutely yes. And particularly, communities attempting to access testing, attempting to get care, attempting to get timely results. Folks are not being contact traced. People are not being contacted. The gaps are so significant, and Nav is up here acting like everything that has ever been asked for has been granted, and we're all doing great. We're not. The communities.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yeah, absolutely. Just that come September, we better see significant reductions in the sheriff's budget. We know that's not even legal. We don't even believe the legality of it.
Thank you.
That they haven't.
Thank
they
you.
haven't significant.
That was slow. It was a minute old.
Caller, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. If you're listening to the meeting in the background, can you please silence that?
Hi, yeah, I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm calling to express my concern about the lack of transparency and how this money is being spent. And I've listened, and I genuinely tried to follow Mr. Gill's logic, and my best interpretation is that you've somehow taken advantage of this payroll loophole in the CARES funding wording to remove any constraints and accountability for how this funding is being allocated. And as a resident, I know my community's needs are not being met. I can't find a testing site in my neighborhood. The only option I have is one that I can drive to in another neighborhood, but I don't have a car. And I've been navigating county services such as Medi-Cal for the first time, and it's been an absolute nightmare with call wait times exceeding an hour, confused staff who give me false information and then hang up on me, and who can't provide me with the answers I need. I see my neighbors on the street who lack shelter and adequate health services, and there is a wave of evictions looming as the California courts stand poised to reopen for evictions. I don't know where you've spent this money. It's not clear to me from this meeting or from the documents that are available to the public, but I do know that not enough money is going to meet the needs of my community. These are emergency times, and the goal cannot be to shuffle money around so you can balance your business as usual budget. We need to make changes to reflect the drastic circumstances that we're living through right now, and I would like to see a lot more transparency and access for people to see how this money is being spent and understand where these funds are going, because to me it seems like you're just trying to shuffle stuff around and balance the budget as usual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background.
Okay. Hi. I'm a doctor here in Sacramento. I'm in Supervisor Cerna's district. This has been said many times already, but as we know, Sacramento is going through 2 major public health crises. One new, one long-standing, COVID-19 and police terror and violence. As a physician, I've seen both of these effects firsthand, and they're both harming thousands of lives. Only one gives me nightmares, though. Watching the police and the sheriff brutally beat peaceful protesters, watching them move people who live outside to nowhere, they do not care. They do not care. They should have no care funding. They do not care about these folks. This isn't health. The long-standing crisis of police terror and violence is exacerbating the acute crisis of COVID-19. This isn't just my personal experience. This is scientific fact. Many national organizations have declared policing a public health crisis, including the American Public Health Association. New York City has declared that just coming into contact with the police, either on the street, to a traffic stop, or the inhumane conditions in the jail, can lead to long-term public health consequences and affect health for many, many years after that contact. Police harm people, police kill people, and policing is the pandemic. Ignoring this issue is equivalent to ignoring COVID-19. Giving CARES funding to the sheriff and law enforcement is denying literally all the scientific facts, data, research that states that increasing funding will worsen the pandemic of police terror and violence. Giving them this money is equivalent to like throwing your hands in the air and saying it's not worth it to wear a mask, regardless of what all the experts say and data are saying. So when you're doing this, you're ignoring all the data and all the science. Don't do this, and don't make this pandemic worse.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and if you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence the meeting.
I'm going to say that this process by which we are calling in the public to communicate with you, our elected representatives, is grossly Orwellian and dystopian at best. I've been hung up multiple times today, waiting hours online, getting shifted throughout the meeting, like throughout the call time. And I know for a fact dozens of other people have experienced the same thing. You all have had more than 4 months to get this program in order. I think it's disgusting to sit here and have people begging you to prioritize human life and well-being while you allow and somehow try to justify allocating nearly 80% of emergency health funding to sheriff and probation departments during a global pandemic. Such fiscally irresponsible decisions by the county executive to reward this sheriff who's proven incompetent to even manage the COVID-19 threat is beyond unethical. It's morally reprehensible, and very likely contributed to hundreds of deaths and tens of thousands of families suffering from the loss of their loved ones. So the biggest question I have for this board, where are you in allowing unelected county executives to make such substantive decisions without any community oversight and no public health professionals at the table? Where are the top health officers for the county public health department in this CRF committee? As far as I can tell, I don't even know who's on the committee. But I know for a fact that it doesn't seem to have any of them on there. Why aren't they? Sacramento County voters elected you, not Nav Gill, not Bruce Wagstaff or Britt Ferguson, and the buck stops with you to direct how the county executive spends our CARES dollars. You've had 4 months to learn the CRF process, to participate in the CRF committee and learn exactly how and where this funding was being allocated. And yet here you are on August 11th hearing about it after official county documents were leaked to the media. Every year, Sacramento County residents pay millions for sheriff lawsuits and sheriff budget increases, while this board has effectively rubber stamped every proposal Nav Gill's office has to allow over 70% of general fund money to go to police, incarceration, and criminal courts. This isn't just a failure to tell your story. This is a dereliction of your duty as elected representatives to actively engage.
Can you conclude your remarks, please?
Including this budget. You need to ask the hard questions of Nav and quit
thank you.
his bullshit. You're
Thank
lying.
you.
He's lying to you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Hello, my name is Robin Ayers, and I live in District 4. So one of my concerns about this proposal is that it doesn't actually tell us what the county has spent CARES Act funding on. It only tells us where they're proposing the county reimburse funds. This demonstrates a great lack of transparency and increases the level of distrust in county executives. Our community deserves a transparent detailing of how Sacramento County is working to address the pandemic fiscally. As the board, how could you approve this without that? I hope that this juggling act of moving money around shows how much money you, as the board, put in the sheriff's department. In this performance, it's over $100 million. It is time for this board to start making decisions that benefit and strengthen our community, not continue to bolster and hold up a law enforcement system that is not only harmful to our community and those inside our jails, but targets Black, brown, unhoused, and poor communities. Also, did you hear the public official earlier? He said, we're just going to have to wait for more money. What would you be approving with this proposal? This proposal certainly doesn't adequately address the necessary COVID-19 response in Sacramento County. Instead, the proposal says we need to continue to fund law enforcement. During COVID-19, we have seen 1,500 folks released from our jails, a health and safety decision, but also the right decision. Not only that, the sheriff's response to COVID-19 in our jails has been abysmal. Folks inside have stated they were not given masks when requested. New folks have moved in and out of cells with other folks despite lack of quarantine, testing, and safety precautions. And individual cells are not cleaned, nor are residents given supplies to clean when they've requested them. We need to stop funding this abusive, harmful scourge in our community, cut the sheriff's budget, and fund the community. I hope as you look at these proposed allocations, you won't approve them, but instead choose to seek public input and approve spending that actually represents community needs. Things like public health, education needs, housing, economic assistance, and not spending it on the sheriff's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
No name.
Go ahead.
I want to say quit using scare tactics. At the end of the day, the county misused CARES Act funding and is committing fraud. The money was not given to you to save your general fund. Public health services were already struggling with general fund funding. They cannot handle the magnitude of the coronavirus, as is shown with our numbers. The CARES money should have been used to help the agencies that have impact on the people of Sacramento dealing with the coronavirus. Trickle-down economics does not work. Who cares if the sheriff experiences layoffs? Their budget needs to be cut. We should not be spending over $100 million plus on sheriffs. We already have like 5 different police agencies within the county. Cut sheriff's general fund money and give that money to the agencies saving lives. You cannot shoot coronavirus away. And how many people will die or lose their jobs and housing before it's time to review the general budget? We have county employees at the Department of Human Assistance and CPS catching coronavirus at work. They need to be working from home, and this should be supported by the board and coronavirus funding. CARE Act is for coronavirus relief, not general fund relief. We can't say, well, we'll look at it when the general fund comes, because who knows what's going to happen then. It's time to reevaluate, and you're going to come up with excuses to fund the sheriff even more. Cut the sheriff's budget, cut the sheriff's budget, cut the sheriff's budget, save lives. The time is now.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Hi, my name is Michelle Wright, and I'm a District 3 resident. First, I want to thank Dr. Bielenson for sharing his expert opinion on this issue. And based on his comments, it's clear we need to allocate more funding for public health to prepare to deliver the vaccine once it becomes available. Additionally, he made it apparent that the pandemic will continue for up to a year, which will result in further unemployment and a mental health crisis, as many people have commented in terms of research. And while the county executives claim that they are only swapping out the CARES fund with money in the general fund, they fail to tell the whole story, in that the general fund is largely spent on law enforcement. So either way you slice it, this money is primarily going to law enforcement, and that's the last thing we need right now while people suffer due to unemployment and mental health issues as a result of this pandemic. The law enforcement budget continues to grow year over year, while Health and Human Services funding is gutted. This is completely contrary to what social science tells us on how we should prevent crime. We know crime is the result of poverty and inequality, so why don't you allocate funds to solve the root of the problem, especially when unemployment and the risk of evictions grow, exacerbating our existing homelessness crisis? Please stop throwing money away on law enforcement and actually help people, especially now when more people than ever need economic and public health assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
This is Malachi Amen with California Urban Partnership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We're also a part of the CARES Act for the People Coalition, as many of the callers so far have been a part of. And we're demanding transparency, transparency, transparency. It's quite shocking that we're looking at funds for public safety or law enforcement instead of a public health and economic recovery urgency being addressed. We have an urgency. Sheriff officer's gun cannot shoot and kill a virus. We have children who are on the verge of homelessness, and so they can't do distance learning if they become homeless and they don't have access to the internet. We keep asking what happened to the money, and we're hearing that if a county public health official asked for something, they got it. Well, there's reason to believe that not only did they not get what they needed, but we also know that the public has not been engaged in terms of what is needed. And we were allies with many other organizations that surveyed over 500 county residents, and they overwhelmingly told us that they need rental assistance and they need business support. And this is critical as we deal with two pandemics, not just a virus, but racial wealth gaps that have been a part of this country's history. When it comes to the needs of the businesses, particularly black-owned businesses, we need to be able to assess their needs, help them recover and become sustainable in the recovery so that we don't continue those racial wealth gaps. And finally, as we as we continue and to unearth the facts and the details so that we can get to justice for the residents of the county of Sacramento. We really need all of you as elected to ask where this money is going to drill down.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
To drill down deeper, because we need accountability and we need your transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background and go ahead and start talking, please.
Good afternoon, members, Chair Cerner, and members of the board. My name is Cassandra Jennings, and I'm President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I'm also a member of the Cares for People Coalition. I appreciate the questions and concerns raised by board members Kennedy and Natoli and Chair Cerner. I am disappointed and appalled at the staff's attempt to describe what the county is doing to address COVID. We can do better, a lot better, and we must do better. I have a lot of questions and concerns. I respectfully disagree with the interpretation of the use of the CARES funds. And if, in fact, the staff has been able to free up dollars in the general fund, then I hope that the board will ask for a full accounting of $181 million spent for COVID. How did a pandemic turn into an overwhelming law enforcement issue? This report as if the county government itself is the number one victim. The victim of this pandemic is the most vulnerable populations. It's those who are getting and spreading the virus that affect the health and well-being of all the residents of this great county. It's those who have lost their jobs, businesses that have closed, families that need food, kids that are experiencing lost learning, and those who are struggling with housing payments and homelessness, and the 600,000 people that live in the unincorporated areas in the county. I don't understand how you can cover a shortfall and then still have money saved for COVID. But how does the CARES Relief Fund expenditures directly affect those most vulnerable? When were these expenditures even approved by the board? And was there an opportunity for any public comment? From the discussion I've heard today, I have no idea of how the public or community accessed the process or the decision. The process is very internal, insular, and operational. This piecemeal of what is being done and placing items on consent calendars is not transparency. We need to have a comprehensive look and a running tally of how funds are being spent. Finally, I ask the board to put the community first and make sure that $181 million is spent on public health and welfare, housing, businesses, workforce
Can you conclude your remarks,
preparation,
please?
and emergency support, mental health. We can do better. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking, and go ahead and start with your comments.
Oh, cool. My name is Max Morris. I live in District 1. I believe that money that's meant for relief should go to programs that provide relief. And I think it's absolutely clear the Sheriff's Department is not a program that does that. So just to kind of like, I think it's helpful to have a little comparison, right? It's sort of like in the movie Titanic, where, you know, the ship is going down, there's a lot of people on it, it hit an iceberg. People are confused and they're scared for their lives, and there's this scene where the boat's steerage class, like hundreds of working class people are locked in the lower decks like rats. And basically, I like to imagine, like, what if the Titanic's management had $180 million to help alleviate the whole Titanic sinking situation? And so, you know, if instead of spending money on more life jackets and lifeboats, they decided to, like, spend the money on more guards and heavier bars to keep the poor people, you know, in the bottom of the boat, Or, even if the people just decided to use the emergency funds to balance the Titanic's usual operating budget, that'd be a bad use of the funds, right? So, instead of support for renters, instead of supporting programs that help prevent the spread of coronavirus, the money went to the sheriff's department. And, I shouldn't have to say this, but the guards keeping a steerage class trapped like rats in the bottom of the Titanic as it was going down, they weren't the good guys. Not a perfect metaphor, but, supporting people during a crisis, that's relief, and policing them is not. And, this isn't unique to the pandemic. The law enforcement budget should be going down all the time, not just during a pandemic. That's pretty much all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking. Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
The pandemic. The law enforcement budget should be going down.
Hi, caller, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking.
My name is Mercedes Parker. I have listened to this meeting for over 4 hours. I've been on hold for 3. I was hoping to gain some clarity on the fact that $104 million was allotted to the Sheriff's Department when the money was slated to directly be tied to COVID-related costs. I'm more confused now than I was when I found out about this yesterday. Mr. Gill repeatedly referenced the language in the CARES Act specifying that this money is for public health and safety. How then did law enforcement receive 80% of this funding while public health received less than 2%? The CRS committee does not have one single public health representative when reviewing these budget considerations. It is extremely difficult to get tested for COVID in the county without having symptoms and without getting the runaround. The testing is so backed up that it takes over a week to receive results, which is unheard of in other states. Meanwhile, the Sheriff's Department has refused to enforce the health order, and many sheriff employees are out in the public without wearing a mask. Public health officials requested $90 million originally and were denied. They then amended their request to $44 million and were denied. Finally, they gave in and requested a paltry sum of $1.5 million, which they received. And Mr. Gill came here today and told you that public health got what they asked for. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a bald-faced lie. And guess what? The results are very apparent. Mr. Gill repeatedly stated that allocating $104 million to the Sheriff's Department will free up that money from the general fund. The Sheriff's Department already received 50% of the general fund without a statewide public health crisis. Cut the crap. Mr. Gill, do you think that we are stupid? Do you think that the Board of Supervisors are stupid, or do you think that they're complicit? If you think you got a lot of commentary today, just wait and see what happens if you proceed with the budget as allocated. Enough is enough. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and please silence the meeting in the background while you're talking, and go ahead and start with your comments.
Hi, Courtney Hanson, District 1. If Nav Gill is lying, I'm curious what this board's concrete next steps are to figure that out. Like if we could stop hypothesizing about the paper trail and demand that it's produced, because there is one. And the gaslighting that has taken place all day today, gaslighting is a form of abuse. It's you all telling us that we aren't seeing what we think we're seeing. And Brett Ferguson wouldn't even name the Sheriff's Department. So stop patronizing us, stop acting like we don't understand these gymnastics and this dance that the county executives are doing to try to obscure a very simple truth, that there has been no accountability and the money is going to the usual budget bully, who is the sheriff. And we're not talking enough about the second winner here, which is the probation department, which is slated to get $22 million. And we haven't heard reports from probation about their very expensive $11 million pre-trial services pilot program that they promised 10 months ago, which sounds a lot like Nav Gill, who always says, I'll get back to you on that. We don't need this information to be presented to us differently. We need the information to be different. We need the priorities to be different. We need the process to be different and fair and based on our actual needs.
When these figures were first posted, my supervisor, Chair Serna, was quoted saying, "These numbers show that we are committed to the judicious use of these resources to respond effectively to COVID." As your constituents, we need you to hold yourselves to a higher standard of integrity and leadership and proactively interrogate these budget matters before it's too late and before you get caught. And if this county has to consider any cuts, make them targeted cuts with the racial equity lens, which means significantly reducing the ridiculously bloated sheriff's department. Decard Free Sacramento has brought you people with PhDs in applied statistics to explain that his budget is unsustainable and the only way out of our economic mess is cutting his budget down. And please stop acting like we're just a few confused people. The Cares for the People Coalition is business owners, nonprofit leaders, public health experts, grassroots activists who are here to say that CARES
Can you please conclude your remarks?
to balance this county's unsustainable sheriff's budget on the backs of working class Black and Latinx people who are hit hardest
Can you
by
please
this virus,
conclude your
and
remarks?
also hit hardest by sheriff's brutality.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes, and silence the meeting in the background while you're talking, please, and go ahead and start with your comments. If you can turn the meeting, mute the meeting in the background, and go ahead and start with your comments, please.
Speaker, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. And my name is Suzanne Belknap, and I've been a resident of this county for 39 years, and I'm a member of the local chapter of the ACLU. In my opinion, your confidence in Mr. Gill and the team that produced Attachment 3 is misplaced. The vast majority of the costs allocated to the $181 million coronavirus relief fund are wholly inappropriate. They appear to be driven by a fiscal year calendar and not meeting the public health needs. This is a Rob Peter with a future promise to pay Paul, a farce. Let's be clear. Job one is to contain the disease. We have $180 million to achieve containment to meet this public health emergency, but we do not have containment. We have a disease spread without the data and the staff to attack it. $181 million to achieve job one through December. But the cost, as reported today, drains the fund without achieving job one. It demonstrates a cynical feeding of a bloated bureaucracy at the expense of achieving success on job one. The basics: testing, isolation, contact tracing. Testing, isolation, contact tracing. This is the public health basics for communicable diseases. And we've known this since March, not as reported in June from Mr. Gill. A few weeks ago, the news reported that the county is not doing contact tracing. You have $181 million. There are no excuses. Disease must be contained to have a fully functional economy for the well-being of our community and to raise the tax revenue. The disease must be contained to have children in school, to receive the necessary educational and social services.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yes, please do job one, contain the disease. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. And if you're listening to the meeting in the background, please silence that while you're talking.
My name is Orville Noel. I'm retired from Sacramento County Department of Human Assistance. I listened to Nav Gill today, and not impressed at all. This is basically common for what the county does anyway, is using smoke and mirrors. One of the things that should have happened is that money should have been set aside, period. And it should have been traced whoever needed it. The sheriff's department needs some money. That should have been determined by the public health department as to what they needed in the jails to prevent the spread of COVID-19 throughout those departments. This is just smoke and mirrors in order to use that money. Unfortunately, you all have bought into it, and there was not a public meeting about it, and there should have been. So what he has stated today was totally inappropriate, and the use of $81 million was totally inappropriate. So you all need to go back and review what's happening here. And by the way, I am free, and I'm very familiar with county finance, seen how this has been manipulated before in the Department of Human Assistance and in the health. So it's time for it to stop, for you all to fix it, and time for you all to get the money to where it's needed for CARES and for COVID-19.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate the speaker's patience. I know that it's always very frustrating to have to wait as long as you do. And let's not forget that that goes for when there isn't a pandemic and you can be in chambers and you're speaking at the podium versus speaking on a phone. It has been the case in the past that depending on the issues that precede the time to matter, that time on the agenda is set so that people can have an understanding of, at the very least, when the earliest an item would start. And it's our best way of trying to manage an agenda that is oftentimes filled with 70, 80, 60 items. So please forgive us for that, but we're working with what we have in terms of the technology available. So we appreciate your patience. I think before we go to supervisors, I'd like to start by asking Drs. Bielenson and Kasiri to come down to the podium, because there are a number of speakers that made mention of whether or not public health, meaning the entire infrastructure here at the county, really had the opportunity to acquire what they needed at the time that they needed it when the pandemic started in earnest. So I think it's a fair question. It's a fair supposition that the Director of Health Services and the Public Health Officer are best equipped to kind of respond to that. And I know that there's at least one other supervisor up here that would like to hear from you both. So you can pick and choose who goes first in terms of addressing the general subject matter of how nimbly or available resources have been made available so that you can perform your task to address the pandemic.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
Good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Olivia Kasiri, Public Health Officer, and thank you for this opportunity to clear up a few things. I know that there are some numbers that have been mentioned, and I just wanted to let you know how the process, the way that it went. When we were first asked to submit a request, the process was not very clear to us. And
a request to the committee.
The request to the committee, and we were under the impression that we could only submit a cap of 1.8 million. And so we did submit a request, but a portion of it, about 125,000, was not funded. That was the portion for overtime. And we were told that we needed to submit that to FEMA, and we are trying to get that done, but we're also getting a hard time from FEMA because they're telling us that it is that they are the resource of last. I guess it's the last.
I understand what you're saying. I think we all do. We're all kind of winking at each other anytime the term FEMA is mentioned. So
yes. Then after that, Dr. Bielenson did come back to me and told me that we could submit for more, and he asked me to put together a budget for everything that we needed, and that's where the 90 million is coming from.
Okay.
But that 90 million was for a longer period of time because we know that this is going to be a prolonged response. And so knowing that the CARES money goes only through December, I went through the budget with our management staff, and we removed some of the items and reduced it to about 40 million. But when that was submitted, we were told that the committee was not accepting any more requests at that time. So,
about what time? What month was that?
This was very recent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like within the last week or last 2 weeks?
During this July.
Okay.
After the close of the fiscal year or start of the new fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So then we didn't do anything more about it, but then Dr. Billinson recently again said that we should resubmit. And so we have a budget that I believe has gone to Dr. Billinson. I don't know that it has gotten to the committee yet, but our plan is to be able to submit it. And also, listening to what Mr. Gill said, it gives us courage to know that he's said that whatever we need, we should ask for. So as we know that this is going to be an ongoing pandemic, our plan is that as new needs come up, that we will put together a budget and submit that to Dr. Billinson for consideration.
So I'm going to make sure I understand, because others have mentioned the same figures, 90 and 45 million. So the 40 or 45 million that represents kind of the revised amount down from the 90 previously considered or submitted. Is that something that, tell me what that includes. What does the 45 million include?
That includes staff, being able to get on-call staff.
Okay.
Because right now we've been very dependent on assistance from other programs and also from volunteers. But we know that, of course, that doesn't last very long, especially for a prolonged pandemic. And our staff also have been working long hours, 7 days a week, and some of them are really exhausted, so we need to be able to get some relief for them. So a large percentage of that, I think it's about 24 million, is for staffing. Mm-hmm. And then our lab also, as you've heard, many people have asked about the availability of testing. We would like to be able to increase our capacity at the lab and be able to meet the needs, especially for the most vulnerable who are not able to travel to some of the drive-through sites.
Is some of that intent part of the action that we took earlier on the testing allocation?
So the testing, the STEM Express contract is separate from what the public health lab does. The public health lab, we try to make sure that we get a 24-hour turnaround time. So we use it mainly for being able to provide services for the jail and also for outbreak investigations.
For contact tracing.
Right, and long-term care, and in some situations for contact tracing. But of course, we don't have enough resources to be able to do it for every single contact tracer. So STEM Express is needed so that we can expand that, because especially as we're considering opening schools in the future, we know that we're going to have to be able to provide ongoing testing for the school staff.
Sure.
And also for being able to respond if there's an outbreak.
One final question from me, and I know others are in the queue, and they may or may not want to ask you direct questions, but is there an expectation, maybe Dr. Bielenson, you're best equipped to answer this, I don't know, but is the expectation that what has morphed from 90 to 45 or 40 million, that is somehow, that request is somehow satisfied in the course of final budget deliberations now?
No, that's actually going to be for the CARES Act team. We're going to be submitting it to the CARES Act team.
To the CARES Act committee?
Committee, yes.
Okay, but there's not, well, I don't know if it's still 40 or 45, but there's not even that much left.
No, we're trying to winnow it down to about $25 million from the $44 million.
Yeah, we can't, and
Sorry.
if you could speak up just a little bit, that would be
We're cutting the $44 million request to about $25 million, which should be able to be covered under the CARES Act committee.
Oh, okay. So so I'm just trying to work the numbers here. We took the action earlier on testing. That leaves us about 19 million left out of 33.3 we had. Your request is going to be about 25, you say?
20 to 25.
Okay. So, and I know that there's a separate appropriation request being made of us next week, somewhere probably in the neighborhood of 3 million, my understanding is?
I think that's included actually in the 181.
Okay. But I guess what I'm asking is it your expectation that the full amount that you're requesting, that 25 million, come out of the CARES Act somehow, or is this a case where the color of money is irrelevant? You just, whether it's part of the CARES Act and part of the final budget,
whether or not it's part of the CARES Act or the final budget, it's up to the administration. But my impression has been that when talking to Bruce, it'll be through the CARES Act committee.
Okay. So I still can't reconcile the numbers. Maybe
there's approximately $20 million left in the CARES Act.
So the full balance, balance of what's left.
That's what we'll ask for.
Okay.
Sounds like we might be spending a few more than the balance.
And if we do, we are going to move other money around.
Well, that's
to
what,
accommodate it.
That's what I'm asking. Does that then begin to move into the realm of general fund?
Other general fund,
or
other
other
places,
federal,
other funds that we're getting.
Right.
So whatever request comes in, if that's the request, that's what the committee will look at.
Gotcha. Okay. Please remain at the podium. We have others that want to ask questions. Again, I don't know if they're for you or not, but we'll start with Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. I actually don't have any questions for the two of you.
Let's stay there
in case
anyways,
others do. Yeah. I just want to make a few, just get right to the point and make a few comments and a couple requests of what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a comprehensive COVID-19 needs assessment. And what I mean by that is I've heard numbers thrown around that though we got $181 million for CARES Act, that a need was made or identified by department heads of up to $300 million. During the budget time, Nav, you always give us, which I like a lot because it's transparent, you show us not only what you're requesting in the budget, but you also show us what was requested and what's you're not requesting and what's not being funded. I think that you started doing that extremely transparent way of doing it. I think we can do something similar here.
We absolutely plan on doing it.
Okay.
When we bring the whole thing, the budget, we're going to show you what the different pockets of money. Hopefully there's not that many rejected items, but where the money's coming from, where's it going?
Okay, thank you. The second is, and I've asked for this already, so does the chair, but I'll reiterate because it's just extremely important now more than ever that we get a complete report on all COVID-19 related expenditures, not just CARES Act, not just FEMA, but I want to see it all.
Yep. We plan on doing that.
Okay. I have one question too. It did strike me as odd that there's especially we have two nationally respected doctors in the room, why there is no medical representation on the CRF committee.
We use the agency administrator, so Bruce is...
So I'll just say, Supervisor, I'm on that committee, and every request that's come forward from public health has been approved, and we very much support those requests.
Okay.
But also, my expectation is that the agency administrators are in constant communication with their department heads and getting input, finding out what it is. Steve Hartwick is on there because a lot of the enforcement fell on code enforcement, so code had to go out. We have personnel to make sure any personnel needs that come in, that follow the labor laws, we do everything right. Finance is on there to make sure that all the accounting stuff is done. Britt is budget, and David Villanueva is on there with general services and finance type related, and the finance director is on there. So that's the committee. The rationale was that the deputies are in contact with their department heads and they know what the needs are, and then rely on Peter as need be if there's any public health related stuff that comes up.
Okay, and I trust Mr. Wagstaff to confer closely with the two of them, so thank you. Not finally, but that now regarding the whole process of what we talked about and moving the money from the sheriff or into the sheriff's budget and the sheriff into, I understand why that was done. It's been explained to me. But to be honest with you, I think we got too cute. I think that, there may have been other ways we could have done something like that, it does look little like a shell game to me. I'll give you an example. In Los Angeles, and obviously Los Angeles County has much bigger numbers than we do, dollars and cases, but they got $1.22 billion in spend for CARES Act. 656 million of that went for public health measures, including testing and contact tracing. That's half. $200 million to finance support for residents in the form of assistance for rent relief, food, and child care. $160 million in grants to support small businesses. $150 million to support the county's workforce response to emergency, including disaster services, workers and personnel protective equipment for employees. It also includes a $55 million plan to cover contingencies, including potential healthcare system surges and other urgent needs that may emerge as the pandemic continues. So my point is that it seems like a much larger percentage of their CARES Act money was going directly to what I really think it was intended to go to. So I'm a little disappointed in the road that we took. And then finally, it's really easy during a pandemic and everybody's scrambling and working hard and we're not meeting everything, but we can't take our eye off transparency. It's a word that is probably overused, but it's never overdone. And I do believe that we can do a better job of being more transparent on these issues.
Okay. Before we go to Supervisor Frost, I failed to conclude my remarks with some direction that I wanted to tee up ahead of other members of the board so that they, if they so choose, can respond to it. But I want to suggest that for the balance of what's left in the CARES Act fund, that the decision-making about that actually rests completely with this board. In other words, whatever requests may come from, and we've already heard that the request is going to be made for upwards of $25 or $20 million from public health. I think that this board should take control of that at this point for something as important as some of the items that Dr. Kassiri has expressed would be paid for with those resources. I'm trying to reconcile different stories without calling people liars. I hear Bruce say, and the CEO say, well, everything was funded. But I'm still trying to get my mind wrapped around, well, is the difference in statement really have to do with the pots of funding that were involved to respond affirmatively or negatively to a request? I don't want to condemn anyone for malfeasance if the funding was that actually materialized. It just wasn't CARES Act funding to meet a request of public health. And I have a suspicion that there's some of that. But when I hear 90 million was originally requested and then it was whittled down to 40 or 45 million, and then I hear your boss, essentially the Deputy County Executive in charge of Countywide Services, say, well, they got everything they requested. I'm still trying to reconcile that. Obviously, members of the public are still trying to reconcile that. So I don't know if Dr. Bielenson or Kassiri, you can provide any further clarification of that before we move on to others, but that's still something that's resting in the back of my mind that hasn't been resolved for me.
Well, we haven't gotten money from other sources, just from the CARES Act. And it was not widely known how much we had left at any given time, but we did not ask for any of the money besides the 3 or 4 or 5 million that we got, plus the STEM Express money.
Okay, then what's the 90 million? I still don't understand the 90 million.
So as I explained that Dr. Billingson, after our initial request, told me that we should ask for more money because he was aware, of course, of the needs that we have. We developed a budget with public health management for $90 million, but as I mentioned, the $90 million was covering a much longer period of time because we know that this pandemic is probably going to go into next year. So knowing that the CARES funding was ending in December, we then took that budget and whittled it down to the 45, which would cover up to December. But when we submitted it to our fiscal folks, they told us that the committee was not accepting any requests at this time. So it did not go any further.
So that doesn't make the need for the 45 go away. It just means that, okay.
No, it's still there.
Okay. Supervisor Frost.
So I understand it that you will still receive what you need. It's just it will come out of another pot of money.
I guess so.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I assume so.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the question I wanted to understand, and I think I understand it better. You were asking for the future, and then you whittled it down to more current, and then we were limited on what we had left. But you'll be covered. It's just you'll be covered with different funds, and that's kind of what's happening in every area of the county, is my understanding. We're going to meet our obligations. It's just we're trying everything we can to cover what we can to take full advantage of the CARES Act funding, is my understanding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so thank you for explaining that, because I was struggling to understand it. I just wanted to thank you, Nav and Britt, and to all the executives and public health, Dr. Kasiri, Dr. Bielenson, Bruce. First, I want to thank you for bringing this informational item so that we can better understand what happened with CARES Act. I remember when we first did the, closing, send everyone home, and this whole emergency order came out, and you did an astounding job at activating over 10 or 12,000 employees in the right direction and making sure that the county was not only business as usual, but doing it in a different way. And you were able to activate Office of Emergency Services so that we had the proper record keeping, and we were able to maximize, your committee has, I think, you've done an amazing job in maximizing the CARES Act funding. I think we came in 5th in the whole nation in being able to capture, what was there for us based on the rules that were laid out by the federal government. And so I'm excited that we were able to do that, because I know next year could bring new challenges with property taxes, and just there could be new revenue impacts as a result of COVID. And based on what Dr. Bielenson said earlier, we don't know. This could last a year. So I want to commend and thank all of you for just an amazing job in leadership, and also for helping us understand all that you did so quickly. I know that, I think our biweekly payroll at the county is 60 million or something like that. And there are a lot of lives, a lot of people who deliver vital services to the county that we need. And so making sure that we were protecting our revenues was important. So I just wanted to commend you for that. I am thrilled that we were able to capture as many of the CARES Act funds as we could, and I hope we continue to do that. And I know that there are some concerns about transparency, and I know that you're going to be working on that, their concerns, and we definitely want to make sure everyone understands that our first goal is to keep the services going and keep the budget healthy as we can. Given COVID wasn't our only challenge, we had challenges before COVID. So, thank you all for bringing this and for all that you're doing for your leadership in the county.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Tully.
Still thinking about where to start with my questions, but I guess I'm going to go to ask the question first of Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Kassiri. It's been asked, but I'm going to ask it again because the question I want to ask you is, did you get everything you needed? I understand requests and process and so forth. Did you get everything you needed up until this day?
With the ask for the $44 million, which we had not gone in with yet, if we get that, yes.
Okay. So up until this time, again, understanding what was said about revisions and 1.5 million or 1.8 million, that was sufficient. And I'll let you speak for yourself, but I just...
We may have got it.
So, and just to your point then, and this is what I've written down here, 44 million is 2 times 20 million plus 4. And if that's all that's left in the CARES money, and we're talking about a half a year here versus the full year, I guess, if I understood that correctly, then the money that has been, however you want to paint the picture, but that is in fund balance now because we covered it with that, we're going to have to look to the general fund. There's just no question about this, and it goes to the point here because CARES funding is going to be exhausted, and you can't whittle 44 down to 20 and say it's the same because it's not. So whatever.
That's the point I was trying to.
No, I know. I got your point. That's the point that Mr. Kennedy was making too. And so, and again, it's not to put Dr. Bielenson or Dr. Kassiri on the spot, and certainly now the CEO here sitting here with us, but my take was that the CARES money, obviously you can look at all the regulations and so forth, but we are in a public health crisis in this nation, in this state, in this community. People can have different views about how we approach that and so forth, but that is the front line. And so if there was a need versus whatever was available to this county, then that should have been the first call. It should be the first call. And again, you have to decipher that and then obviously make decisions, but again, if it's 44 million and that's what's truly needed, and whether that's for staffing, for lab work, for overtime, for testing, for tracing, for care, then, I don't need to be convinced, I guess, with respect to that. I mean, obviously people can look at parts of budgets down and so forth and say, well, why do you have overtime here and so forth? But clearly, and now we got 19 million and something less than that, I guess, available, so we're going to have to make it up. And we being, obviously, this board and this decision making, but that's the challenge over the next couple of weeks, is that if that's what's needed to do for the next fiscal year, which we're in second month in now, then we're going to have to figure that out. And that's going to be, and there needs to be, and maybe that's what you intended to present to us, but that's going to have to be the landscape that this board's going to have to deal with, because otherwise, and Dr. Beals, I guess I asked you the question, so I want to.
So to be frank, the 44 million I thought was a little bit rich. And I think there are ways to bring it down. So we will not come in with a $44 million request, but we'll come in with a $25 or so million request. Right? That was half of 90. So it doesn't. I really don't think that there's any. I mean, I've looked at pretty carefully at the budget.
So and that gets you through the full year?
No, that'll get us through December 30th. All this is through December 30th. That's all we're able to do.
Okay. Well, and that's my point. The CARES money is going to whatever's there that gets exhausted, whether it's 25 or 40 or there's only whatever's in the bank, then we're going to have to figure this out for the rest of the year. And that's when we do a budget. And so that's to my point. Again, I wasn't trying to read into more than was there. Is that we're going to have to know going in, and if that's what it's going to take in order to continue, unless there's something miraculous that occurs relative to vaccines or something else. I heard what you said that being real about it. We're into this for quite a bit longer.
But I think there's a reasonable chance that we'll get additional CARES type money coming in the next administration.
And I think it's important. I mean, again, we can hope for that.
Yeah.
But who knows what's going to happen?
Right, of course.
Yeah. Okay. I guess Dr. Casares has anything else you wanted to add to the question? I mean, obviously, for Dr. Bielenson, he's the one that's, I guess, carrying the message to the committee, but.
All right. I think I do have to disagree that we did not get everything that we need.
Okay.
If that is the question.
Yes, it is. That's my question.
We still have needs that.
Could you use the microphone,
please? And between the two, please.
Sorry, I was trying to not share. My apologies. We do not have everything that we need right now.
Okay. And
there an item I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was going to say, so could maybe just delineate what you think you need, whether it's personnel or resources or PPE, whatever it is.
It's personnel, it's resources, it's time for overtime. We also need some supplies in the lab. We also, as Dr. Bielenson indicated, need to start preparing for immunization clinics, so we want to be able to get those resources as well.
Right.
We also want to work with the community-based agencies. There are many of them that we have worked with in the past to do outreach to some of the communities that are most impacted, and we would like to be able to have more money to work with them for outreach and to be able to actually help people, because many people that we put in isolation, it's very difficult for them to remain isolated. It's difficult for them to miss work, because if the person is the only one who is actually working, the question is, how is the family going to be able to get along? So that is all money that we would like to be able to have.
So, any idea what you just described? Maybe some of it's bundled in the bigger package, but what you, if from the here and now, you see you haven't gotten what you needed, and here's what you need right now, and maybe that's, again, I don't want to talk over you, so I want to understand. So
the 45 we felt was reasonable for the time period through December, but as in discussion with Dr. Bielenson and knowing how much is left in the CARES Act, we took out some of the items that we had put in there, and also with the hope that there might be additional money that's coming to public health from the state, and that we would be able to fund some of those items through that, such as being able to work with community-based agencies. So those are some of the things that we pulled out from the 45 to get down to the 20. We also reduced the staffing as well, so that we could get into that ballpark figure.
If I understood you a little earlier, that with the work that's done in our lab and a very quick turnaround, and you've dedicated those efforts to segments of our population, including the jail, I guess, and folks that may be quarantined. You described, I guess, the segment that was being served. But you also, I think, alluded to it, or maybe just in your comments just now, that if you had additional staffing, obviously I don't know if you have the lab capacity to do it, you need to, all the things that go with that. And we've taken on a contract with a firm that's going to do it in 3 days, as Dr. Bielenson said, which is, certainly far better than a week or two. But if we had the staffing in our lab, we could do that in greater numbers with the same turnaround for serving a greater number of people. I don't know how many we can serve through the lab each day, but if we're trying to do 1,000 tests.
Well, right now, the maximum we've been able to do through our lab is about 300 to 400 tests per day, but that's like really stretching it, and we know that we can't maintain that capacity for a prolonged period of time, so being able to have additional staff will help. And one of the requests that we have received repeatedly is being able to have operations 7 days a week. But in order to do that, because we have the same staff working every single day, it becomes difficult. So right now we work 6 days a week, but sometimes there are requests that we get on a Sunday from a long-term care facility, and they want us to go out there right there and then, and so it's been very difficult. There was a time when we also had assistance from the mobile integrated health units, which are a wonderful resource from the fire departments, where they had teams that actually went to the long-term care facilities and were able to do the swabbing, but they were only able to do it during the week. And so being able to have a team that can work on weekends would also be great.
So, and you would employ folks that would be staffed in the public health department to do that, nurses or other trained personnel?
Yes.
And that would allow us to go to where we have some of the greatest risk, and certainly where we've seen the preponderance of deaths, I believe, as well.
Right. And right now, of course, the concern is also the length of time it takes to get lab results back. So the only way that we're able to reduce that time is to make the testing more available. And it's very important for us to be able to have adequate testing, because that's what's going to be able to allow us to do the contact tracing, because you need to have the results within a reasonable time in order to do the contact tracing. And that's the way we'll get to being able to bend the curve to the point where it's safe enough to start reopening again.
Well, and again, I know we had shortages regarding, some of the supplies and so forth, or intermittently anyway. Was that a part of your request that you would have submitted back in June? Or again, it sounds like the request hasn't yet even come forward to the committee yet. So, I mean, it's been refined or being refined. But if those things are needed, and we're now in a spot where I can't do anything about yesterday, but I certainly, we can certainly do something about tomorrow and what's left the rest of the day. If you had those folks immediately available, then you could ramp up activities. You have lab capacity, assuming you have personnel to process the test, people to go to the field. And so if you weren't waiting on the money, as long as you could fill those positions, you're ready to go.
Yes.
I think Supervisors are totally based on what Dr. Kasiri is saying. This is news to us.
Okay.
So I think what I would like to do is have a conversation with her and Dr. Bielenson. That's the request when we were asking the department heads to send us stuff. So I think I need to, with the committee, sit down with them. What is the nature of the need? There's a little bit of difference of opinion on the dollar amount. We need to work that through. So what's needed to combat this, like I said earlier this afternoon, we will strive to get it there. I mean, that's what the money, we will get that going. And what's needed is, rather than have this setting for us to do it, I'm a little bit disappointed that this is the first time hearing. It is what it is, as you said, that's water under the bridge. But going forward, we got to make sure that the communication is more robust. And I'm not sure who said that you can only have a cap or anything like that. We put out a policy which was very clear about how to access the money, what you needed to do, what forms you need to fill. So if there was a miscommunication within health services or any of our fiscal people, we need to look at that to fix that too.
Don, if I could, I'd like to jump in here for a second. I hear what you're saying, Nav. I'm going to go back to the general directive, though, that I'm interested in, and that is, I think this is so important, and given the fact that we're even here having this kind of tortured conversation, trying to understand the accounting, at the same time our efficacy in addressing the response, differences now in opinion between our health officer and our executive team. We're talking about the last component part of the CARES Act funding, first of all. We're coming up on final budget, first week of September. This should be a decision that this board makes. It should be an informed decision. It should be a decision with the benefit of plenty of public input. And so, whether it's 25 million or 40 or 45 million, if there's a line item list of things that would pay for to elevate our ability to respond to the virus, I think it needs to come back in a public setting with all the things that I just mentioned, public comment, opportunities for folks, hearing from our health officials and others, for this board to make that decision.
And I was not suggesting anything different.
Okay.
I just need to clear out what the issue is to get you a package that we can all look at and say that was the right package.
Okay.
That's
the message has been at least received by this supervisor loud and clear about the concern about transparency. And it's not an indictment necessarily on your committee, Nav. It's the fact that this, when we hear that from the public health officer in a public setting, it's troubling. And I'm not going to make accusations about where I think disagreements lie here, but we have an obligation to respond to that and to respond to it in public. And the committee just isn't as public as the Board of Supervisors. So
absolutely.
that's all I'm saying.
Just one thing on that is the whole nature of what we were after was to recoup and put as much money out there. So if there's been this level of money going back and forth, that's what we were after. We were not after payroll or any of that stuff. If we had this money, we would have used it for that. So that was the nature of that. I don't know how else to say it, but I do have an issue on my hand. It got spotlighted today. It is embarrassing to be in front of the board with disagreement between Health Service, Public Health, and the committee. I need to fix that and then bring you something back that you can look at and deliberate on it.
Okay, and I would hope that my colleagues feel similarly, that this last part of it should be done in public.
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate Nav's comments. I'm not embarrassed by this because, again, I think it's part of the process. But
Supervisor Natoli,
yeah.
I mean, just we asked and we asked and we asked not to get the information, to get it today on August 11th. That's just a disappointment, because that's what we were after from day one. Conversations after conversation. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? But I don't know how else to say it.
Okay. Well, anyway, okay. So but it's out there today. We know what the request is. We know what it, at least generally has been explained what it would fund. We have a vulnerable population. We have people that are hurting in their personal lives, in their professional lives, in their daily pursuits. Again, we're not alone in this as a community or a county, but we have some ability to try to go at this as best we can, with disease being what it is and the virus being what it is. And again, we're not going to make it all better, but I think to some of the comments, we can do better, whatever that looks like to each and every one of us. And part of that is that if we have the needs and we have some funding available as a county, some capacity may come through what's been disputed here today, but also what's still remaining in the till. And it seems to me that I bet you that committee could meet this evening if you called them together. And if we need to ferret this out, you're going to do that. And that, if it needs to come back to the board, I'm fine with that. We're going to meet in session next week. I don't want to hold anything up. If we need to go supplies, staff, whatever, do it.
Like I said this earlier, there's been no impediment. I can't get that point across.
I heard you.
And there is no impediment. Looking at Dr. Kasiri, there is no impediment. I don't know how many times I got to say this. I have said this repeatedly. Throughout this crisis, I've said that there is no impediment to get to the money. Okay. We want the money out.
I mean, if I recall correctly, back in April, that was part of the rationale behind the committee structure, was to be as nimble and get resources deployed as fast as possible. And I think people generally, us, your staff appreciate the fact that that concept is one that we absolutely have to continue following, is how do we get the deployment of resources out as soon as possible, not have to do everything, forgive the pun, by committee, when we know that, if testing needs are lacking in a certain part of our county, in a certain district, then let's go do the testing.
And the word was nimble that we used. We wanted to be extremely nimble on it. That's why you gave us some authority on contracts. But anyway, we'll bring this back.
Okay. If I could, Mr. Chair, then just the last comment, and it kind of goes to some of the commentary we heard certainly over the phone. We had 200 plus, written comments of one sort or another, but all obviously raising concerns. And I would just say that the list that was put up some time ago this afternoon, some of those services, that relate to families, to children, to vulnerable populations, and maybe even more vulnerable in a pandemic because of economic uncertainty, people being out of jobs, potentially losing their housing and such. But those are very critical services, and I think that just as we're talking about this today in the public health, and the frontline effort that's being put forward to protect people's health and their safety as it relates to their personal being, but all of us who could be exposed to it. Those are very important, but there are other things too that we do as a county that stand between somebody and an abuser, somebody between being neglected, somebody having tremendous challenges of a health nature of one sort or the other, an addiction, that we provide those services in that there is a reliance in the general fund, at least in part. Some of them have federal and state funding streams as well. And I mean, we try to juggle those things in a budget in a way that gets the greatest service delivery to the greatest amount of needy folks in this community. And I just, again, that's what we're going to be talking about, obviously, in a couple of weeks. We're talking about that today because there's an underlying population amongst these as well. But the frontline public health, I think, has been stressed. You've said it, others have said it. And so I think with the clear understanding that irrespective of what still remains in that fund, that we're going to do whatever it takes with monies that are available from whatever source, I don't care what color money is, to get to meet the need here to make sure we got the public health effort.
Serve the general fund, so there's that.
Yeah, it's there. I heard, I heard Mr. Gill say that as well. So, okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
All right, very good.
I would take the blame for this and not getting this information to Olivia from the administration and vice versa. We were extremely busy, as you know, taking care of the virus. I didn't really focus on this committee until well into the time period. I should have told her about the 90 million. She should have come to me more with the 90 million and 45 million. And so I apologize for that, but I do think that we've now come forward with our $45 million request, and you guys are well aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Peters?
Thank you. I wanted to back up a little bit because it's been so long since we started the questions. Back to the chart that we were looking at today, and I think what we need to do is, for the budget, is that the actual COVID dollars that were spent in various departments, and a flow chart. The money was spent here, and it came from here, and it went there. And I think maybe that would help people understand how the money moved through the budgeting process. And if you had a request for $100 and you got 50 of it from one layer of funding and 25 from two other layers of funding, show that so that we can all something along that line. I'm not the CPA, obviously. If we could have that, by the time the budget comes out, I think it'd make it easier for us all to understand. And I think we also ought to have I'll call it a forecast from public health, what they see in this fiscal year and going forward, so we can prepare for it. If it actually, we don't get any more CARES funding and we have to go to the general fund and start cutting contracts and cutting jobs, then I think we ought to have some idea of what the needs are, so we have some sense of what we're going to do.
Will do.
Okay. I think Supervisor Peters brings up a good point about moving forward. How do we pivot a bit in terms of just being better formed in real time as best we can? I know things are so fluid right now, and as Dr. Bielenson mentioned, everyone's exhausted in public health, and believe me, it's not lost on us. And we thank you profusely for everything that your staff is continuing to do and going over and above in terms of the hours worked and the concern for especially our most vulnerable populations. I'm going to suggest, we don't do this often at the board, but I'm going to suggest that because CARES Act funding, let's face it, it's going to be exhausted here shortly. However, I think we've already stated numerous times today that the challenge of response to the virus is going to continue well into next year. We may be actually still talking about it in some respects in the same capacity this time next year. But given that, I think this is one of those occasions that this board ought to consider a two-person committee. Obviously, we're a board of 5. We can't do any more than that on any particular subject in respect for the Brown Act. But I do think this is one of those times where a committee of 2 should be considered, formed, as we move forward. And I would say after final budget, that would work much more closely with our county executive, with our health services director, and with our public health official to just be more on top of this. And so that's something I'd be, if it's the pleasure of the board to do that. Obviously, we can't really, and I don't know that we can, I'm looking at our county council, I don't think we can do anything about that today. but perhaps we can agendize that as part of the consideration of the larger appropriation issue that I think is pretty clear to us is going to be coming back before this board relative to the statements made from Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Kasseri. So just want to plant that seed. I think without prejudging who should be on that committee, we can have a robust discussion about that later, but I think that would be an appropriate structure for this board to really keep our thumb on the pulse of things, all things COVID response related.
We once had a health committee. It was Supervisor McGlashan and Supervisor Dickinson, if I recall correctly. We had a health committee, but then we had two members. We had a health committee at one time. I think it was Roberta and Roger that were.
Yeah.
So again, we don't have too many committees, but we've had in the past, and this obviously.
And I know the dynamics can be weird for just the numbers issue relative to the fact that you have a 5-member governing board, not a 9 or 7 or 11. And so it makes for considerable work for those 2 members that wish to take it on, but I think it's time that we at least consider that. Supervisor Frost.
I may not, I'm probably the newest person on the board, and I may not understand what you mean, but oftentimes when these committees are formed, the committee breaks off and has their conversation and does their work, and we don't really, the rest of us are not in that, in the communications. And as it relates to an emergency health order and COVID, I, for one, would like to be, I think all of us should be in the conversation. I'm not sure a committee, I'm not sure what you mean by, maybe I don't understand it, and it's not on the agenda today, but
right.
I just wanted to go on record as saying I think all of us should be in the communications rather than breaking off communications.
I'm not suggesting we break off communications. I'm suggesting actually that we enhance it by use of a committee structure that would have 2 members that are spending a little more time than the balance of the board to spend with some of the individuals I've mentioned, to understand how we're responding better than we have before, learning from past mistakes here, and using the 2-member committee structure to actually enhance communications, of course, pursuant to the law and pursuant to open meeting regulations that we could use to help inform this board a little bit better than it has been. That's all. And the fact that we've had committees in the past, I think, speaks to the utility of them. So. All right, any further comments from board members?
If I could, Mr. Chair, so where do we leave this? We've had a lot of discussion, board members are weighed in, we've heard.
I'm going to work with the committee and health and see what the request is and come back to the board.
Okay.
But if something's needed right now, continue with the work.
It's taken care of. Okay. And then we'll see this, I guess, bundled with the questions in the final budget?
Yes. We're going to, all the stuff that you guys are asking is all going to be in part of the final budget. The other piece is not final budget. We've got to come to you sooner than that.
Yes, absolutely.
So that was going to be my next question. The piece that you're going to work out, the 45, 25, whatever the number is, the need that needs to be satisfied for public health, that could come to us as early as when?
Next week.
Next week on the 18th?
Let me work with them. Let me see what that number is. There's a wide gap. We got to figure out what it is.
I understand. Maybe there's a subcomponent of that could be addressed sooner rather than later if there's a real, and I suspect there probably is, a real-time sensitivity to it.
Correct. Okay. That's the lens we're going to put it through.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And thanks again to members of the public that waited patiently to address the board, and staff for taking the time to be here in chambers with us. What's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to plow through to the next subject? Do you want to take a small break?
How about continue that to next Tuesday?
Can we continue to the 18th?
Oh, okay.
What?
I mean, there's the CPAC just continued to the 18th.
18th. Tuesday the 18th.
Okay. Does it?
Time in the 18th?
Am I seeing nodding heads there? It's going to be a full agenda on the 18th, I suspect.
Yeah, we'll come up with a time on it. I just don't have a time.
Yeah, maybe get a time when it doesn't get jammed up, either an afternoon or something like that.
Put it at the top of the agenda, early on in the agenda, so it doesn't get pushed off to the end?
Yeah, I really don't want to commit to a time yet because there are some items that have already been noticed for a specific time, but we'll try and work with them.
We'll work on it.
Right, to get it as early as possible.
Okay, we're going to need a motion and a second to continue, correct?
So moved. No.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Natoli to continue item 39. Is there a second?
August 18th.
Seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, nominations.
That would be item 40. You are continuing to August 18th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission to September 22nd, the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Cosumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, and the Sacramento County Mental Health Board. And for your items today, you have the Children's Coalition.
Okay, Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Sophia Muñoz, if I pronounce that correctly.
And continue the remainder.
Continue the remainder of the 22nd of September, please.
Okay, first 5, Sacramento Commission.
Chiefs are recommending the reappointment of Beth Hassett as the alternate community member, and continue the balance to September 1st.
Okay. Local Child Care Planning and Development Council.
Chiefs are recommending reappointing Patricia McFall. Continue the remainder to September 22nd.
Thank you. Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing this item till September 1st.
Okay. Mission Oaks Recreation and Park District.
I'd like to nominate Michael Alcalay as District 3 appointee and request the process be waived.
Second.
Second.
Unanimous vote. Sacramento County Youth Commission.
We have 2 applicants for, I guess, 1 seat. I understood it was going to be a resignation, but that's not been yet received, as I understand it, Flo. I'd like to nominate these concurrently. So, any idea?
I don't.
Okay, well, why don't we continue?
And you only have, it says here you only have 1 seat.
I know, but I understood that there's a resignation because someone's graduated. Is haven't received it.
I don't have an update
Okay.
on the resignation.
Let's continue this
yet.
for 1 week if we could. I mean, again, I know these young people are interested in obviously in serving, but I would like to do it concurrently.
Got it. Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Chiefs recommend continuing this item till September 1st.
Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, reappoint Bill Thompson and continue the remainder to September 22nd.
Supervisor Natoli.
Continue mine to September 1st, please.
And that concludes your nominations.
Okay. CEO comments?
No comments.
Okay. Looking to my board. Any comments from board members? Start with Susan Peters.
Thank you. We did something unusual a couple weeks ago in that we sent a letter to SACOG, signed by all members of the Board of Supervisors, about our interest in the alternative funding plan. And I wanted to report back that the committees that it went to were not asked to vote. And the Transportation Committee, because there was no alternative plan, which is what ours was, that there were several abstentions, including me, because I wasn't, usually you don't come to those committee meetings with a directive from the board. So it did pass that committee, the plan from SACOG, but it was represented as a unanimous vote, which it was not. And so it's going to be coming to the board, SACOG board, in a week and a half. And I would like this board to send another letter to SACOG asking that it be either presented as an alternative funding plan or that it's a separate item on the agenda.
So I know Supervisor Frost, who also serves on the SACOG board for this.
And so does Mr. Kennedy.
I understand.
Not leaving you out.
But she's signed up she whispered in my ear that she wants to address this as well. Perhaps Supervisor Kennedy does. But am I understanding this correctly, that it was basically ignored?
Basically what?
Ignored?
No. It was discussed, but it wasn't discussed in writing or presented as an alternative.
Okay.
Like what we would have here would be an alternative plan. If the staff presents this, and if you don't vote for this, then there's this that we should talk about.
Okay.
So it
sounds like it's a lack of information issue almost for the.
Well, at least that.
For the entire board. We'll go to, was that it for your comments?
I may chime in, yeah, but I want.
No, but on different subject or anything?
No.
Okay.
No, go ahead and feel
Supervisor
free.
Frost and Supervisor Kennedy.
I'm good.
I think what happened is there were several jurisdictions where the public works staff have been working for, I believe, over a year to identify some possible solutions that would help us with our transportation funding, to have more consistency, reliability, to be able to match funds, to be able to count on the money that we're going to get each year rather than being competing in a competitive way. And what ended up happening when those jurisdictions all got together and requested to have this formulaic funding presented before the SACOG board as an option with this funding round, it was evaluated, the conversations were behind the scenes and evaluated by the staff, and they made a recommendation to us at the transportation and land use, to all the committees. And there were still several jurisdictions who, not just our jurisdiction, who wanted to really have this come before the board, and who actually specifically requested that it come before the board. And I think what we're asking, I believe, from County Council is to formally request, and I'm not sure what the rules are around all this, but we would like to formally request that this be presented to the entire SACOG board, and that we have the opportunity to look at it so that we can make an informed decision. For some of us, we like the idea of formulaic funding. For others, there are many on the board during the committee meetings that express they feel that they would like to understand it. There are other jurisdictions like Placer County who are working at Placer and El Dorado and other counties that are working with formulaic in one way or another, and we would just like to, we feel like that's something the board should weigh in on and be a part of that conversation. So we want to have issue a formal request from this board regarding that.
But from the board, not from County Council.
A similar letter signed by all of us.
Is County Council going to write the letter, or who's going to write the letter?
The CEO staff wrote it last
Okay,
time.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm looking into some other questions that Supervisor Peters has asked as well.
Supervisor Kennedy?
No, I don't have anything on that.
Nothing?
I do, but not on that.
Okay, then we'll go to Supervisor Tully, then you'll be last there. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, just a couple items I had shared with Nav, my briefing. I wanted to raise them. They kind of go to the issues of looking at the zoning code in ways to maybe address some issues that come up. Two in particular, one, and I know one colleague on the board has been contacted by the party as well, but the interest in, I think, certainly home-based businesses, but a home catering business, which is not provided for in certain zones in the county, a sole proprietor, and there's no vehicle currently in the zoning code that would allow for that. We've been looking at the building segment of it, and as well as with the EMD, and so again, familiarity, certainly Leanne has the details, but maybe at least having staff, as we're looking at zoning code updates, to look at, again, we'd have to go through the CPAC process and through our normal process, but I know there's a backlog, and I would just like to get this one to be looked at relative to whether it makes sense to at least have a method or a pathway for folks to seek to do that under a sole proprietor, say a home catering business out of home, but certainly prepare their food at their location of residence. Different apart from state legislation, it gets to some other aspects. And then secondly, it's come up that we had a business in the in the Walnut Grove community that there we have a special planning area overlay, in where there's an art gallery, but as an incidental use, it actually been permitted in error for a tattoo parlor incidental to that, and our tattoo business. And there's no methodology for it unless we were to consider amending the SPA. So I'd like us to be able to take a look at that. And again, there's processes involved, but I wanted to note those two. And then lastly, and again, I know I sound like a broken record, and Nav and Steve have both already heard from me today and yesterday. We're August 11th. We've yet to pave any roads in at least District 5. And I know that we're still struggling with a lot of what we heard about today relative to public health and safety for our employees and those that would perform the work. But I just believe we got to find a way to get some work done this season, and we're able to do it in other realms. And even if we don't get it all done, I know we're halfway through the summer, but as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, we didn't get done with all the work in District 5 last year. If we lose this whole construction season, force account work, and then we are still into this next year at this time, after what we heard today, it's just not going to be tolerable for folks. And I know we've got road conditions throughout the county that are in need. Some of those be done with contract, others be done with force account. But I'm very interested. I know, Nav, you're well aware, and I appreciate you and Steve's leadership. But we got to find a way to get some work done this season if possible. So that's just my plea to you again. So thanks.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had several things, but I'm going to narrow it down to two, considering the day. First thing I'm going to bring up, because we haven't had enough controversy lately, I'm bringing up the board knows, and many people know, that I've been interested in some kind of oversight of the sheriff and the sheriff's department for some time. I've done a lot of research, looked at what other communities do, even went to a conference of the National Association of Community Oversight of Law Enforcement in Austin, Texas back in March, where at that meeting the room was full of people from cities and two of us from counties. And the other guy gets up and says, well, what can we do as a county? And the answer was pretty much nothing. So, I mean, I've really been hitting the wall on this thing. So what I'm going to propose, and I actually have something I'm going to give to the CEO drafted, some language. It's just a starting point to start the discussion. It says real big on their draft. But I'd like to ask the chair to agendize at some point a hearing on what is actually a community review commission, is my idea that I'm putting forward, that instead of directly interfacing with the sheriff's department, which we cannot control, but directly interfacing as a conduit between the community and the Office of Inspector General, which is a contract employee who actually works for this body. So I don't believe that there's any legal impediment to doing that, and it would provide greater community input and access, and also I think it would provide a service to the OIG to really meet with the community on a regular basis and have some more eyes and ears out in the community.
Be happy to do that.
Okay.
Do you have a preference in timing? Of course, we have final budget coming up, and that's going to be a lot on our plate.
Yeah, sometime after budget and when things settle down.
All right, very good.
If that ever happens. Another thing, it's a more, there's an issue of Sacramento County, an ordinance that, or code, that 6.20.520 that has come to my attention because of an issue with a constituent, in which the county can only refund and rebate residents for costs that were incurred going back 3 years. And that's true even if it's our fault. So if we made a mistake in billing for 6 years, we can only refund 3 years of that. I just don't find that at all fair, and I'd like to look at revisiting that issue.
Okay.
And then finally, more of a feel-good thing, there's a proposal from the Water Forum to pay for and provide a mural for our big brick wall out there. It would actually not be directly on the wall. It's more of a well, we'll get into that in a future date, to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Water Forum. The artist is Stephanie Taylor, who most of you would recognize that name, is probably the most prominent local muralist there is. I've seen the renderings of it. I brought a picture, but it does not print out well, so I'll get you something electronically later, but as information. And Nav, if you could have staff follow up with them on that. The brick wall on I Street.
It would be on this wall on this
I'll
side.
send you a outdoors. Yeah.
It's an outdoor rendering of water stuff, and we're working with somebody to see how that will work.
They're like ready to pull the trigger, so we need to get to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
No tunnel. I said no tunnel.
That's a little issue there.
I said no tunnel. I know.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your remarks? All right. Again, just as a reminder, I expressed general interest I think it was 2 meetings ago, maybe it was last meeting, and looking at and researching the relationship between bid amounts and on contracts. So I just don't want us to lose sight of that, and like a report back, I'd say probably in the October timeframe, if that's, you tell me, Nav, if that's going to be convenient given all the other things that are going on, but I certainly don't want it to tax the application of your staff resources for things like final budget. So that's why I was thinking in the fall sometime. Yeah. Okay. Any adjournments? No? Okay. All right. If there's no further business then before this board, we stand adjourned.